Anyway, with my reception, I find it's easier. So just a reminder today, yep, same as yesterday, dogs on leashes down there on the foreshore. You can welcome to have barbecues, but you've got to attend them and have a fire extinguisher to hand. Also, if you're talking to your athletes sometimes during the day, just remind them not to leave their Birkenstocks and Crocs, etc., down at the water's edge for safety reason. And I was down and lost and found because I've lost my bucket hat. If anyone comes across a hemp-type bucket hat, yeah, the commentator's box would love it to have it back. Very fond of that hat. Anyway, I was down and lost and found, and I noticed that down in the secretary's office that there was still a pile of Crocs. There was some coloured Crocs and Croc jandals and a few other bits and pieces, clothing and drink bottles and stuff. So if you kids or anyone's lost anything, then try the secretary's office underneath the control building. So we'll be kicking off today with the finals. So it's the finals. The first event at 7:30 will be the girls under 17-8. There's just an A final for that, followed by the boys under 17-4. There's just an A final. Then we get to the girls under 15 coxed quads. And there's a B final and an A final. And then we move on to some prem singles. So exciting stuff. Let's starting with some nice eights. That's really cool. Crews in that. All, yep, there's 10 crews in that. We've got. Yeah, anyway. That'll be starting shortly. So the other place you can view, if you go to YouTube and you go to South Island Rowing YouTube, there's a live stream there. At the moment it shows a beautiful view of the camera at the starting box there. I can see, looks like some eights are starting to come into the chute, so they'll then be directed into the starting box. I recommend if you can follow that on YouTube, sometimes it's really handy as well. Of course, listen to the docile tones of the commentators. There's 4 of us on deck today again. Myself, followed by Millsy, then Will ex-Hoxton, and Ian Cartwright. So in that first event of the day, and the girls under 17-8, just the A final, we have 10 crews. So in lane 1, we've got St Andrews. Lane 2 and 3, we've got Rangaruru College. Lane 4, we have Colombo College. Lane 5, Christchurch Girls High, then followed by St Andrews College again. Rangaruru again, St Margaret's College, Christchurch Girls, and then the far lane, lane 10, St Margaret's. Just another thing to think about while we're here today is that we've got these food vendors along the foreshore there and up just beside the rowing shop. There's a rowing shop there as well, so you can get coffee at these places. There's Mr. Whippy, of course. I highly recommend Steve's ice creams, particularly when she gets warm and you need a bit of a calorific boost. Delicious. There's a waffle place next door to them, which I've occasionally had. I'm a celiac, so gluten-free. They do gluten-free waffles as well. Very tasty, nice energetic boost. And of course, there's Meridian, who are one of the major sponsors, or the naming right sponsor, and you'll see them all over the place around here. rowing, South Island Rowing and the Southland clubs really appreciate the support we get from Meridian and all our sponsors, of course. So Lake Ruataniwha, a man-made lake. I think most people know that, though we did hear someone at the Otago, a young woman, a young athlete down at the foreshore, saying that she heard the lake was man-made. So yes, it was. It's a dam, as we know. I always wondered about where the taniwha came from before the dam, but apparently the name of this the lake is after a Ruataniwha station, a local sheep farm. So I'm guessing the two taniwhas were hanging around there in the bush or something, and then now they live under the water, which we notice when the weather gets rough, they're getting a bit stroppy. But Millsy will fill you in on that. He likes to fill us in about the two taniwhas. And I can see that the first 8 looks like it's got itself. That's lane 5. Girls under 17-8. Who would that be? Christchurch Girls High School. Yes, it looks like the uniform. Not long now, so in about 7 minutes we should be underway, all going well. Right, just a notice here again, just to remind you, the day sheet is available. It's a gold coin donation, and that's at the Secretary's office, which is underneath the control tower. It's also where the lost and found is. So, yep, I find it's much easier to have a physical sheet, I find, unless using it's IT sometimes. So, see what events are coming and stuff. So, I recommend you grab one there. Also, Mark Sutton. Could Mark Sutton please come to the Secretary's offices? We have something of yours handed in. So, Mark Sutton, if you can come to the Secretary's office, we've got something yours if you'd like to collect it. Thanks. Well, kia ora koutou, we're about 2 minutes away from race start. A lot of changes going on, so we may find sometimes that we think crews are in the event, they're not. Just that it's hard to keep up at the moment with a number of changes coming in my commentating sheet, but we'll do the best we can. Rowett is actually up to date. Lining up in the starting box, and as I mentioned, in from lane 1 to lane 10, we've got St Andrews College 2, Rangiruru 3, College 1, Christchurch Girls 1, St Andrews 1, Rangiruru 1, St Margaret's 1, Christchurch Girls 2, and St Margaret's College 2. Those inside lanes are usually the best lanes. So in lane 5, Christchurch Girls High School 1 had the fastest time yesterday. They're in lane 5. On either side of them, Columba College and Rangiruru Girls, that's the next fastest. No, Rangiruru Girls in lane 7. So those middle lanes. And they're away. Stage, it's pretty hard to tell who's in the lead, but it looks like they're actually coming up. They got away from me while I was busy doing something else. They're coming up to the 500-metre mark, which is the island there, the island. Like potentially in lane 7, Rangiruru Girls School may have a bit of a lead here. It definitely looks like those three across the middle. Rangiruru's going from maybe Columba College in lane 4, Christchurch Girls in lane 5, St Andrews in lane 6, and Rangiruru 1 in lane 7. That the girls just now getting a clearer view. The girls, Christchurch Girls High School 1 and lane 5 have a slight advantage over the other boats, not by much. Just also a Rangiruru 2, which is lane 3. There looks like those two are reasonably in sync with each other, but the two in between is potentially St Margaret's and Rangiruru. I know it was Rangiruru 2, could be back a bit. See, the light's a bit dull at the moment. Not coming. They're coming up to the. They've got about 200 to go, and they'll be at the 1,000-metre mark, and they'll start to get clearer. Like St Andrews College 1 in lane 6. They've made a little bit of move there. They do look like they've pulled themselves slightly ahead. Beside them, it does seem that Rangiruru 1 has potentially responded there. They're coming up to the 1,000 now, and we'll start to get a much clearer view and a better angle. I'm going to have an eye on the camera as it comes through, actually. Oh no, it is quite a spread out fleet. As the camera comes across, does look like that lane 7, 6 and 5. So working backwards, Rangiruru 1, St Andrews 1 and Christchurch Girls High are the three leading teams at the moment. With St Andrews College 1 having like a half a boat over Christchurch Girls and Rangiruru on one side. But Christchurch Girls have just 1,000 must be their call. They've actually put a bit of speed up there. And I can see them moving up a lot quicker on that St Andrews 1 crew. Rangiruru, Cox and Grace O'Connor, and she'll be talking hard, I'm sure, and so will Robbie Miller and St Andrews. They probably want to try and hold a little peak ahead of them, keep on top. Definitely got the arrow shape, which is what you expect when the middle lanes is where the fastest boats usually go. You would expect them to be the faster boats. It's looking like St Andrews College 1 in lane 6. Currently have the lead. And then maybe 2 across and then Colombo College 1. Are they putting a bit of a spurt on responding? They look like they may have moved up a little bit. It does look like it's lane 6, 7 and 8 are now making the pace. Christchurch Girls in lane 5. They were the fastest qualifier, but they're not. No, they're up there as well, actually. St Andrews College, it seems to me they're the ones making all the seating at the moment. Or right beside them, St Andrews College, Christchurch Girls 1, lane 5 and lane 6. It looks like they've probably got half a boat maybe over the next boat, which is on the far side, Rangiruru 1. But I think that St Margaret's have just, Christchurch Girls down, have just put the foot down a little. Have they moved ahead a little bit quicker? They're coming up to the 500 metre mark. I'm looking for the yellow boys. Come through first. Can't see yellow in the water. See those 3 crews there. Christchurch Girls, St Andrews and Rangiruru are the leading contenders at the moment. They are the ones looking to get the first, second and third spot in the A final of the girls under 17 coxed 8. Race 147. Coming through now, they're obviously out in front of your stands where you're watching this event, so you'll probably get a slightly better view than me. It does look like the Christchurch Girls actually have the lead here, and I'm going to call it when they get through to the hitting the yellow boys to see who cuts through first. Coming up now, it looks like it's going to be Christchurch Girls. Boom, yep, they're through. Right on their tail is, St Andrews. This is very close. The St Andrews and Christchurch Girls, they've pulled ahead of the other boats. Now Rangiruru 1 doesn't seem to be hanging on there. And in the meantime, we've got Rangiruru 2 coming up inside lane 3 that might actually challenge the Rangiruru 1 crew. But it does seem like that St Margaret's have now slowly pulling away. They perhaps have seat number 2 ahead. So that's Canvas and seat 2 ahead of the St Andrews crew. Have responded. You can see the rate go up. They're picking up. They're now moving. They've pulled ahead by seat 4. So now they've got half a boat over the St Andrews crew. St Andrews crew are hanging in there. They should hopefully get second. But this Rangiruru 2 crew are really coming through over top of the Rangiruru 1 crew. In the meantime, this Christchurch Girls have pulled out almost a boat length. They're going to get, number 8 seat, 6 seat, 7 seat through. Yes, they're ahead, followed by St Andrews College. And Rangiruru 2 have come through and rolled over top of the Rangiruru 1 crew to take 3rd place. Quite an exciting finish, followed by the second Rangiruru crew. Now we have the St Margaret's crews coming through. Meantime, the Rangiruru 3 crew on the inside here are having a challenging, looks like the other Christchurch Girls' second crew. Well, St Andrews College in lane 1 here have come through over top of the St Margaret's College 2 crew in A10. So now that's the end of the girls under 17 coxed 8. The next race that's already down the track, race 148, boys under 17 coxed 4 final. This is an A final only. So in this event at the moment, I've got 9 crews made up of in lane in lane 1. They're coming up to thousands. I'll quickly whip through the first names. Lane 1, St Andrews College 3. Fletcher, George Lewis and George Fanahan. Cameron, James Steele is the cox. Christ College 1, Sam, Toby, Max, Seb and Gabriel is the cox. St Andrews 2, Henry, Targ, Keelan, Jack and Hunter is the cox. Wairo 11, Toby, Aiden, Logan and Willem are the rowers and Jack is the cox. St Bede's 2, Alex, Yonghia, Daryl, Andy and Lucas the cox. St Bede's 1, Alex, Brody, Carter, Cooper with Matthew as the cox. Lane 7, Scratch. Lane 8, Otago Boys 1, Henry, Ben, Toby, Zach and Hunter as the cox. Shirley Boys 1, Otto, Finn, Oliver, Aidan with Vadim as the Cox, and St Andrews 4 on the far side, lane 10, Samuel, Hugo, Logan, Hendrick, and Lily Prophet as the Cox. And they're coming through the 1,000 now. It looks like, as expected, perhaps those middle lanes have their event. So we've got lane 6, looking like lane 6. That's St Bede's College 1. Did they have the fastest time? Actually, the fastest time, sure, 2:09. Might have been St Andrews College yesterday. Anyway, St Bede's College 1. Coming through there in lane 6. Closely tagged by St Bede's College 2 in lane 5. So they look like those two are pretty hanging on to each other, definitely within striking distance. Then maybe over Otago Boys in lane 8, but they dropped back a bit. There's a bit of a... Then we come to a line up on the inside lane. So what do we got? Wairo and St Andrews College there. I would say it's Wairo and St Andrews College at this stage and Otago Boys High. They're going to be going for the 3rd spot. Of course, we get those quick finishes like we just saw in the previous race, but in the meantime, it does look like it's the 2 St Bede's crews that have the lead. St Bede's 1 in lane 6 and St Bede's 5 in lane 5 lane. St Bede's 2 in lane 5 are in 2nd place. Looks like the Wairo crew in lane, no, Christ College crew there in lane 2. They put a beat, there's a beat going up there, and so is St Andrews beside them responded. St Andrews College 2. We're coming through. We've gone through the 500 already, so I couldn't see who was in the lead there at those yellow boys. But now we've got the St Bede's one crew. They've actually looked like, are they picking it up a bit? These are under 17, coxed 4. Boys under 17, coxed 4. 2 St Bede's crews battling it out to get that gold, get that line honour. And it certainly seems like St Bede's 1, perhaps they've. The 2 boats have got clear water over the next boats. It does certainly like St Bede's 1 perhaps has half a boat length over at St Bede's 2 crew. Then we're possibly going back to a Christ College crew, I'm thinking. Is it Christ College in lane 2 there? Currently holding into 3rd spot, though. They are being challenged by Otago Boys over in lane 8 there, but we can see that as they come through the yellows, these 2 boats from St Bede's are coming through the yellows with St Bede's 2 probably, looks like they're a stern canvas behind the St Bede's 1, and they are both just pulling away from the rest. They're showing a lot of clear water there, while inside here in lane 3, that'll be St Andrews. Yeah, St Andrews there in 3rd place, not Christ College, sorry about that. St Andrews boys coming through and pulling ahead in 3rd place. So Otago Boys on the far side is responding, and the rest of the boats are dropping back, although inside St Andrews College there is Wairo 11 who are trying to put it on, but I don't think they're going to hold them because St Andrews College are really pulling away. But in the meantime, we're coming up to finish. St Bede's 2 are dragging down St Bede's 1. They're now at the rear front Cox seat. They've now got a canvas to go, and each stroke they're making at least half a metre over them, St Bede's 2 going to roll over top. I don't think they've got enough time. St Bede's 1 take it by maybe a metre. They took a metre over St Bede's 2. Then we come back to St Andrews 1 here, who looks like they've got 3rd place locked up, rowing nice strong there. St Andrews College 2 come through to take 3rd place. That event was won by St Bede's College 1, Alex Walters, Brodie Clements, Carter Connell, Cooper Titan Lecky, Cox by Matthew Casey over their fellow school, Alex Cowan, Huang O, Daryl Lynch, Andy Peterson, and Luca Dredge, the Cox. Both Cox, are they coached by the same coaches? Oh, no, they're not. St Bede's 1 is coached by Aaron Maxwell and Thomas Polo, and St Bede's 2 is coached by Dale Mayer and Charlotte Charter. Hear the beep as the final boats come through. I'm just going to move now on to the girls under 15B finals. Far side in this event, we've got Otago. St Andrews College 4 coming through in the 9th spot for the boys under 17, Coxed 4. Rightio, so now girls under 15B final. And in this event, according to this, we've got scratching by Christchurch Girls College. So there are 9 in this event. In lane 2, Oamaru 1, Molly, Bella, Evie and Amelia, Cox by Isla Capel. North End 2, Sophie, Marley, Claudia, Olivia and Taylor Nutting, Cox as the Cox. Wairo 2, Hannah, Lily, Georgia and Ali, Sarah as the Cox. North End 1, Ava, India, Amelia, Ruby and Margot as the Cox. And Margaret's College 1, Grace, Elizabeth, Sophie, Eliza and Lucy Johnson as the Cox. Marion College 1, Lexi, Esme, Olivia, Asher Annabelle as the cox. North end 4 in lane 8. Jessie, Anya, Sophie, Brian, and Grace as the cox. Wairo 1, Maggie, Liv, Daisy, Ruby, Penny as the cox. And Otago Girls 1, lane 10. Jordan, Isla, Kira, Lara, and Lara and Ruby is their cox. Now to the 1,000-metre marks, and it looks like very much to me that the boat, perhaps is lane 2 there, Oamaru, have got a clear water over the rest. No, it's not Oamaru, it's North End 3. North End 3, yes, North End 3 have at least 3 or 4 boat lengths over the other boats. Now, just a quick announcement, I've already mentioned this before, but for Mark Sutton, if Mark Sutton could please come to the Secretary's office, DGH Sutton, telephone found in Boat Park. Secretary's office is below the control tower, it's below the commentating tower there, and is also, that's where you get your lost and found, and that's where the phone is. Mark Sutton, there's a phone being found, and it's in the Boat Park, and it's at lost and found. Anyway, getting back to the girls under 15 coxed quadruple sculls B finals. Most of these are also probably novice rowers as well. But it seems like this North End crew of Sophie, Marley, Claudia, Olivia, and Taylor, nutting and coxing them in lane 3. Have got clear water over the other boats. And what are they coming up to now? They come up to the 500-metre mark. Not far off, but the rest of the boats looks fairly even. Oh, what's this I'd say, maybe that boat on the far side there. That could be Wairo 1. Wairo 1 there are in the second spot at the moment. Wairo 1, and then inside, oh, there's a scratching there in the middle by the look of it. Over here, make sure row it just to check I've got the right things. It's Meridian College. Back a bit. Oh no, Meridian College is back a bit there. North End 4, so it could be Meridian College there actually. Also in that second and third spot contention. Definitely the North End 2 are setting the pace at the moment. Oh, I think they could be getting dragged down. By the Meridian College crew. And over on the far side, Otago Girls 1, Otago Girl 1 and Wairo. They look like they're neck and neck now. Maybe Wairo's only half a canvas ahead. Then we come across the Meridian College crew. But then on this inside lane, lane 3, we've got North End 2. North End 2. Well in control. Now that second and third spot looks a bit more like a lottery now because that North End 1 crew in lane 5 there have moved up. They're moving up quite quickly at the moment. It looks like lane 1's probably in lane 3. Lane 2 and lane 4 might have dropped back a bit. Coming up to the 250-metre mark, this North End crew, this North End 2 crew of Sophie, Marlo, Claudia, Olivia, and Taylor as a coxing, looking very nice coming through here. Timing, good all length, very good for under 15s. On the far side, we've got these 2 crews, Otago Girls and Wairo. Wairo might be just over there, but it's all coming through. Yep, here we go. We've got another North End crew, the one in the middle there. That'll be North End 5, is it? North End crew 2 in lane 3. They do still have the lead, but they're going to get pressure there. I think that Wairo crew on the far side of Maggie, Liv, and Daisy and Ruby, coxed by Penny Soper. Penny Soper's probably put the word out. They're making a move. They've already, but all of them are now on the 250 mark, and they're actually making a move. Meanwhile, Otago Girls on the far side, Jordan, Isla, Kira, Lara, and Ruby have responded. But will they take... Oh, the Wairo crew stopped. Wairo crew in the far side have stopped. Do they catch a crab or something? Oh, this is going to knock them back. They've stopped. They still may get the third spot. There's a fast coming Oamaru crew here in lane 2. Have seen the opportunity there. Or even the, is it the Meridian College crew there? No, the other North End crew. But as we see, that's just coming up now. We can see for the B final, it looks like this North End crew here. And lane 3 have come through to take the first spot. Otago Girls high on the far side get the second. And Wairo will actually complete the third. Unfortunately, I think they would have been in this good spot for the second. And we're just going to move on because that's the B final. We've got the A final. It's already at the 1,000-metre mark. And in this race here, we've got, at this stage, I've got 9 crews with 1 scratch. So 10 crews, 1 scratch, 9. Lane 1, Timber 11, Amy, Heidi, Neve, Ella, Coxed by Daisy. Cashmere 1, Neve, Laura, Eliza, Zoe, and Ivy's the Cox. Whakatipu 2, Ariana, Isla, Cinnamon, me, excuse me, Mimi and Charlie's the Cox. Whakatipu 3, Jessie, Liberty, Posey, Annie and Bella's the Cox. Whakatipu 1, Kira, Caitlin, Scarlett, Caitlin, Jess the Cox. Waro 3, Charlie, Izzy, Emma, Poppy, and Hayley is the Cox. Lane 8, scratch to lane 7, Christchurch Girls scratch. Lane 8, Dunstan, Bailey, Millie, Meg, Charlotte, and Amira is the Cox. Rangiru 1, lane 9, Jasmine, Lily, Eddie, Zoe, and Charlie is the Cox. And Burnside 1, Mercy, Lucy, Courtney, and Harriet, with Evie, Nathan as the Cox, and lane 10 there. So there's 3 Whakatipu crews in this event. So obviously they're doing very well, and they're doing very well on the racing as well. It seems to me that the, what's this? The crew in lane 5, Whakatipu 1, has a slight lead, perhaps over their compatriots in lane 4, Whakatipu 3. Just the other side of them, we've got the Waro 3 crew. They are in probably 3rd place at the moment. Oh, no, what's this? We've got a bit of a challenge with Dunstan Arms. Dunstan Arms over there. You don't count Dunstan Arms out over in lane 8, so they could be in that 2nd or 3rd spot, maybe even challenging that 1st spot. I'm going to watch those yellow boys. And inside lane here, we've also got Timaru. Timaru 11. This is the A final of the Girls Under 15 Cox Quadruple Sculls Race 150. They're coming through quick, that Timaru's crew, but I think they're just a little bit off the pace to be able to take these Whakatipu and Dunstan crews. The 2 Whakatipu crews, 1 and 3, and Dunstan, I would say it's Dunstan. So this looking all at the moment very much like a Central Lakes District wrap-up final, or whatever you want to call it, for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. They're coming up to the yellow boys now. I'm going to say this is the 250 mark, and we're going to have Whakatipu 1 coming through first, Whakatipu 3 just sitting on not even closer than the tail. They're probably that bell ball. Whoa, actually that's really close. Oh, yeah, so maybe half a boat length over them. So Whakatipu 3 is challenging Whakatipu 1 for that gold medal. On the far side, though, we've got Dunstan. The foot's down on Dunstan. This Timaru crew in lane 1, Timaru 11 in lane 1 here are really coming through quite quickly. But they've got a bit of work to do to catch up. But the Whakatipu 1 have responded. They've upped their pace. You can see them moving. They've actually pulled away. But Whakatipu 3 are now coming back. They're coming back on them. They're coming up. And now holding each other steady. Dunstan are flying over the far side. They're flying to try and get through. Just as this crew in the inside lane here from Waro, they're trying to push it through. Waro 3, they're probably going to miss it though. They may be going for 3rd. But meanwhile, the Whakatipu 3 are drilling down on the Whakatipu 1. They're coming up on them. They're now at the 1 seat. The 1 seat. They're holding them there. Whakatipu 1 are holding them. They're going to win by canvas in seat 1. But Waro are flying through. Are they going to roll over Dunstan? They're also now at canvas in seat 1. I think it may just be a little bit too late. No, it's Dunstan. Take it. Just take it. So it's Dunstan. So the race for that one is lane 1, lane 5, Whakatipu 1 are the first for the Girls Under 15 Quadruple Sculls A final. Whakatipu 2 in 2nd, and Dunstan 3 with Waro 3 in 4th. Flying through at the end, and Timaru 11 in lane 1 also coming through quite quick. And now we've got the men's Premier Single Sculls final. This will be an all event, so there's only the A final. I can't see any scratchings on my list at the moment, so let's have a quick look through here. It seems to me we've got, oh my goodness, they're already at the 500 mark. They must have reached them pretty quick. They're fast, aren't they? Okay, lane 1 to lane 10. Avon 1, Scott Shackleton, Dunstan 5, Henry Clatworthy, Avon 2, Jimmy Middleditch, Cure 1, Alex Fletcher, Dunstan 1, Angus Kenny, Dunstan 4, Sam Barnett, Dunstan 2, Jack Pearson, Canterbury 1, Tim Chapman, Ashburton 1, Gerald Hall, and Avon 3, Joshua Clark on the side. Is this going to be a Dunstan wrap-up? They've got 1, 2, 3, 4 boats in this. Is it going to be another Central Otago win? So let's see. It does look like there's Dunstan crews in the making here. We've got lane 5. Is it lane 5? Dunstan Arms 1, Angus Kennedy there. Then we go over to Jack Pearson in lane 7. Jack Pearson and Angus Kennedy, both the Dunstan Arms. They looks like they're fighting out. They're coming up to the yellows. No. Dunstan Arms won. He was first through the yellows. Dunstan Arms 2 is second. Who's going to get third, though? We've got Avon on the far side. Has he come up through the 250 mark? No, it's another Dunstan crew. It is Dunstan's 1, 4, and 2 at the moment. The order would be 1, 2, and 4 for that winning position. But no, I'm changing that now because I can see that in lane 7, it does seem like that Jack Pearson, he's put his foot down. He's now challenging Angus for that number 1 spot, for that gold medal. Angus is responding. The rate's gone up. Probably shorter, maybe shorter in his reaching his angles, but he's pushing it through. Oh, he's just lifting now. He's powering away. He's actually powering away. Each stroke's taking him a metre away. He's picked it up. He's very quick through there. In fact, Jack better watch out for Sam Barnett for Dunstan Arms 4 coming through very quickly on him. I know he's holding off by a boat length. So Angus Kennedy put the foot down. He's taken it by now a boat and a quarter, followed by Jack Pearson, and then followed by Dunstan Arms 4. And I didn't even, who was that one that came through quickly then? That was the other Dunstan Arm rower, Henry Clatworth, I think, came through in 4th. That was a very quick event. So, wow, let's see what. Now it's the men's single sculls final, also an A final. And we've got how many boats in this? Any scratched? I can't see. Oh, we've got more Dunstan crews. So let's see, from lane 1 to lane 10, Dunstan 4, Jed McIntosh, Dunstan 3, Angus Lowe, Wairo, Liam Collins, St Thomas of Canterbury, Carter Baxter, Dunstan 5, Hamish Yeatman, Dunstan 1, Matthew Amiri, Canterbury 1 in lane 7, Angus Cole, Whakatipu 1, Sebastian Watson, Dunstan Arm 2, Josh in lane 9, and Cure 1, Lewis in lane 10. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Dunstan crews in this event now. They're going to be another Dunstan Day. Let's have a look. Looks a bit spread out from here. They're coming up to the 500 metre mark. They've just gone through the 500 metre mark. Definitely there's a couple of Dunstan crews in that. Oh, what's this crew on the inside? Is that Wairo? Is that Wairo 1 there? Liam Collins in lane 3. He's looking like he's in a good spot there at the moment. Come across here, and I'm thinking it's coming across to Dunstan Arms 1, Matthew O'Meary. Is that Matthew O'Meary? Arm 1's Matthew O'Meary. Any other Dunstan rowers around him? No, some of them are back on this event. Oh, perhaps also maybe Dunstan Arm 5's Hamish Yeatman's in there, perhaps in the second spot. It does look like Dunstan Arms 1, Matthew O'Meary, does have the lead at the moment with this. Wairo rower has actually upped his rate. He's coming through. He's pushing it along a bit. Matthew Murray looks very relaxed there. He doesn't look like he's putting too much in, but as I know from running the thing myself, there's a lot of effort goes into it. But he's got a clear lead now. He's just pushing himself away. Matthew Weary in lane 6 there. Himself away. He's in a good spot. He can eye all the other rowers, so if nothing changes there, he will be in for the goal. But the silver is going to be it's going to say cluster, I shouldn't. It's because it's going to be tight. We've got lane 2. Oh, gosh, me. I think it's lane. I'm getting confused now. Lane 3, lane 5. No, here we go. They made their mind up for me. Lane 3 from Wairo, Liam Collins. He's also got his foot down. Good drive there. I can just see his boat lift with each push. He's actually making ground on the leading boat there, Matthew Murray, but who's pretty he's actually caught up with him. He's now only a boat length away from him. He's coming through very strongly in second, but he does have it wrapped up with Dunstan Arms 5. Hamish Yeatman's coming through to take the gold. So in the order of the events for there, we had first Matthew Murray, Wairo 1, Liam Collins, and then Dunstan Arms 5, Hamish Yeatman for the silver. As you can hear the beat, they all came through pretty close. So now right behind them is the Women's Premier coxless quadruple sculls. Another final. 1, 2, 3, 6 in this event. We've got lane 3, Avon 2, lane 4, Avon 1, Cure 1, Canterbury 1, Dunstan Arm 1s and Wairo. And then those crews we've got, right, Avon 2, Sam Rankin and Tyler Stewart. We've got Avon 1, Claudia and Greta, Cure, Mila and Messina, Canterbury, Toby and Shannon, Dunstan Arm 1, Millie and Olivia, Wairo 1 on the very far side in lane 8, Lily and Grace. a bit of a spread on this here, so it does seem that some crews have it well in control. It would be, looks like to me, potentially lane 3. That's the Cure crew of Millie Graham. Oh, there's 4. God, here it was. I was only reading out the first 2 rows in each like it was a double or something. I need to clean my reading glasses again. So it's Cure anyway, which is Mila, Messina, Madison, and Sasha. I would say they are currently in the lead there, but then we've got this Dunstan crew over the far side that look like they're in quite a nice spot. Dunstan 1, Millie, Olivia Pybenga, Olivia Key, Emma Biddle. And sandwiched between them, these are the first 3, sandwiched between them is Canterbury 1, Toby Reed, Shannon Cox, Becky Chuk, Stella Cook. They're the 3 boats that look like they're the ones that are going to set the pace on this. The other boats, they've got clear water back to the next boats by at least 3 or 4 boats. They're coming up to the 250 mark now. I'm just going to see who's going to cut through first. You know, it looks like to me it will be actually the Dunstan Arms crew. Dunstan Arms crew are coming up. No, I think it's the Cure crew at this stage. No, it's the Dunstan Arms crew, sorry. It is the Dunstan Arms crew. They've got that first pace. You can, right now they've picked it up. The 250 there would have been a call. They're away. All the other crews are responding. Canterbury 1 has responded. Cure 1 have responded. Back to Avon. Avon 1 have also responded, but they are about 4 or 5 boat lengths back. But Cure are now coming through quite quickly under Canterbury. They're both pushing that Dunstan there. Dunstan still has a boat length over Canterbury, and Canterbury probably has half a boat length over Cure. But they are really reaching it. The rating's gone right up. Quick, very quick hands. You can see them pushing along, but Dunstan are being pulled down. Canterbury are walking the dog on Dunstan. They're now up to the stroke seat. I don't think they can do it. They're now up to seat 3. Cure, in the meantime, are now up to seat 4 on Canterbury. It's going to be quite close here. I'm going to line up my thing here. No, it's fallen the way it came through. Dunstan Arms 1, Millie Scott, Olivia Pybenga, Olivia Key, and Emma Spittle. First, second is Canterbury, lane 6. Toby Reed, Shannon Cox, Becky Chuk, Stella Cook. And then third, Millie Graham, Messina, Suala, Madison Neal, and Sasha Robinson. Third. Coming through in 4th place was Avon 1 of Claudia Kinder, Greta Hawke, Ariel O'Sutherland, Katie Bell. Then the second Avon crew in lane 3 here, Sam Rankin, Tyler Stewart, Tori Cox, and Poppy Wyndham. And just over the far side, we've got the Wairua 1 crew of Lila Stella, Grace Stacker, Lexi Timpson, Millie Van Rensburg. That was the women's premier coxless quadruple sculls. Now on this side, coming up to the 1,000-metre mark, is the women's under 19 coxed quadruple sculls. This is also a final only. I'm just going to turn my mic off for a quick drink of water. I won't be long. Rightio, the women's under 19, Cox Sculls A final. This is scratching in lane 2. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 boats in this. In lane 2, we've got Union 1, Charlie, Tanisa, Ruby Bell, and Michaela. In lane 4, we've got Timaru 11, Abby, Emily, Lila, and Annabelle. Oh, sorry, in the previous race, Cox by Jamie, and Timaru's Cox by Tessa. Kashmir 1 in lane 5, Thea, Millie, Alira, Charlotte, Cox by Eliza. Lane 6, Marion College 1, Abby, Neve, Charlotte, Sophie, Cox by Olivia. 7, Otago Girls 1, Katie, Lizelle, Millie, and Cox by Meg. And lane 8, North End 1, Sienna, Georgia Cockburn, Georgia Graham, Lola Castles, Cox by Holly Chisholm. They're coming through now. It looks like pretty much to me, as you'll probably see out in front of you now, that it is the Marion College crew there in lane 6. Lane 6, Marion College 1 of Abby Pinford, Neve Devlin, Charlotte Peterson, and Sophie Davis, Cox by Olivia Burke. So I have a reasonably good lead over there, this crew just inside them. Now, what crew would that be? Is that Kashmir, I'm thinking? Yes, it is. Kashmir 1 currently hold the second space. So these crews have got clean water between them and each other, for that matter. Kashmir 1, Thea Moody, Millie Brooks, Alira Clare, Charlotte Clatworthy, Cox by Eliza Omega are in second place. Are they going to challenge this Marion College crew? Not Meridian College. I'm going to take that back. I think that's North End. Oh, a few swap rounds. You know, it's the Meridian College crew. We've got a boat length over this Cashmere crew. Boat length over the Cashmere crew. Well in control at the moment. They just can keep their eyes in the Cashmere crew. The coxswain there will be urging her crew on, but they're both responding now. I can see that Meridian crew has really just picked it up a little bit. Cashmere are as well. They're trying to catch them to get that gold spot. They are actually, I think, creeping up on them, maybe a foot at a time. No, Meridian College know this. They've now starting to pull themselves away by about a foot at a time. So looks like the Meridian College 1 crew in lane 6 are very likely to take the gold, followed by the Cashmere crew, and then clear water back to the Timaru crew of Abby Hurst, Emily Card, Lily Grant, Annabelle Talbot, and Tessa Westgaith as the Cox are going to get a clear third. So quite a spread out event this. Working hard. You can just see now as the Timaru crew coming through, looking strong, looking good. Get that third spot. Then we come back to Otago Girls, North End, and then Union 1 on the inside here. Side lane. So rightio. So that's the women's under 19 coxed quadruple sculls. Right. The next is the men's open coxed octi sculls. The good old octies. So that's a newer kind of boat, I guess. It's 8 people, 2 and sculling. There's only 4 in this. St Andrews College have scratched. So in lane 4 to lane 7, we've got Christ College 1, Whakatipu 1, Shirley Boys 1, and Otago Boys High. They're coming up to the 1,000-metre mark now. So I'll probably quickly go through names. Christ College 1, Robbie, Leo, Tom, Ollie, Johnny, Thompson, Charlie, Cooper, and Alex Innes is the Cox. Whakatipu 1, Liam, Zeba, Phineas, Cato, Baxter, Honre, Ruben, Baker, and Charlie Pagan as the Cox. Shirley Boys 1, over there in lane 6. Lucas, Sam, Fergus, Zach, Luca, Charlie, Callum, Ethan, and Oliver Young is the Cox. And Otago Boys High on the far side in lane 7. Angus, Bede, Will, Digby, Lucas, Miles, lost my spot there, George, Charlie, and Alistair Nicholson is the Cox. It looks like to me from here that this Whakatipu crew, coxed by Charlie Pagan there, and yes, the golden boats are Whakatipu, they're in the lead there, just inside over the Shirley Boys High School. Boats can move pretty quick, make changes pretty quick, so you can't always count out even if they just pace back at this point. And we're going to the third spot, which would be the Otago Boys High on the far side, and perhaps Christ College on the inside there. So those two were going for the third. There's only 4 in it, so one's going to miss out on honours. It does look like the Dunstan crew are comfortably sitting over top of this Shirley Boys High School crew there over in lane 6. Old centipedes of boats. What's that? It's 100, so not quite, but anyway. Well, there's quite good timing going there. The boat's ticking along quite nicely there. That Dunstan crew and that Shirley Boys High crew. I think there's nothing in this between that first and second pace. I just noticed now that the 2 outside crews, Christ College and Otago Boys, have just crept up a little bit. So maybe they've picked it up there early, maybe at the 500-metre mark, because they're coming up to the 250 mark now. And it looks like that Dunstan have actually picked it up a bit as well. Their coxswain, who's their coxswain there? Whakatipu, not Dunstan, my apologies. Charlie Pagan, he's probably put the word on, look, let's just move it away from them. Let's just put our foot down here. He's moving it away from them now. Shirley Boys have just cut through the 250 now, so they are definitely behind. Not by much, though. It probably looks like less than a boat length, so they can actually probably take them. Although Dunstan now have picked up. Their rating's gone up, probably gone up 2 clicks, I'd say, and so Shirley Boys have responded. But the Dunstan crew does look like they have a little bit more synchronicity there, going with their blades in and out of the water over the Shirley Boys High crew, and they are creeping away. They are creeping away, probably half a metre at a time. They've now got a boat length over the Shirley Boys High crew, which are really putting it down. They're really pushing it hard. And inside lane here, we've got Christ College that made a move, so they've pulled themselves away from Otago Boys High to get that third position. But the Dunstan keep just ticking away. They're moving in like half a metre every stroke ahead of the Shirley Boys High. There is, I think, a lot more synchronicity there in their sculling. They're coming through very nicely. So yes, we've got it. Whakatupu 1 in first. We've got Shirley Boys High are going to come through in second, and Christ College on the inside lane here coming through in third. In the meantime, we've now got the Men's Club Coxed 8 final. Race 156, Men's Club Coxed 8 final. They're heading coming into the 1,000 metre mark now. It's a lot of big boats this morning. Of the big boats, rightio. So here we've got, it doesn't look like we've got any scratchings in this event. So lane 2 to 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 crews, 3 Avon. Lane 1, Christ College 1, James Max, Oliver Max, James Anderson. So the previous James was Reed, Tommy, Toby, and Edward Cox by Jono. Avon 3, Scott, Jamie, Harvey, Luke, Joshua, Jack, Elliot, Harry, Cox by Hazel Brown. Avon 2, William, Sam, George Jackson, Sam McPhee, Benjamin, Sam, Danny, Cox by Ella Hansen. Avon 1, Kobe, Lachlan, James, Lawrence, Bede, Benjamin, Charles, Luke, Cox by Timmy Heritage. Oamaru 1, Jacob, Cooper, Patrick, Stewart, Jet, Lachlan, Ned, Cody, Greer, Dixon's the Coxon. Dunstan Arms 1 on lane 7, Max, Jed, Oliver, Greg, Liam, Roland, Jelt, Harrison, Fred Phillips of the Coxon. The far side lane, Christ College 2, Max, Durkin, Seb, Harry, Lucas, Logan, Oscar, Will, George, and Ali Coles of the Coxon. As we can coming up now, they're actually moving along so quickly with the 8s. Took me a bit long to get through those names. They've already gone through the 500, and we can see there's an Avon crew there. Avon after a 1, 2, and 3 final. Well, they've definitely got the one spot at the moment. That would be the Avon 1 crew, is it? Yes, Avon 1 crew. Avon 1 crew at the moment look like they've got that first spot. Second could be between Avon 2 and Oamaru 1. Either side of the Avon 1 crew of these other, the Avon 2 and Oamaru crew look like they're reasonably neck and neck. The Avon 1 crew there, they're nicely in a nice spot. Stroke can look back. You can see where they are in position to all the other boats. They're coming through. They're going to hit the 250 very shortly. Oamaru crew and the Avon 2 crew, they're the ones that are battling out for second and third. There's good clear water back from them to the other crews, to Christ College. And I can't see Dunstan Arms crew, so it'll probably have a scratch. Avon 1 hit the 250 and just went down. I should say, they put their foot down. They didn't go down, they picked it up. Avon 2, meantime, are challenging. They're after the Oamaru, but Oamaru aren't going to sit around. They're also pushing it hard. Avon 1 is moving away. They're moving a lot quicker than the others. Each stroke, they're pulling themselves away from Oamaru 1. Oamaru 1 are responding well to Avon 2, and they are holding them. They're holding them. No, Avon 2's creeping up on Oamaru. Avon 2's creeping up on Oamaru. Avon 1 have got this now. They've come through. They've just keep each stroke they take. They move half a metre faster than the other boats. Oamaru is going to hold off this Avon 2. The Avon 2 are coming through really quickly. Avon 2 now, he's at the bow seat. He's got, half a canvas, and nah. So it's not going to be an Avon 1, 2. It's going to be an Avon 1, an Oamaru 1, and an Avon 2 as the placements of 1, 2, and 3 for that event. Oamaru did enough just to keep them held back. And Christ College are coming up to take 4th place. And then we go back to Avon 3 and Christ College 1. So that's Christ College 2 coming through. Just coming through now, you'll hear the buzzer for 4th. There's a bit of distance back to Avon 3 and then a further distance back to Christ College 2. So as those boats come through, we're now going to move to the Women's Club Coxed 8. The Women's Club Coxed 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in this event. Right, what are we? Race 157. Okay, in lane 3 we've got, not quite at the 1,000, so in lane 3 we've got Kashmir 1. Zoe, Isla, Karishma, Abby, Rose, Lucy, Zoe, Marley, and Reagan Kelly's the Cox. Wairo 1. Iris, Lucy, Paige, Trinity, Georgette, Lily, Anna, Eliza, and Molly Hoban is the Cox. In the middle there, Dunstan Arms 1. Emma, Lola, Neve, Maggie, India, Ali, Bella, Olivia, and Ruby Smith is the Cox. Lane 6, Avon 1, Julia, Samantha, Jessica, Emma, Kate, Sienna, Isabella, Cara, Brignall's the Cox. This is Christ College 1, you heard they're coming through on the beeper. And in lane 7, Canterbury 1 for the Women's Club, Cox State Final, race 157. Stella, Toby, Chelsea, Meredith, Kate, Lauren, Georgia, Libby, and Zoe Sullivan is the Cox. So they've come through the 1,000 now. It looks like the middle boat's there in the middle. That's probably a Dunstan Arms 1, I'm thinking. It's Dunstan Arms 1. It does look like it's Dunstan Arms 1. They've got a good bit of water over the boats either side of them. Wairoa 1 and Avon 1. Wairoa 1 and Avon 1 are possibly the boats that are now looking at the second and third spot at this stage. It doesn't mean they're not aiming for the gold over Dunstan 1, which does look like they've at least got probably a boat and a half, maybe two over the Avon crew, and then across to Wairoa, and then just inside Wairoa is the Cashmere crew, maybe half a boat length back from the Wairoa crew, but I wouldn't count them out at this stage either. Oh no, they look a bit further back than that. Actually, I'm just saying, right behind these Cox States is the. Oh no, it's the Women's Masters Coxless doubles. They're just getting themselves lined up at the 1,000-metre mark there. So it's the Dunstan crew. They're in charge at the moment. They're in charge over the Avon 1 crew. Avon 1 crew. And coming back to maybe third now, I think, is the Wairoa crew. They've definitely dropped back a bit. They could, their third place position at the moment could be challenged by Cashmere, because they'll be focused on trying to pull back the Avon and the Dunstan crew. Stage, yes, Avon and Dunstan have got clear water from Avon back to the Wairoa crew. They're sitting on top of Avon at the moment. They hold them off. I suspect they possibly can. We'll never know. Till the end. These two boats here are coming through. They're getting up to the 250 mark now. 50 metres away. Changing the rating. Will they change it to 250? Will the coxswain put the call out? Will Ruby Smith and Ashley can put the call out to pick up the rating? They're coming up. Dunstan are now coming in. They're just about to go through the 250 boys, and they're going through them now. Now Avon has gone through as well, so they're about 4 seconds behind this Dunstan crew. They've got clear water back from the Wairoa crew, which has got a comfortable third position, and Dunstan Arm have just upped the rating a bit. They're not actually moving that further away from Avon, so Avon are responding as well. They're holding on to them, but they're not making any ground on this Dunstan crew. Looked like from me, they've got now a boat and a quarter over the Avon crew. Now they've really picked it up, so maybe they aim to the 100-metre mark to really push it. Dunstan crew look like they've got a higher rating. Oh no, not anymore. Avon just really gone for it now. Avon looks strong, we're pushing well, but their rating was a bit lower, but they've now really picked it up. Dunstan's rating slightly down on them, but they're still going to win by at least almost a boat and a half length, and then we're coming back to the Wairoa crew there, and who's comfortably in third place. Wairoa 1 take third, and then we'll go back to Cashmere 1 and lane 2 here for fourth, and Canterbury 1 on the far side for the lining up the 1,000-metre mark is the Women's Master Coxless double sculls. I just had a wee note here. So in this boat's event anyway, we've got there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there's 7. It's the Women's Masters double sculls. 7's in the events, and Canterbury in lane 2, Canterbury 1, Amandine and Adrian. Lane 3, Wanaka 1, Victoria and Chelsea. Lane 4 is a composite, so that's Wanaka and Cromwell composite. So Maud from Cromwell and Erin from Wanaka. Lane 5, Wanaka 5, Belinda and Lizzie Ritchie. Now, I just got told today that apparently Lizzie Ritchie is a learn to row. This is her first regatta, and she's probably only had, she's learned to row. She's probably had less than 7 rows. And meanwhile, Belinda, who's stroking that boat, this is her first regatta in 22 years. Good luck, you guys, from Wanaka. It's good to see the Wanaka crews here. In lane 6, there's Union 1, Deb and Kirsty. In lane 7, Avon 1, Megan and Sarah. And in lane 8, Cure, Kim and Sophie. Now, these are handicap events. So they go off at different times. So for those not familiar with masters, masters are in grades A, B, C, D, and so on. So A grade covers the age of 26, yeah, young, eh? 26 through to, I think it's 30 through 35 maybe. Then from 35 to 43, it's B, and then so on. Then it gets a bit smaller. So when you get to 50 to 55, it's D. 55 to 60, it's E, and so on. They add the ages, they divide by 2 to get the grade, and then there's a handicap difference. So in this race, which is already underway, lane 5 and 6 were grade E, so they went on go because they're an older crew, an older boat. Then outside them were Ds, 3 Ds. They went 5 seconds later, and then C went 10 seconds later, and then lane 3, Wanaka 1 of Victoria and Chelsea, they would have been let loose 13 seconds later. The handicap system because they're B, so they're the youngsters. They'll be B's, the range of something like 35 to 43. Stage, it looks like the Union 1 over the far side, Union 1 in lane 6 of Deb Heimers Rose and Kirsty Mahoney. E grade, so it looks like they're in the leading position at the moment in the double sculls, the women's masters coxless double / pair. They would have combined pairs, but I don't see any pairs out there. Other than the current lead position, Union 1, so they were in E grade, so they went on go. They've got good clear water back here to lane 3, which is the Wanaka Composite crew. Maud O'Connor from Cromwell. Yeah, she's a nutty rower. I've seen her row, so she's and Erin from Wanaka. So they were a D, so they went 5 seconds later. So they've managed to pull themselves. They've made up that 5 seconds and now in the second spot. Then just inside them, it would be the Wanaka 2. That's Belinda and Lizzie. They're these ones that have, well, one hasn't rowed for 22 years and the other has learned to row, so has probably had less than 7 rows, and this is both, I think it's their first regatta, or it might be their first season for the learn to row. Anyway, they're doing really well. They've got the 3rd spot. They were E, so they went on go as well. They have been overtaken by the Wanaka Composite crew that went 5 seconds after them. But then just outside them, though, they need to watch out. This Avon crew and Megan Johnson and Sarah Middleditch in lane 5, who had 5 seconds start behind them, they're coming through quite quickly as well. I can tell you, though, it looks very clear that this Union crew are looking very strong. Deb and Kirsty, Union 1 there, are looking very strong. They've probably got maybe 6, 7 boat lengths over this Wanaka Composite crew. Then we're looking at boat length back to the Wanaka 2 crew, but coming outside the Wanaka 1 crew, Victoria and Chelsea are challenging that Wanaka 2 crew, and over the far side we've got the Avon 1 crew of Megan and Sarah challenging them. So there's 3 boats there looking for the 3rd, looking to pick that 3rd spot. Then we come back to Canterbury 1 and Cure over the far side. The Wanaka Composite crew rowing very easily here, looking very strong, pushing their way through. As I said, they've probably got maybe now 5 boat lengths over the composite crew who've tried to are definitely picking up their rating, trying to pull it through. Maud and Erin there. But who's going to get this 3rd spot? It does look like the Wanaka 1 crew of Victoria and Chelsea are going to row over these. I'm going to call them novice rowers of Wanaka 2. They've rolled them over into 3rd. They've rowed past them quite strongly. Got a boat length over them. So that would be. So Union won by about 3 boat lengths over Wanaka Composite 1, which won by about a boat length over Wanaka 1 and Wanaka 2. Avons came through on the far side. They couldn't hold themselves, couldn't maintain it up there, followed by Canterbury 1 and then back to Cure. Rightio, women's novice double sculls, the B final. The B final. They're already coming up to the 1,000-metre mark. Looks like we've got full crews in this. So let's see the B final from lane 1s to 10. Whakatipu 3, Ariane and Xanthia. Avon 51, Mila and Bridget. Kashmir 1, Aurora and Holly. Union 2, Christy Lee and Aika. North End 3, Lila and Amelia. Whakatipu 1, Amy and Mimi. Invercargill 3, Amelia and Millie. North End 2, Sophie and Sophie. North End 4, Olive and Anya. And Wanaka 1 on the far side, Millie Ann and Chantel. Coming up to the 1,000-metre mark here. It's looking like those middle lanes have possibly in the lead here. I'm going to oh, there's a lot of reflection on the water right now. It's a crew being pulled out. I can't quite see. It looks like potentially gap there in the lane. So anyway, go back 10, 9, 8, 7. That looks like potentially lane 7. Invercargill 3 of Mila and Millie Hackett might be in the lead here. Just going to quickly check the row to make sure that this is race 159, that there's been no scratchings. No, there's nothing showing there, so there must be a boat far back. As I mentioned yesterday, sometimes these novice crews can be quite spread out, but over the years, as the rowers improve and you get different levels of experience in novice, they start to even out when they move into the later grades in the following season. Potentially lane 7, but there's that far crew. Who's that over the far side there? Actually, I missed them sneaking up. That looks like Wanaka 1. Millyanne Stewart and Chantal Thurston over there on the far side. I maybe have that first spot, and it is potentially Invercargill there in lane 7. Mila and Mila Sheehan and Millie Hackett. The coaches Ian Hamilton and Kate Tardy. Kate Tardy was a rower herself, so she's actually only about 19, but she decided that she preferred to get into coaching, so she's learned to coach and officiate as a novice coach official 18 and doing a really good job with these first year novice young rowers, just supported by Ian Hamilton there as an very, very experienced coach. Coached some world champions, that man. We've got maybe, is it lane 3? Looks like there's missing boats here. I can only see in this event 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 boats. So that does make it a bit harder. So I'm going to guess that there is lane 3. That would be Kashmir, Luria Lind and Holly Gundry there potentially. No, maybe that's lane 4, Union 1. I can't actually see their colours. I think it is Union 1. Oh, I would say it's Union 1 there. So that's, Union 2. Christy Lee Jackson, Aiko Sato, coached by Connor Frahera. That's lane 4. So looking like it's between them at this stage. Cargill have dropped back, them at the stage, and over the far side, that Wanaka 1 crew of Millyanne Stewart and Chantal Thurston. So I would put the Union 2 crew and the Wanaka 1 crew as in the lead at the moment. I'll see if they're quite spread out, so it's hard to gauge who comes across the yellow boys first. The Invercargill crew, who are looking promising early on, have dropped back a bit, and they look like they've been rolled by North End 3, Lila Wall and Amelia McKeever for that third spot. Also, just in that third spot, there's this crew coming up, which would be the Kashmir crew of Aurora and Holly Gundrell. So the third spot for this B final is pretty much up in the air still, I think. Particularly, there's 2 North End crews coming through, but for the winning spot, is it going to be Wanaka 1? 1 and 2 has been fought out by Wanaka 1 and Union. So Union have gone through the boys, yellows. I think they've gone ahead of Wanaka. Not actually 100% sure. No, I think Wanaka over the far side looked like they're actually, I noticed they've just picked up their rate as well. That they're actually just slightly ahead of this Union crew. We'll get a clearer view shortly. You can see it out in front of where you guys sit, so you've probably got a better view than me. So that's the 2 crews coming through for the first and second at this stage. It looks like it's Union 2 and Wanaka 1. Either of those crews can take this at the moment, but they've got about 2 or 3 boat lengths back to other wall. Union have just dropped their foot down too. They've gone. They're going, and they're actually, I think, moving a bit faster than this Wanaka crew over the far side. Yes, I think they are. Their rating's up, but they're actually moving the boat a bit quicker, and they are. They're rolling over top of this Wanaka crew over the far side. The Union crew are coming through very strong. Each stroke they're taking, they're moving about, I'd say 2 metres almost over the Wanaka crew. Wanaka crew are going to get challenged by North End 3 here. North End 3 are flying through. Kashmir 1 are also flying through. They're chasing down North End. Wanaka over the far side, better watch it. That was Union coming through because North End and Kashmir are flying down over on top of Wanaka. I think Wanaka have just done enough, and so have North End 3 to take that third spot in the women's novice final. That was Invercargill. You just took another North End crew coming through. Sorry, Whakatabu crew and North End coming through now. Right, I'm now just going to go to the Women's novice double sculls. I'll just do the A final, and I'll hand over to Millsy. He'll take the men's novice cox 4 through the women's novice double sculls A finals. They've just coming through about the 1,000-metre mark now. So full boat event here from lane 1 to lane 10. Invercargill 2, Trinity and Tizzy. Canterbury 2, Lauren and Lily. Canterbury 1, Georgia and Natalie. Timaru 2, Greta and Ella. Burnside 1, Courtney and Harriet. Invercargill 1, Lily and Shakayla. Whakatipu 4, Island Liberty. Avonside girls 1, Kate and Kira. Timaru 12, Heidi and Mackenzie. Burnside 2, and lane 10, Olivia and Mercy. Looking to me like over the far side, those far lanes have got the lead at the moment. It looks like there's pretty good clear water over there. Is that Timaru 12, which would be Heidi and Mackenzie there? It's count through these boats, some gaps there. It only looks like there's 9 boats in this event here, 9 boats. I'm wondering, I'll just go to check out Rowett to see if one might have been scratched. I wouldn't think they'd want to scratch this. No, there's no scratchings there. So they're got a boat in the middle here, is looking quite strong as well. Who's that boat? Potentially an Invercargill boat. I'm not getting good visual here. The glare, the sun's coming out. There's a bit of glare off the water here now as well. Could be in lane 6. Invercargill 1, Lily Clark and Shakayla Brown, coached by Ian Hamilton. Lily was a good coxswain for years. She's had a few medical issues, but once that's sorted, she's now turning out to be a very strong novice rower. And of course, she's got all that cox brains to go with it. The next coxswain myself, like Mills here, we know that cox brains are invaluable when you go rowing. Like there, it could be Invercargill 1. Invercargill 1, just over on the far side from them. Is that Avonside or Timaru? I'm not actually seeing this very well. It's Timaru. It's Timaru. Timaru 12. That's Heidi Harper and Mackenzie Harper. So they're up there. So they look like the 1 and 2 spots. Although to be honest, it's pretty not. They maybe have a boat length back clear water to the next boat. So that's not actually that far. What's going on the inside lanes here? We've got this lane 3, Canterbury 1, Georgia Williams and Natalie Walsh. This third spot's looking pretty tight, although just from inside of Invercargill there, Burnside 1 of Courtney and Harriet. I think they've just picked it up a little bit. They're just moving a little ahead. They're moving up into third spot there, although the inside crew of Invercargill 2, Trinity Duncan and Tizzy Masadia, are coming through reasonably quickly. Are they going to get that third spot? Maybe, but in the meantime, it does look like Invercargill 1, Lily Clark and Shakira Brown from the deep south, Invercargill Rowing Club, the Oriti River. I'm from Aotearoa and Bluff, but we house some of our boats there, and I use their showers, great showers if you're down there, you need a wash. They're coming through very strong. They're looking like they're going to might take this A final, but they got challenged. They are being challenged by Timaru 12, Heidi and Mackenzie. Heidi and Mackenzie have definitely moved it up. They've picked up their rating a bit. Invercargill crew maybe rowing a little bit short, I think. But not saying anything, otherwise Ian will have words to me. Very nice man, Ian Hamilton, coach. But they are both crews are picking it up. Invercargill responding. Their stroke rate's up. They looking across. They can see this Timaru crew coming through them. They're both moving very quickly. I think Timaru may be making a little ground on them. But in the meantime, we've got this inside crew of Burnside 1 are also motoring down. They're going to claim the third. There's good clear water back to them for the next Invercargill crew, who are trying to hold off the inside crew of Canterbury 2. But Invercargill 1 have pulled away beautifully. They've now got over a boat length, boat and a quarter over this Timaru crew. Meantime, Burnside crew are coming through quickly. But Invercargill 1, Lily Clark and Shakira Brown have just won the gold in the women's novice double sculls. They'll be very pleased about that. I can tell you, who isn't pleased when you win a gold. Far side, we had Timaru 12, Heidi Harper and Mackenzie Raymond came through to take second. And then Burnside 1, Courtney Capon and Harriet Gorman came through on the third spot. Great race. Right, I'm going to hand this over now to the man Millsy. He'll take you through to the next stint.
Thanks, Frank. Well, if there's anybody out there walking around in circles and don't know where they are, they're at the 2025 Meridian Energy Canterbury Rowing Championships. Big regatta for the new season, building up to the bigger regattas later on in the season. Welcome along, everybody, especially that big crowd down there at the 300. We always appreciate your support. Don't forget the row shop is open. There's coffee in there as well. We've got Erin down there with her coffee and Drew. We've also got Mr. Whippy going. The canteen is open and the row shop is open as well. So support all those facilities, guys. All the proceeds of those go back into South Island rowing, as we all know, so get in and enjoy it. Thanks, Frank. We're up to race 161 of the regatta. It's the men's novice coxed 4, Shirley Boys 2 down in lane number 1. Their number 1 crew in 2, St. Bede's 2 crew in 3, Wairau in 4, Timaru in 5, St. Thomas of Canterbury in 6, St. Bede's 1 and 7, St. Andrews 1 and 8, Otago Boys High School 9 and 10. Our computer doesn't show any scratchings. And sitting right out in front, inside that last, into the gold boys they go. It's the crew from St. Thomas of Canterbury. Coming out of lane number 6, St. Thomas of Canterbury under the guidance of Jack Dunn in the coxswain seat. Doing a good job. There's a little bit of pressure coming on from the inside. Timaru always finish off very fast. They were in the gold boys. These two crews have opened up a big gap now over the rest of the field, and that's followed up by St. Bede's number 2 crew. Then right in the middle of the course we have St. Bede's number 1 crew, and I think Shirley Boys down on the inside, just slightly ahead of them is that St. Bede's crew. Wairau in the middle of the course back. We go back to the leading crew though. They're not going to be able to pick them up. Look at the hand speed of Timaru. They're just really cranking it up to try and pick up to see if they can take the title for 2025. Goes down on the top side of them, St. Thomas of Canterbury. It's going to go back to the Selwyn River. St. Thomas of Canterbury will take the title for 2025 for the Canterbury Rowing Championships over Timaru. Huge gap back to the rest of the field, which is the 2 St. Bede's crews off their big training camp off Lake Dunstan. Starting to show form again. Wairau squeezed up between them. Down the inside, we've got Shirley Boys. And then we go back right across the far side to the blue boat across the far side. I thought that was Nelson, but it can't be Nelson. It's the second St. Thomas of Canterbury crew. Right. We've got a special announcement from Safety Control, guys. We've had a special announcement from Safety Control. Parents and spectators are not allowed in the boat park. So please take that on board. Rowers, managers and coaches that are getting this call, make sure any of the parents or spectators associated with your club, let them know they are not allowed in the boat park. That's a no-no. Don't forget, collect your shoes and your bottles that are always left down on the launching pad down there. Collect them. If you're not collected by the end of the day, we're going to raffle them at next regatta. Right, your regatta moves on to the boys under 20, the under 16 double sculls. It's a B final. St. Bede's 2, Wairau is 4, St. Bede's 3, Christchurch Boys, Wairau 2, St. Andrews 2, St. Bede's 1, Wairau 1, Cashmere 1, Christchurch Boys 1. And if you've got a day sheet, you can get a day sheet along at the Secretary's office with a gold coin donation. You can pick that up to see what's going on. We've got a beautiful example of the flared effect here in this B final of the boys under 16 double scull. That's the way it should be, the fast lanes. If you're a novice spectator and you wonder what Mills is talking about, the flared effect, you should have it, the centre lanes are the quick lanes from the heats yesterday. and they flare out to slower lanes out to the outside and down to the inside, and this is a sure example of what it should be end up like as they come down the race. And it's Wairau. Wairau sitting out in front. That's Jesse and Matthew that's just sitting out in front, and the left-hand shoulder of them, they've got Christchurch boys, Matthew and Rome. On the right-hand side of Wairau is the St Andrews number 2 go, Hugo and Oliver. These three crews have sorted themselves out. Then we come down the inside again. Christchurch boys, we're looking at about a length and a half between all these crews. Length and a half back from Wairau to the leading, to the inside crew, which is Christchurch boys. And then we go another length and a half back to the top side, which is St Bede's. St Andrews just back off a little bit. Good rowing from the B final of the under-16 double sculls here at the 2025 Canterbury Rowing Championships. Main sponsor is Meridian Energy. Get in behind the facilities. I think this cloud is going to burn off, so just be aware that you need to take on water and slip, slop and slap and wear your hat. And congratulations to all crews that raced yesterday that made the final, and also congratulations to all the crews that didn't make the final. For as we say, blessed are the losers, for they create the winners. The A final, Ashburton composite with Oamaru down on the inside. We go out to Burnside. Shirley Boys 3, St Thomas of Canterbury in one of the fast lanes. 5 is Shirley Boys 1, Timaru, Wakatipu in 7, Timaru 31 in 8, Otago Boys out in 9, St Thomas of Canterbury 2 out in 10. Oh, it's got a pretty close here, but they have a look from the bow side outside. 1, 2, 3, 4 coming from lane 4, one of the fast lanes, and Timaru out further, a couple of lanes out further. So that's 4, which is Christchurch Boys High School. Oh no, that's 4 is St Thomas of Canterbury, who are having an excellent regatta. St Thomas of Canterbury was Timaru. 2 Timaru crews eyeballing each other on the fast lanes as well. Timaru's got a slight advantage over St Thomas of Canterbury. Then Timaru's number 3 crew, another 2.5, 1 length back from there. Stroke man from St Thomas of Canterbury looks out to his left. We'll go out there as well. Burnside, Oamaru, that's who they're worried about. Oamaru to try and take off 3rd place. It's Timaru. Timaru sitting in front. They've got a length and a half over St Thomas of Canterbury. St Thomas of Canterbury got a length and a half over the 2nd Timaru crew. Wakatipu trying to stick their gold boat up in between all of them, but they're a little bit too far back because they're well inside the 100-metre buoy line. Timaru, oh gosh, they've got a beautiful run on their boat, that Timaru combination sitting out in front. Let's see if we can see who's doing the coaching there. Brian Smith and Blake Parker for the Timaru crew. Beautiful control of the water. And just saying that, they just copped a little bit on the bow side. They'll go down and take the buzzer and take the title for 2025. It goes back to the little estuary at Timaru. St Thomas of Canterbury length down, then the Timaru 2nd crew, and then after that she's firing. It's Wakatipu through. Targa Boys on the top side. Down on the inside is Shirley Boys, Burnside, and one other one. Great racing here at the finals. Titles going to the winners. Girls under 16 Cox quadruple sculls, race 164, go out of the 2,000 metre blocks down the eastern end of the lake, the mighty Lake Ruatana for the Lake of the Two Monsters. An 8:38, they are smack bang on time. Mr. Justin Wall and his assistant starters down there doing a very, very good job of getting these boats away every 4 minutes. Out of lane number 1, Wakatipu's 3. And then we go outside to them, we go north end 1, Wakatipu's 2, Wairau's 1, Ashburton is 1, Burnside's 1, Timaru's 1, St Margaret's College is 1, and Wakatipu 1, and Columba College 1. So Wakatip, the only club that's got 2 crews in this, the girls under 16 Cox quadruple scull final, and they've just gone through the 1,000-metre peg. Oh, it's coming from a wee bit wider out than the centre lanes. Coming from lane number 7. Coming out of lane number 7, it's Timaru again. We're seeing those white with the blue braces. I think the crew inside them, Timaru, the 3 crews outside Timaru, St Margaret's, Wakatipu 1 and Columba College are all just back off the pace a little bit. Maybe Wakatipu up in there with a chance of a third as they go into this third 500. Down on the left-hand side of the leader, which is Timaru, is Burnside. Burnside there has got a couple of lengths advantage over the crew on their left shoulder, which should be Ashburton. And then just off the pace a little bit is Wairau's 1, Wakatipu's number 2 crew, getting along really nicely down there in lane number 3. Oh, aren't we seeing some real fireworks come from the Wakatipu squad? We saw their Octi earlier on in the day, very impressive. So they've got a very strong under 15 squad and they've got a very strong under 16 squad. Next boy line they get will be 500 metres out, and that's when it comes to Marty Cup time. You've got to start thinking of seriously, really cranking those crews up. Timaru. It is Timaru still sitting out in front. Burnside on the left-hand side. Wakatip's number 2 crew. Oh, it's Ashburton on the left hand. It's Burnside, Wakatip, and Wairau together in the middle. Then we go on the top side of the leading crew. We go to St Margaret's. They're just back off the pace a little bit, the St Margaret's crew. I thought they would have been a little closer than that. Wakatip's number 1 crew, they're up in line for a third placing as they head down towards the yellow boys. Timaru sitting in front. There's no challenges coming whatsoever. The left-hand side of them, always been there, has been Burnside, and pressure going on Burnside from Ashburton. They're the 3 crews. Then we come down to Wakatipu's. The Wakatipu's number 2 crew has got an advantage over the number 1 crew. So Wakatip seat racing going on out there. And then we go right out the very far side to Columba College. Back in the middle of the race, it should be St Margaret's, just back off the pace a little bit down the inside. Wakatipu 3 in North End, just behind them. Inside the 100-metre buoy line, Timaru goes. Showing the Craighead oars and the Craighead boat, so it'll be a crew out of Craighead, I'm pretty sure of it, as they head down towards the buzzer. Title's going back to the estuary again, 2 in a row for Timaru. Big pressure going on. Ashburton putting some real pressure now on Burnside. Burnside, I think, off the Avon River. And Ashburton off Lake Hood, of course, down to a half length they're just hanging on to it. Burnside takes the silver if they were dishing them out, the bronze. And the very fast finishing Wakatipu's number 2 crew. Out the far side, Wakatip's number 1 crew. And their number 3 crew down on the inside. Didn't pick that up before. 3 crews out of Wakatip. Men's under 19 Cox 4 final. Well down the course. We've got Wairau, Christchurch Boys 3, St Thomas of Canterbury 1, Christ College 1, St Bede's 1, Christchurch Boys 1, Christ College 2, St Thomas of Canterbury 2, St Andrews 2 and Oamaru 2. We should see the action coming from the centre lane. St Bede's and Christ College. Pretty good example of what's going on out there, and it looks like the white of Christ College. St Bede's alongside them on their right-hand shoulder. So it's Christ College's Daniel Wilson doing the coxing for Christ College, and of course Matthew Casey's doing the coxing for St Bede's, one of Dale Ma's crew. The under-19s, the big guns at school level. These guys will be setting themselves up for Marty Cup. Christ College always very, very competitive at Mardi Cup, and St. Bede's always very competitive at Mardi Cup against the guns up north, Grammar and Hamilton boys, of course. So St. Bede's are only a half a length away from Christ. St. Bede's, St. Bede's just off that big training camp on Lake Dunstan. Can they pull back Christ College inside the 100-metre buoy line? Still only a half a length. On the top side of St. Bede's is Christchurch boys, all the big Christchurch crew sitting there, and then we go right out wide to St. Andrews. St. Andrews number 2's up into 4th place, and Christ College is number 2 in 5th place, just only a half a length away from there and down towards the line. St. Bede's are coming at Christ College. Christ College's tandem boat they're getting down to a canvas now. They hit the buzzer. The title's gone to Christ College. They're happy about it. Right-hand side, then Christchurch boys takes the 3rd buzzer out wide. St. Andrews takes the next buzzer. Then we come St. Thomas of Canterbury. In the middle of the course, there's Christ College is 2 down on the inside. The Christchurch boys, Wairau. Christchurch boys 3 on Wairau, and right out wide Oamaru trying to match it with the guns and the under 19s. All those crews will be under 18. You can just about guarantee it. Men's Premier Coxless 4. I got a funny feeling that Avon will get somewhere in this. The Men's Premier Coxless 4. Out of lane 3, Avon 4. Out of lane 4, Avon 3. Out of lane 5, Avon 2. Out of lane 6, Avon 1. Out of lane 7, Avon 6. And out of lane 8, Avon 5. Your bet is, if you can get the trifecta, who will take the trifecta? A matter of whether it's the number 1 crew in front. Coming out of lane 4, so that's the Avon number 3 crew. Toby Robinson, Ted Main, Hunter Pether's boat, and Ben Allen. That's them. That's the number 3 crew that's sitting out in front. They have got themselves a length and a half advantage over 2 out from them, which is the number 1 crew. Sam, Matthew, Fergus and Harry. And then trying to squeeze their nose up in between them is the crew, the number 2 crew. So the Avons 3, then 1, then 2. Trying to squeeze up, and then we go back to the inside to 4, and then we go out wide. There's one missing somewhere. They most likely took the wrong turning and will end up down in Bluff. So it's Avon 3, over Avon 1, over Avon 2. Then we come back to Avon 4, and we go out the outside to Avon 6, or Avon 5 it is. I think Avon 6, like I say, they'll be away down the channeling system somewhere. Avon will go down. The title will go to the Avon River in Christchurch for 2025, the Canterbury Rowing Championships. The number 1 crew will take the 2nd buzzer, and the number 2 crew will take the 3rd buzzer. We'll just see what crew's missing from the outside. It's either 5 or 6, so it's 8, which is 5. So it's Avon's number 6 crew that's not out there. Might have to, like I say, send the helicopter down the channeling system. They took the wrong turn at the 150-metre mark. Those days have gone. 167, race 167, out of the 2,000-metre blocks at 8:50. They should be on their way, and we look up the course and they are on their way. It's the Women's Premier Coxless pair with some college crews in there. The premier grade for any novice spectators is the top grade of rowing, and we're starting to get school kids entering in the premier grade and competing very competitively. And we'll have it here. Rangi Ruru's got a crew out here. Samantha Parker and Brooke Harper. They were in lane number 3. Lane 4 goes to Avon 3. Avon 1 is in lane 5. St. Margaret's 1 in lane 6. And St. Margaret's 2 looks like could be scratched. Again, we talked about it yesterday. This is the grade that selectors look at as the premier grades, and especially the coxless pairs. They're quite a difficult boat to actually row, and you've generally got to be quite strong to be able to row them, and you've got to have two people in the boat that are very even with strength. Otherwise, they go around in circles, not having a coxswain in them, of course. Originally, pairs used to be coxed at rowing. Looking at a program yesterday that was 1966, and it was the New Zealand Secondary School Rowing Championships on Waihola. There was 21 schools entered at the championships there on Waihola for the secondary schools, and there was 17 crews entered in the Māori Cup race. There was no pair racing, there was only fours and the 8 race. And it was won by Wanganui, of course. And it took 4 hours to run over 1 day. So it was a 1-day Māori Cup regatta over 4 hours. 1966 on Waihola. There wouldn't be many around here that would know about it. St. Margaret's getting along very, very nicely on the outside. Avon in the middle. And then Rangiruru, there's two crews not there. There's only Rangiruru, St. Margaret's and Avon in the middle, but it's St. Margaret's right the outside. Coco's in there, she's in the bow seat. We saw her yesterday perform exceptionally well. St. Margaret's got a commanding lead over Avon. Avon's got about a 2-length advantage, maybe 2 1/4 lengths over Rangiruru. We go back to the leader, St. Margaret's, out of this very strong coaching panel out of St. Margaret's in Christchurch. They're going to go down and take the title of the Meridian Energy 2025 Canterbury Rowing Champions back to the school. The premier grade, so this is good rowing. These guys will be setting themselves up for Māori Cup, I'm sure. Be very, very strong coxless racing in the Māori Cup. Māori coxless pair racing came back into the Māori Cup in 1999 in Lake Karapiro. Down towards the line they go, they'll get the buzzer, take the title. Avon will take the second buzzer and Rangiruru will take the third buzzer. Just starting to get a few scratchings now. We talked about it yesterday with all the heats, rowing 3 or 4 or 5 heats yesterday and sitting around in the sun. I actually mentioned that you always come to the final day and you find you'll get all the scratchings because they're absolutely out on their feet because they haven't done things correctly. And now we're starting to see it. We've got the women's senior coxless pair oared again, with a couple of scratchings. Rangi's number 2 crew out of 3. If you've got a day sheet, Oamaru out of 4. So we should have St. Margaret's down out of lane number 2, Wairau in lane 5, St. Margaret's 1 in lane 6, Wairau's 1 in lane 7, and St. Margaret's number 2 crew in lane 8. So St. Margaret's got 3 crews out in the seniors. Not quite through the 1,000-metre peg yet. And I tell you what, there's not a great deal separating the 5 crews coming from the centre lane. Coming out of lane number 5. So lane number 5 was Wairau 2. Oh, I hope I've got that right for you. Looks like Wairau with a very, very slight advantage on the right-hand shoulder. We've got St. Margaret's number 1. And then we go to Wairau's number 1. There's not a great deal separating the 2 Wairau crews. I think they were 1 and 2 in the heat yesterday to get the faster lanes. St. Margaret's squeezed up in between them. None of those girls have swung around and chucked their heads around to look, and these are senior premier rowers anyways. And then on the top side, we have that crew from St. Margaret's, number 2. So it's great racing from the outside. Then there's that gaps in the middle from the scratchings. And just back off the pace ever so slightly is St. Margaret's number 3 crew. So it's come down to the 3 crews now. Wairau 2, St. Margaret's 1 and Wairau 1. There's just a wee bit of a drift off. St. Margaret's number 2 crew just starting to feel the pinch coming in through this last 1,000 metres. Wairau doing a great job. Always very competitive, Wairau from the top of the South Island. Here they go out here in this third 500. And like I say, a lot of these rowers have had a very big day in the sun yesterday. And now they've got to come out and do all the finals and try and take titles today. It's a big call. You wouldn't run 2 marathons in 2 days, that's for sure. We see an awful lot in some of the lower grades. We see a little bit of the oars getting caught on the side for novice spectators, and that what we call a crab, where the oar just grabs a little bit deeper in the water and drops the boat to one side. The fastest boat is the boat that can stay nice and level on the water, not being dropped down on one side. They're not easy boats to row. You can have a go. You can join it as a masters if you're older and have a crack at it. Another one that upsets these boats an awful lot is these heads getting turned around, looking at the opposition to see where they are. And sometimes we see the heads swing around like the Exorcist, you know, click, click, click. So it's Wairau. Wairau still sitting in front. St. Margaret's have moved up alongside the Wairau number 2 crew. Well, it's actually the number 2 crew that's sitting in front. It's the Wairau number 1 crew have had their second place taken over from them. It looks like Wairau are going to go 1-2. St. Margaret's in the middle, and then we go back 2.5 lengths to the outside lane. St. Margaret's number 2, and they in turn have got about 3 to 3.5 lengths over the number 3 crew down here on the inside. Wairau's going to hit those gold buoy. They're inside the gold buoys now. They're going to hit the 100-metre buoy line. Just a little bit of splashing coming up that's not warranted. Ideally, you want a little bit, what they call a little bit of a backsplash coming from the blades. There was a couple of big ones there that weren't backsplash. That's coming from the leading crew. But why should you criticise when you're sitting out in front like that? They'll go down and take the title for 2025. It'll go up to the top end of the South Island. They're in Indian file as they go down to get the buzzer. Wairau, St. Margaret's 1, Wairau 1, St. Margaret's 2, and St. Margaret's 3. Race 169. Boys under 15, Cox 4, straight final. Got Cashmere down in lane 2. St. Bede's 2 and 3. St. Thomas of Canterbury's 1 and 4. St. Bede's 1 and 5. Timaru 3 and 6. St. Andrew's 1 and 7. Wairau 1 and 8. And St. Thomas of Canterbury's 2 and 9. We should see the action coming from St. Bede's, Timaru, maybe St. Andrew's, and maybe the second crew from St. Bede's was pretty strong in their heats as well. Five and 6 are eyeballing each other. They're through that 1,000-metre peg. They're in the third 500 now. 5 and 6, which is St. Bede's and Timaru eyeballing each other in the centre of the course. That's where it should be. They're the fast lanes. That's where we thought. We just thought St. Thomas of Canterbury might have been up a little bit further. Or St. Thomas of Canterbury are right there as well. But it is the crew in the dark colours. It's St. Bede's sitting in front. They're sitting in front. They've got about 1.5 lengths over Timaru. Timaru's only got about 1 length over St. Thomas of Canterbury. They have moved away from the rest of the field. We then have to go back to that St. Bede's number 2 crew. Cashmere, I can't see them there. Oh, Cashmere's a fair way back. That's not like Cashmere. They've got some problems back there. We'll just check. See, they haven't got any gear problems. Yeah, there's a problem in the Cashmere crew. I knew they should have been a lot closer than that. So there's a problem right back there. And then just have... can't see St. Thomas of Canterbury on the outside. See St. Andrews. I can't see anything outside them. Just not getting crews going to the start. St. Bede's. Timaru boys, they'll start to crank it up. Timaru, you watch them go inside the yellow boys. Watch the hand speed of the stroke. You'll see both crews are clocking at about 35 now. We'll see who cranks up first. St. Bede's are tall boys. Gosh, they're big lads from St. Bede's. Just a little bit shorter from the Timaru crew. Timaru's going to have a crack at them. No, they go into the yellow boys this time now. St. Bede's would have about 3/4 of a length over Timaru. Nobody's cranked up yet. Timaru's first to move. Timaru's just moved now. St. Bede's are going to try and do it with power. Timaru are going to try and do it with hand speed. Then we go back to St. Thomas of Canterbury. They are about 2.5 lengths down off the leaders now. They're quite happy to row home for third. They're not going to pick up the leaders. Then we have to come down the inside again to the St. Bede's number 2 crew. Timaru are picking up St. Bede's. 100-metre buoy line, they're only within a canvas of them now. St. Bede's is still too slow with the hands. Timaru's got the hand speed. We just talked about it. It's coming down to feet. It's coming down to about 2 feet now. I think St. Bede's have got a good enough run on their boat. They've just woken up to the fact that Timaru's right alongside them and there's a canvas in it as they hit the buzzer. St. Thomas of Canterbury will take the third buzzer. Then we go back to St. Bede's 2, across the far tide, St. Andrews, and obviously St. Thomas of Canterbury and Wairau are not there. Men's Club Single Sculls, race 170. It's a B final, Ashburton on the inside. Dunstan Arm in 2, Twizel 3 and 3, Wairau 1 and 4, St. Andrews in 5, Canterbury's 2 and 6, Targa Boys 2 and 8, Dunstan Arm 6 and 9, and Cure Boating Club in 10. And we see 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8. We see 8 crews. Again, we're just going to have to find our way through it to see who's not there. Lane 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5's all there. So. Canterbury looks as if they have an advantage. Lane 6, it's coming out of lane 6. That's Canterbury 2. St. Andrews inside. And there's dark, light colours again on the outside. That could be Otago Boys. That's Otago Boys. And then right out, we see Cure Boating Club. So Dunstan doesn't appear to be there. Should be another one that's not there, but we won't worry about that. So it is Canterbury. Absolute brilliant rowing conditions on the lake. Just a little bit of a lump earlier on this morning if you've just come in, woken up and decided to come along. Water conditions are considerably better than what they were first thing this morning. Targa Boy's trying to move on Canterbury, but he's about 2.5 lengths down. If we go on the left side of Canterbury, we've got the St. Andrews sculler, and ahead of them all, coming out of 1, 2, coming out of lane number 3, is Twizel, which is young Luca Mains Upson from Twizel. So we're a bit disappointed yesterday he never made the final, but he looks like he's going along a lot better today. Come on, Luca. Yes, we gasp out to his right. Don't let that head come around like that lady that was in the bed. Targa Boys doing a good job sitting out there. The Canterbury still holding on to that lead over Otago Boys. And then we come down to Twizel. Twizel clearly up into third place, and he's bringing along with him Dunstan Arms, number 7 crew, Angus Hanning for Dunstan Arm. These are the first 4 crews as they head through now, just starting to lift off a little bit as the St Andrews sculler has moved up alongside him as the Canterbury. Well, St Andrews is just nothing between them and Canterbury's 2 crew. Inside the 100-metre buoy line goes the Canterbury sculler. Then we have Twizel. I think Twizel's moved up into second place now, out wide Otago Boys. So it's been a good row from young Luca. He's coming home very quickly. He's up into second. We'll take a look at this row of boys. Clearly up into second now. Twizel, only by about a canvas over Otago Boys. Canterbury's taken the B final out. Twizel's taken the second buzzer. Then Otago Boys. Then the Dunstan Arm. Wairau, it is, I think, Wairau, St Andrews, Ashburton down the inside, across the far side is the crew from Cure. Right, we better just go and pick up the A final for you. That's the A final of the men's club single sculls for the Meridian Energy 2025 Canterbury Rowing Championships. Don't forget those facilities, guys. It must be near morning tea time where you can get some coffee down there. Don't forget that if you don't want to wait in the queue down there, you can go to the row shop. I think they've got a coffee machine going there. Now, it won't be long before you'll be able to get a truckie's lunch, a pie and a can of Coke from the shop. And Mr. Whippy, of course, Steve is a big stalwart of South Island rowing. He's in the kitchen all the time helping out, and when he's not in the old Mr. Whippy van. Right, in lane number 1 we have Dunstan 4. In lane 2 we have Avon 5. 3 we have Otago Boys. Then we have Wakatip 3, Wakatip 1, Dunstan Arm 1. Wakatip 2, Avon 1, Dunstan Arm 2 and Twizel. So Dunstan Arm have 1, 2, 3. Wakatip have 1, 2 in it as well. Avon has 2 crews in it, 1 from Twizel, 1 from Otago Boys. The A final well down through the course, and it looks like Dunstan sitting out in front. Don't know. This is Harrison Thud from Dunstan. I think he's in the lane number 6, sitting out in front. Yep, on his right shoulder. Pressure's going to come on Wakatip's number 2 crew, Harry Lightfoot. Harry, there's nothing between these 2 crews. They've opened up a gap of about 3 to 3.5 lengths now over Wakatip's number 1 crew. And then we come down the inside of that. We come to Otago Boys. Right down the inside, Dunstan Arm 4. In between them, Avon 4. Right out wide we go, Avon 1, and we go to a second Dunstan crew. That's Jelt Stook right out there in lane number 9, and then Twizel right out on the far side from there. Inside the yellow boys they go. They'll know they've only got themselves 300 metres to go, and it's Dunstan and Wakatip, the 2 lake train crews, sitting out in front, still with that 2.5 to 3 length advantage over the second dark of Wakatip's number 1 crew. Then we go Wakatip's also again, Wakatip number 3 crew. And then we go out to Dunstan Arms number 2 crew. Again we go back to Twizel. Down the inside we go Otago Boys, Dunstan Arm 4 and Avon 4. Down through the 100-metre buoy line. Dunstan's going to hang on to it. I can't see Wakatip picking him up now. Dunstan's got a nice little run in his boat. Nice, strong leg drive he has as he keeps his boat ahead of the Wakatip sculler. Really cranking his hands up, trying to pick him up, but he's up within 3/4 of a length of the Dunstan sculler. We'll get the buzzer. It'll go back to Lake Dunstan, the title. Wakatip will take the second buzzer. And then Wakatip number 1 will take the third buzzer. Then it's a photo finish between Dunstan 4 in the middle of the course. Octuple again. Right out wide is Dunstan's 2 crew. Targo Boys down the inside. Twizel out the outside. The Women's Club Coxless Quad. This will be a very competitive race. Canterbury's number 2 crew and 2, Avon's 1 crew and 3, Dunstan Arms 2 crew and 4, Canterbury's 1 crew and 5, Dunstan Arms 1 crew and 6, Cure Boating Club and 7, Dunstan Arm Composite with Twizel in 8, and Invercargill out there in lane number 9. Women's Club Coxless Quadruple Sculls. This, I think, will be very close indeed as we look down through the lake and we see the multicolours of Dunstan. And that's the multicolours. If anybody's ever wondering what the multicolours of Dunstan's uniform is, it's the colours of Clyde, Cromwell and Alexandra when Dunstan Arm Club was formed, which is the old Alexandra Rowing Club. When they went up to the lake, that was how they got those 3 colours, because they had rowers from those 3 areas rowing for Dunstan Arm. But they're not in front. There's a crew sitting in front of them. It's on their left-hand shoulder. It's wire. It looks like it's the crew from Dunstan Arm Canterbury. Canterbury, Dunstan Arm. This is the way it was yesterday, but there was only a matter of 2 or 3 feet in it yesterday. Dunstan Canterbury won it over 2 or 3 feet over Dunstan Arm. This is the way it is again. Dunstan Arm squeezing Canterbury up. They've got Dunstan Arm on their right shoulder. They've got Dunstan Arm on their left shoulder. So that's the first 3. So it's Canterbury over Dunstan Arm on their left shoulder. It is Dunstan Arm number 2 over their number 1 crew. So the number 2 crew's trying to tell Simon that they should be the number 1 crew. Take note, Simon, your number 2 crew's ahead of your number 1 crew. As they head down for Canterbury, can they pull Canterbury? Can they squeeze them up? Can Dunstan squeeze Canterbury up? Then we go from there with Dunstan, we go Cure. Cure's up into 4th place. Then we come down the inside, it's Avon. Canterbury 2's well back off the pace, also as Invercargill and the composite crew. So Canterbury said goodbye to the 2 Dunstan crews. They've opened up a length of clear water now, coming down to the 100-metre buoy line. It's still that Dunstan number 2 crew over the number 1 crew. The number 1 crew starting to crank their hands up now. They've got it down to a 3/4 of a length. Canterbury's got a length clear water from Dunstan number 2. Dunstan number 1 trying to pick their number 2 crew up. It's like seat racing on Lake Dunstan, Simon. Down towards the line they go. The title's going to go to Canterbury. It's the Canterbury champs. They've taken it out. Over Dunstan, a length clear. Dunstan number 2 crew down. They got it down to a 1/2 a length. The number 1 crew have got it down to a 1/2 a length. They'll take the 3rd buzzer. Then we go Cure Boating Club. Avon. Two crews across the far side. Dunstan Composite with Twizel, Invercargill and Canterbury 2. That's a good row from the Invercargill, the very young squad from Invercargill. Women's Open Coxed Octuple. Now, we talked about this yesterday. Open class mean that you can be any age and any grade. You can row in this, but it looks very much like the 2 open octuples that have raced here at the Canterbury Rowing Champs, full of certainly under 15s, trying to set themselves up for a crack at the octuple at Mardi Cup, I would imagine. There may be some novices, but certainly there's not premier crews out there. So it gives the younger ones a chance to row the octuples and just see how strong they are before they start to select their crews to go up north. Out of lane 1, we have St Andrews 1. Out of 2, Union 1. Out of 3, North End 1. Out of 4, we have St Margaret's. Cashmere's in 5. Wairo's in 6. Rangiroos in 7. Wakatips in 8. Christchurch Girls are in 9. And North End's number 2 crew, the only club with 2 crews in the final, out in lane number 10. So north end, of course, is St Hilda's. They will have their 2 octies out there, St Hilda's. Oh, gosh, get your camera out here, guys, and take a shot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Big 8-packers coming down the course. So if you like to take a shot and send it on to your mates, take a look as they get a little closer. We've got a full field. We used to only row the 8 in finals. There used to be only 8 lanes in finals, but over the last few years, to get the regatta through, we've had to use 10 lanes. And the whole 10 lanes have been used up here for the octo, the open octo. So get your camera out, take a shot, send it away to your mates and say, look where I am, I'm at Twizel. The crew sitting right out in front over the whole field. We'll see if we can identify who it is for you. Coming out of lane number 5, so it's Cashmere. Oh, they're on a big build off the Avon River, Cashmere. Well, yep, Cashmere sitting out in front. Gosh, the coaches have done a great job with this crew. This is beautifully balanced. The old spirit level, the old builder spirit level would go across the top of their heads and it would be right on. We'll just see who's doing the coxing for them because they got that Cashmere 8 right in the middle. Eliza. She's doing the coxing for Cashmere. I would imagine Cashmere, she would be the top coxswain out of Cashmere, I would imagine, and they have really opened up a gap over the rest of the field. Right-hand shoulder of them is Wairau. So Wairau, but they were about 4 lengths, maybe 5 lengths down off the leaders. So I'm picking this maybe one of an older crew. And then we go on the right-hand shoulder of Wairau, we go to Rangiruru. But, of course, there's a crew ahead of Rangiruru. It's coming out of 4 at St Margaret's. St Margaret's are ahead of Rangi. So we'll go back to the leader. We'll tell you it's Cashmere over Wairau, over St Margaret's. And then we go Rangiruru. And then from there we go Wakatipu. And then we go out wide to Christchurch Girls, North End, number 2 crew, feeling the pinch from the 1,000-metre peg. We come down to the inside. We have Unions just slightly ahead of North End's number 1 crew, and St Andrews just back off from there. So this crew, and like I say, generally they've all been younger crews. This crew may be one occasion where it's an older crew because this is a tidy-looking crew. Gosh, the coaches have done a really good job with this. This is a beautifully balanced crew. And I'm picking the not an under 15 crew. I would be utterly surprised if they are. And like I just finished saying, a lot of these crews will be under 15 crews getting themselves sorted out. But it is an open grade. Cashmere have obviously decided to put a more upmarket crew out there. And they are going to go down and take the title by almost 100 metres, if not more. Wairau, no pressure on them whatsoever. They've been held on to second ever since we picked them up going through the 1,000-metre peg. St Margaret's were always 3rd place. Rangiruru's getting a little bit of pressure put on them from Wakatipu. And then from Wakatipu, we go back another 2 or 3 lengths back to Christchurch Girls, a long way back to North End 2 on the far side. And ahead of them is North End 1 and lane 3. And just slightly ahead of them, Unions 1 and St Andrew 1. The buzzer in the title has gone to Cashmere. Wairau will take the second buzzer. They're through the 100-metre buoy line. That's the biggest win of the regatta so far. St Margaret's will take the 3rd buzzer, and Wakatip's crept up alongside Rangiruru and put their nose in front of them going through the 100-metre buoy line. Then we come down to this battle down on the inside. We've got North End and Union battling it off together. We go back down to the inside, St Andrews, back out to the outside Christchurch Girls, and full out the full 10, North End's number 2 crew. North End have come back and taken the lead off Union. And they'll go to the line. Great racing, ladies. Men's intermediate coxed quads. Oamaru looks like they have stretched their crew from lane number 1. Then from lane number 2 we have Otago 1. Then we have Union 1, Wakatipu 1, Shirley Boys 1, Canterbury 1, Otago Boys 2, Avon 1, Otago Boys 1 and Wanaka. Great work from Otago Boys, James. Get 2 crews into the men's intermediate coxed quad final. They're due to go out the 2,000 metre concrete blocks down the eastern end of the lake at 18 minutes past 9. They are almost to my watch ahead of time. Just check to see that it's not a printing area or down the inside where Oamaru should be. Doesn't appear to be anyone in lane number 1. Oh, well, there's 2 crews in lane number 2. One of them is moving into lane 1 now, but it's not the gold of Oamaru. So Union getting along reasonably well, but there are crews in front of Union. On their right-hand shoulder, there's a crew from Wakatipu. And Wakatipu's got a slight advantage over Shirley Boys in the middle of the course. And then we go out to Canterbury. We see the white of Canterbury again. Oh, gosh, they're having a great regatta, Canterbury. Canterbury have really put some good crews together. So it's Canterbury sitting out in front. This is the intermediate men's. It's a big, tall crew from Canterbury. Tell you what, they're so tall they're just about hitting the top of those clouds that are up there. They are big boys and they're swinging off big oars as well. Avon's 2 out from the Otago Boys on the right-hand shoulder. Canterbury, but about 2.5 lengths down. It's all coming from Wakatip. And right alongside Wakatip is Shirley Boys. There's where the action's coming from, but Canterbury have got a good lead on the rest of the field. Canterbury sitting in front. Wakatip's pulled themselves up into second place. They're bringing Shirley Boys with them, only about 3/4 of a length away. And on the left of Wakatipu is Union. Union's only about 3/4 of a length away from Shirley Boys. Then we go out wide to Otago Boys 2. It is right out wide. Avon it is in the middle. Otago Boys 1. And then just back off the pace is Wanaka on the far lane. And down the inside, which is Otago. Up towards the 100 buoy line, Canterbury. Oh, they're just cruising. They're way down on about 30, 31 strokes per minute. So that's a powerful looking crew. They're doing it with power. And they are just cruising through the course. Wakatip's hanging on to that second position. Shirley Boys have been fighting all the way over the last 1,000 metres to try and pick up Wakatip. Shirley Boys got within 3/4 of a length of them, and they've actually brought along Union with them. The Union crew going well as Dean, trying to pick up Shirley Boys before the line as well. The title's gone to Canterbury. Wakatipu gets the second buzzer. Shirley Boys the third, Union the fourth. And then we go out wide to the dark boat. And we bring on deck the chief of the commentary team, Mr. Ian Cartwright. And he will bring the women's under-17 single scull B final to you.
Thanks, Millsy. Morning, everybody. Millsy's been commentating here down at Lake Ruataniwha since 1872, so it's always good to follow him on. In all seriousness, this is Millsy's 65th year associated with rowing, been commentating here for a long time and adds a lot of colour. So thanks again, Millsy. You'll hear him a bit later on before the end of the morning. We are moving on, of course, to the girls under 17 single sculls, the B final in lane 1, Twizel 2, Lucia Yates. Lane 2, Twizel 1, Hazel Henderson. In lane 3, Burnside High School 3, Julia Mitchell. In lane 4, Burnside High School 1, Jessica Rankin. Lane 5, Otago Girls 1, Millie Hawata. In lane 6, Whakatipu 3, Caitlin Purdo. In lane 7, Timaru 11, Ella Inch. Lane 8 is St Margaret's College 1, Hannah Jones. Lane 9 is Avonside Girls High School 1, Gabby Chapman. And completing a big field, 10 in the B final, is Otago Girls 2. That's Mila Hill. They've actually got the A final underway too, but we'll just follow the B final down for a little bit. It looks like it's coming there from lane 4, Burnside High School number 1. That's Jessica Rankin. Just outside of her, 2 rows across, just ahead, I think, would be Whakatipu 3, which is Caitlin. Back inside between the two of them, Millie from Otago Girls. Then we come down into lane 1 and 2, where Twizel 2, Lucia, and Twizel 1, Hazel, look to be making up those front 4, front 5, I think. Then we go across St Margaret's College, outside in lane 10 to Otago Girls. Back we come then to Avonside Girls and Timaru 11 out there in lane 7, I think. And then back to, looks like Burnside High School number 3. Down there, Julia in lane 3. That is the B final making its way through. We'll give you the field in the A final as they head up towards the 1,000 metre mark. In lane 1, it's Columba College 1, Fenella Millen. Lane 2, Timaru 21, Scout Fiske. Lane 3, Villa Maria College 1, India Taylor. Lane 4 is Ashburton 1, Isla Moffat. In lane 5, Whakatipu 2, Amy Patterson. Lane 6, Whakatipu 1, Lucy Clark. Lane 7, Waihopai 1, Leela Jack. Lane 8, North End 1, Georgia Chapman. Lane 9, Burnside High School 2, Melissa Irvine. And lane 10, Marion College number 1, Neem Devlin. That's the A final underway and at about the 1,000 metre mark. So the one you see coming down in front of about 300 metres to go right now, that's the B final. Being led there now by Jessica Rankin from Burnside High School. Just outside her running second, Otago Girls, that's Millie Hawata. Otago Girls there in the black and white squares. Burnside just on the inside in the blue and white, the green and white verticals. Then we go outside Caitlin from Whakatipu. Those are the 3. The B final. Looking down to the A final, see what we can pick up. It looks like 1, 2, 3, lane 4 down there, which is Ashburton, Isla Moffat. Whakatipu number 2 just outside of her, probably running second. More, maybe it's close. Waihopai Leela Jack putting in a good running in lane 7. Just outside of her is Georgia from North End across to Burnside in lane 9. So as Millsy's picked up on, you can see the arrow effect, and there's a flotilla because just immediately following them, we've got the boys under 17 single sculls on their way, the B final there. But out in front of us here, B final of the girls under 17 single sculls, and Jessica Rankin putting in a great showing there. She's got into 80 metres to go, and she's got a boat length back on the outside to Millie Hawata from Otago Girls, outside to Ella, Caitlin from Whakatipu. Then we come back down into Twizel 1, Hazel Henderson, and Twizel 2, Lucia Yates. She's in the blue skull there, down in lane 1, and she's looking to lift her rating, try and get over the top of her stablemate, but it is Jessica going to take this one out from Burnside High School over and takes the buzzer now. Second will go to Millie Hawata from Otago Girls. Third will be Caitlin from Whakatipu. Little battle down here for the next placings between Lucia and Hazel. Hazel's got that just down there in lane 2, followed by Lucia from Twizel. Then we go across to Hannah Jones from St Margaret's, out to Otago Girls, Mila Hill. Back we go inside then to, looks like, Timber 11, Ella Inch. And down here to Burnside number 3, Julia Mitchell, and across the top to Otago Girls number 2. That's the B final of the under 17 single sculls. Let's have a look though at the A final making its way through. So this is the A final of the girls under 17 single sculls here for Canterbury Championships, and still moving through in lane 4. It is Isla Moffat from Ashburton. Second just down there, right down there in lane 1, Fenella Millen from Columba College. She's pushing up there, looking to put some pressure on Isla. Then we go outside to Whakatipu 2, Amy Patterson in the yellow. She'd be pushing third, really close though with Villa Maria, India Taylor down there in lane 3. Going outside, probably coming to lane, well, Waihopai, I think, still there in lane 7. Just outside her on the right-hand side, North End, Georgia Graham. Georgia out there also in a yellow skip. Then we go further out to Burnside High School number 2, Marion College 1. Then right back in the middle, probably Whakatipu number 1, Lucy Clark. So still with Isla Moffat, the nice run coming through in lane 1, that sleeper lane. Just watch that there from Fenella Millen. She'll be looking to roll over the top of Isla. Third, though, is going to be very close. It is still sitting with Whakatipu 2, Amy Patterson. As they make their way through, I'll just give you the field in the B final for the boys under 17 single sculls. They're into the second half of the course. Lane 1 there, St Andrews College 1, Samuel Edwards. In lane 2, North End 1, Alex McKeever. Lane 3, Otago 2, Oliver Colling. In lane number 4, that's a double sculls actually, so it is that silly end. That's why he looked blurry, because your glasses aren't on. It still is St Andrews College in lane 1. Lane 2 is North End 1. Lane 3, Otago 2. Lane 4, it's Shirley Boys High School 3. Lane 5, Shirley Boys High School 1. Lane 6, Cure Boating Club 1. Wairau number 11 in lane 7. Burnside High School 1 in lane 8. And Shirley Boys High School in lane number 9. Single sculls though, look at Isla Moffat out there. She's got almost clear water over Columba College, Fenella Millen. So that's 1 and 2. The battle for third is starting to hot up. She's starting to push through. Is there Amy Patterson out there in lane number 5. Going further across there, still North End, Georgia Graham. She's sitting out there in lane number 8, pushing up onto third as well with her. But it is Isla Moffat. She's led from early doors. She's got less than 100 metres to go. It looks like she's going to take out this A final of the girls under 17 single sculls here at the Canterbury Champs. But under real pressure now in lane 1 is Columba College. Whakatipu 2 pushing through on her in North End on the outside lane, trying to roll over and pick up a second and third. No doubt about who's going to take the first placing. It's going to go to Isla Moffat from Ashburton. Still holding on there is Fenella from Columba. Look at Whakatipu coming on the outside. North End chasing 2. The gold there goes to the Ashburton College, Ashburton Sculler, which is Isla Moffat, but she's just held on for second down here in lane 1, Columba College, Fenella Millen. Third will go to Whakatipu, Amy Patterson, and across the top to Georgia Millen. Then we come back into Waihopai, Leela finishing well out there. Down here into lane 2, Timaru, back across to Whakatipu number 2, and then down into Villa Maria, across the top to Burnside High School number 2, and completing the field will be Meridian College. In the girls under 17 single sculls, congratulations to Isla Moffat from Ashburton, taking out the Canterbury Championships title there. Boys under 17 single sculls, double sculls. Double sculls again. St Andrews College, Samuel Edwards, Hugo Harris. They're in lane number 1. A couple of scratchings out there by the look of it. Shirley Boys High School number 2 out there in lane 9. Just running second, I think. Wairau 11 out there in lane 7 look to be leading these crews down in the B final. Just on the outside of them, Burnside High School number 1, Mitch Cow and Riley Moran. So Wairau 11 is Drew Makaroa and William Rowe. Out on the outside there, lane 9, Shirley Boys High School number 2, Finn Lloyd, Otto Montgomery McCarthy. And then we come right down here into Shirley Boys High School number 3 in lane 4. I think that's in lane 4, Ruben Saggers and Silas Freeman. As the sun starts to glisten across those last 250 metres. Back inside from Shirley Boys North End 1. Don't think Otago made the start. Then back to St Andrews College 1. So Otago might not have made the start there. We haven't got the computer running up here, so we're not seeing the scratchings. Just pushing over the top of Wairau now is Shirley Boys. So Shirley Boys, Wairau. Then back down to Shirley Boys number 3. In this B final of the boys under 17 single sculls. We'll bring them right the way through actually, then we'll pick up the A final. So they're coming up to the Red Boys, which tell us there's 100 metres to go, and Shirley Boys, very little between them and Wairau, and Shirley Boys number 3. So Shirley Boys number 2, Finn and Otto, they take a look to their left, they see they're just over Wairau, and they're continuing to push past them. Nice hand speed, got a good wee run on their boat now. Wairau responding though, and Shirley Boys High School number 3 down here in lane 4. Good battle, and looking across there in lane 8 is Burnside High School just nosing up for third, hoping to anyway. Down to the line they come, they're just holding on. Shirley Boys number 2 over the Wairau crew. Then it'll be Shirley Boys number 3, Burnside, and then right between the middle of them, lane number 6 there, Cure Boating Club, Ethan McGrath and Liam Barrett. Down here into lane number 2 will be North End number 1, and then following them through and completing this B final will be St Andrews College number 1. In the A final of our boys under 17 double sculls, in lane 1, Otago 3, Noah Hamilton, Fergus Dillon. In lane 2, St Thomas of Canterbury 1, Hunter Taylor, Declan Ducey. Lane 3, Dunstan Arm 1, Brennan Keane and Max Smith. Lane 4, Christchurch Boys High School 2, Will Cunningham and Ricky Tivitt. In lane number 5, Awamaru 1, Kalpa Lynch and Ned Newlands Carter. Lane 6, St Bede's College 1, Dara Lynch and Andy Peterson. In lane 7, Whakatipu 1, Jasper Crawford and McCullough Thornton. In lane 8 will be Otago 1, William Light, Paddy Kennedy. Lane 9, Christchurch Boys High School number 1, Jack Dennehy and Cameron Buckingham. And in lane 10, St Andrews College 2, Targ Maloney and Hendrik Todd Hunter. Oh, they're a little bit spread out here. Coming out there from lane 7 by the look of it, Whakatipu. Whakatipu number 1, Jasper and McKellar leading them down into lane 3. Behind them, Dunstan R number 1, Brennan Keane, Max Smith. They'll have a good finish. Across then to Oamaru number 1. That's Cowper and Ned. So we're looking at Dunstan, we're looking at Oamaru, but it's Whakatipu leading them and go out to Christchurch Boys High School. Number 1 out there in lane 9. The best the rest down into lane 1, Otago number 3. Then we look at St Thomas's of Canterbury right across the outside to Otago 1. Andrews College 2 just a little bit out there, and then right in the middle of the field is St Bede's College number 1 in the red and black. So still looking at Whakatipu. Whakatipu, nice handy lead, but Dunstan's starting to move up on them, and on inside of them still is the Oamaru. These are the 3 that are starting to move clear. The next best will come right on that outside lane there, I think, which is from Christchurch Boys High School. Jack and Cameron. 250 metres to go. Into the yellow boys they come. This is the final of the boys under 17 double sculls. And it is still with Whakatipu. Inside from Oamaru. Just watching Oamaru now. They've quickened once they've got to the 250. So starting to put more pressure on the legs. Get those hands moving a bit quicker. And Whakatipu have responded. They've just gone at the same time as them. There's a bit of a drag race going on here. The 2 from Dunstan have got a bit of work to do. But they've got 200 metres or 150 metres to do it in. Whakatipu winding up on the outside. Here comes Christchurch Boys High School. Otago through the middle. Some beads have moved nicely in the last 100 metres. And down here into lane number 1 is Otago 3. 100 metres to go now though for Whakatipu number 1. Jasper Crawford and McKellar Thornton. Final of the boys under 17 double sculls. Into that last space to Oamaru. And have a look at Christchurch Boys High School on the outside. They've moved past Dunstan. Dunstan now into 4th, 5th would be Otago. Down we come though, and it is going to be Whakatipu. Whakatipu number 1 take out the title. Second looks like Oamaru are going to hold on just from the fast finishing Christchurch Boys High School double. There they go. Oamaru takes second. Third goes to Christchurch Boys High School. 4th down here will be to Dunstan. Across we go to Otago to take 5th. In the middle will be St Bede's College. Back down here on the inside to Otago, just ahead of St Thomas's of Canterbury. Across we go to lane 10 will be St Andrews College. And then back down finishing here in lane number 4 will be Christchurch Boys High School number 2. Boys under 16 Cox 4s. We've got the boys under 16 Cox 4s to be followed by the girls under 15s. So this is race 179, and they're just about at the 1,000 metre mark, if not right through in lane 1. Christchurch Boys High School 2. Alex Wynn, Seth Flynn, Donaka Doyle, Freddie Sampson, Angus McKee is the Cox. In lane 2, Christ College number 2. Alex Richards, Alex Lascelles, Fletcher Harris, Charlie Syme, and Sam Bilbrow is the Cox. In lane 3, St Andrews College 1. Isaac Keane, Hugo Millabell, Noah Hunter, Oliver O'Brien, Emily DeJoux is the Cox. In lane 4, Christ College number 1, Matthew Vince, Jai Ferguson, George Haddon, Harry Blakely with Jono Simpson the Cox. In lane 5 in the middle of the field, Timaru 30, Tim Bartlett, George Talbot, Cooper Gordon, Louis O'Sullivan, Ned Brown the Cox. Lane 6, the first of the 2 St Bede's College crews, Brodie Clements, Alex Walters, Carter Connolly, Cooper Titterton Leakey, and Matthew Casey the Cox. Their second crew in lane number 7 is Wyatt Dent, Ryan Gardner, Isaac Guerra, James Franken with Theodore Wilson the Cox. In lane 8, first of the St Thomas of Canterbury crew, Luke Sweeney, Cairo Horgan, Jacob Henderson and Seth Tranter with Sam McGuigan the Cox. And their second crew in lane number 9, St Thomas of Canterbury number 2, Lucas Dowling, Nicholas Marsden, Miller Taylor, Harry Gallagher and Jed Hooper the Cox. And finishing that field out there in lane number 10, another full field, Christchurch Boys High School number 1, Romy Johnston, Matthew Barnes, George Gainsford and James Chappell with Luke Saunders the Cox. It looks like it's coming out there of lane number 5, and I'm not sure actually that we've got all the crews there. Maybe Christ College number 2, they're there, St Andrews number 1. Yeah, there. But it's sitting in the middle with St Bede's College number 1 in lane 6. Just inside of them is Timaru. See the Timaru there with the white with the blue crosses. So St Bede's College number 1 leading Timaru in the final here of the boys under 16 Cox 4. Then we go back to Christ College number 1, just holding third, I would think, over the St Bede's number 2 crew, very close between St Bede's number 2 and the St Thomas's of Canterbury number 1 crew. Then across to Christchurch Boys High School, back down to Christ College number 2 in lane 2, and then Christchurch Boys High School number 2 in lane number 1. Through 350 metres to go now, a little bit of splash just then from St Bede's College. Wonder if that's why Timaru have just moved past them, very close between those 2 crews as they come on past the supporters. starting to move away from the rest of the field. Christ College coming next, then St Bede's College number 2, then the St Thomas's of Canterbury, then that's the number 1 crew across to Christchurch Boys High School number 1, right down here into lane number 2 for Christ College number 2. I think it's the St Andrews crew that's not out there. It is. Yes, they are. They're in lane 3. No, they're not. St Andrews are not out there. Not that I can see. They might not have made the start. Back to the pointy end, though. It is Timaru moving past. Ned Brown, the Cox, has got them under control. They've got about half a boat length, if not more. In fact, they've got clear water just about over St Bede's now, I think. 150 metres to go now. Timaru now in this Cox 4 under 16 boys final, ahead of St Bede's. Then there's about another 2 boat lengths back to Christ College, and St Bede's number 2 will be pushing for third. The battle will be between those 2 boats just outside of them as St Thomas of Canterbury got some work to do. Up to the red boys we go. Timaru have got this under control, but they'll have to watch because St Bede's will want to go again. Matthew Casey, the Cox, have been giving them the word. They look across at each other. They've got it back to half a boat length now, St Bede's. St Bede's starting to get more of a run on their boat as they come to the last 50 metres, but they might run out of room. Still 1 seat to Timaru. Timaru holding on in the final of the boys under 16 Cox 4. They'll go down to take the buzzer by half a boat length. Second will go to St Bede's. Holding on here for third is Christ College number 1 down here in lane number 4. They've got, it's a canvas between them and St Bede's. Just holding on. St Bede's number 2 are coming at them, but Christ College number 1 will hold on to third as they come over and take the buzzer now. Across to fourth will be St Bede's number 2. St Thomas of Canterbury 1 will come after that. Then we go across to Christchurch Boys High School, back down here into lane number 2 for Christ College number 2. Across the top to St Thomas of Canterbury number 2, and down here in lane number 1 will be Christchurch Boys High School, completing the field for the boys under 16 Coxed 4 final. Well done to Timaru, 30, Tim Bartlett, George Talbot, Cooper Gordon, Louis O'Sullivan, Ned Brown, taking that out, coached by Brian Smith and Blake Parker. Good result for the Timaru crew. Race 180 is on its way through 500 metres. This is the girls under 15 Coxed 4 final. In lane number 1, Avon 51, of course, out of the Selwyn formation, which is Mackenzie Rowlands, Inez Peters Bush, Felicity Wright, Pagan Hay, and Indy Crow Eaton is the Cox. In lane 2, Timaru 11, Ama De Ruyter, Heidi Harper, Neve Callahan, Mackenzie Raymond, Daisy Campbell is the Cox. Lane number 3, Waido 1, Casey Twiddle, Liv Horsnail, Daisy Lindstrom, and Ruby Lindstrom. Good rowing names there, the Lindstroms. Strong lineage in there with Penny Soper, the Cox. In lane 4, Columba College 1, Trelise Mitchell, Devon Skivingham, Lucy Earle, Isla Petty, and Hannah Paul, the Cox. In lane 5, Christchurch Girls High School number 3, Annalise King, Zara Shepherd, Lola Grace Wood, Izzy Strawn, and Greta Brokenshire as the Cox. Their number 1 crew from Christchurch Girls High School was in lane number 6, Emily Shearer, Olive Cooper, Amelia Scrivenger, and Sophie Clee with Lily Shackleton, the Cox. Lane number 7, St Margaret's College 1, Grace Miller, Sadie Aridis, Greer Cathro, and Isabel McCulley, the Cox, with Ellie Scotland as the Cox. In lane number 8, the Christchurch Girls High School number 2, Paige Battersby, Lily Irvine, Mela DeFray, Millie Parsons, and Georgetta Heller as the Cox. Lane number 9, St Margaret's College 2, Grace Jones, Leela Elkington, Stella Dick, Alex Campbell with Georgie Todd Hunter the Cox. And lane number 10 is Waido number 2, that's Libby Pitts, Leela Taylor, Hannah Sluter, and Ali Ross with Sarah Ponder West the Cox. Coming right out of the middle, looks like it is a good start there from Christchurch Girls High School number 1. Outside of them, St Margaret's College number 1. See the St Margaret's boat, very easy to spot with the green and the red and the white. And just outside of them, a bit further ahead of them, I think might be Christchurch Girls High School number 2. So Christchurch Girls High School 1 and 2 leading these ladies down. St Margaret's number 1 would be next, and then Christchurch Girls High School number 3, just in behind Columba College 1, who are right alongside Waido. So it is Christchurch Girls, Waido, and Columba. Then we go back to Timaru number 11 in lane number 2, and Avon 51 in lane 1. Right across we go to Waido number 2. Actually, St Margaret's number 2, then Waido number 2. Further back, so it is Christchurch Girls High School number 1. Girls under 15 Cox 4. Christchurch Girls High School number 2 would be second, then St Margaret's, I think. Maybe just ahead of St Margaret's would be the crew from Columba. Columba with the orange caps making their way. Just right next to them, though, is Wairo. You know, I think there might be a nice finish just starting to build here. They're starting to get back together again. Through with 500 metres to go. The Cox have called a couple of moves from Columba. I think they're starting to move quite nicely alongside Christchurch Girls High School number 3. It is still with the 1 and 2 crews from Christchurch Girls High School out there. Number 1 crew is well in front, I think, at this stage, probably by about 2 boat lengths from here. But as the rest of them are starting to move up on them. So St Margaret's College number 1 trying to move up on Christchurch Girls High School number 2. Then we go back across to Columba, Christchurch Girls High School number 3. Back inside, still with St Margaret's trying to push through. Sun starts to glisten across there. They're heading up towards all the supporters now. You start to get your bells going, give them a bit of a shout. As Christchurch Girls High School number 1, Emily, Olive, Emilia and Sophie with Lily shackled in the Cox doing all the work. Their number 2 crew, oh, big splash there coming from St Margaret's. Maybe just a little bit of a chop going through there in that 3rd spot for them. But that number 2 crew from Christchurch Girls High School starting to move up on that 2nd crew. Columba moving through the middle. Just on the left of Columba is Wairo. On their right is Christchurch Girls High School number 3. So they've still got the advantage, Christchurch Girls High School, but Columba still starting to move nicely down in lane number 4, putting pressure on that number 2 crew. And St Margaret's now starting to come up towards that Christchurch Girls High School number 2 crew. And there's a kayaker out there in lane number 10 trying to join in the race, but he's got a bit of work to do with only 1 oar. It's still being led left there by Christchurch Girls High School number 1. They've got 2 lengths on the rest of the field by now. St Margaret's pushing up on that number 2 crew. Looking at Columba continuing to move out here in lane number 4, putting pressure on them. And Wairo now starting to have a bit of a do at the crew from Columba. But it's with Christchurch Girls High School. Christchurch Girls High School number 1 in lane 6. They've got this one under control, under 100 metres now to go for them. Clearwater back to the number 2 crew, moving ahead of St Margaret's College, under pressure now from Columba for that 3rd spot. It's going to be a 1-2 for Christchurch Girls High School. 50 metres to go now for Christchurch Girls High School number 1. They come down to take the line. There's a 3/4 of a boat length from them back to their number 2 crew, who have got 3/4 of a boat length back to St Margaret's, just holding on, and that's the way they'll finish. Well done to Christchurch Girls High School number 1, taking it out. The number 2 crew takes 2nd, and St Margaret's are going to hold on for 3rd. Nice finish here, though, from Columba, giving it everything in the bow seat there, giving it a full stroke. They'll still take 4th, though. Finishing them will be Wairo. Then we go back to Christchurch Girls High School number 3, down to Timaru number 11 here in lane 2. Then it will be the Avon 51 crew putting a good show out here in lane number 1. Then we go across right to the top will be Wairo number 2, finishing in lane 10. And the kayaker on the outside will be disqualified because he's only got 1 in his crew and he's supposed to have 4. We move on to the girls under 16 double sculls, race 181. The B final is on its way down. Lane 1, North End 1, Kenzie McLaughlin and Lucy Horrell. Lane 2, Meridian College 1, Freya Burgess, Esme Tulagi. Lane number 3 is Avonside Girls High School number 1, Kate Orchard and Brooke Sykes. In lane 4, St Margaret's College 1, Katie Pascoe and Molly Tyler. In lane 5, Whakatipu 2, Gemma Wood, Eve Burrow. In lane 6, Burnside High School number 2, Miranda Yon and Olivia Blackmore-Mann. In lane number 7 is St Margaret's College 2, Sophie Mitchell, Ella McLean. In lane 8, Avonside Girls High School 2, Olivia Lycan and Alyssa Ufton. Lane 9, Ashburton 1, Georgia Scammell and Zara McGillan. And in lane 10, Timaru 21, Sophia Brofkowski and Maisie Jane Chapman. Like Whakatipu out there in lane 5, just leading this B final. No, come back actually, might be Avonside Girls down there in lane number 3. Kate and Brooke have got the advantage over Whakatipu. We go across to St Margaret's number 2. Those are the 3. Nice handy lead actually there from Avonside Girls. They would be 2 boat lengths, if not more, clear of the Ashburton crew, right alongside St Margaret's. Between those 2, Burnside High School number 2. In Avonside Girls number 2, I think. Then we come down to Marion College, North End actually would be just ahead of them. So North End just ahead of Marion College. It still is though, all Avonside Girls in this B final. Margaret's right alongside Whakatipu now. Whakatipu still just holding on to that 2nd position from St Margaret's. Then we go to North End and Marion, and then across to just on the left of the umpire's boat, St Margaret's number 1. On other side of the umpire's boat is Burnside number 2. Then out we go to Avonside Girls number 2 and Timaru 21. That's the B final of the girls under 16 double sculls. Just as they make their way down, I'll give you the A final because they're through 500 metres now as the sun starts to make its way through here. Still very flat water, particularly for these scullers. But the A final through 500 metres in lane number 1, Burnside High School 1, Amy Muncaster and Evie Nathan. In lane 2, Villa Maria College 1, Sophia Taylor and Sophia Damiani. In lane number 3, Wairo 11, Zoe Hawes and Celia Spencer. Whakatipu 1 are in lane 4, Eve Pagan, Zara Small. In lane number 5, St Andrews College number 1, Sophia Lagaias and Lauren Bolton. In lane number 6, St Andrews College 2, Alana Brooke, Emily Woodgate. In lane number 7, Wanaka 1, Eliana Hay and Lily Garrett. In lane 8, Timaru 12, Kate Near and Neve Gordon. Lane 9, Otago Girls High School number 1, Jamie Stribe and Harriet Rowe. And lane number 10 in our A final, which is into the second half of the first 1,000 metres, Timaru 11, Olivia Moffat, Jasmine Payne. Right out in front of us, though, you can see the B final coming to conclusion. Some great work being done here by Avonside Girls, Kate Orchard and Brooke Sykes, making the most of their B final. Very impressive there. 5 boat lengths they've got over Whakatipu number 2. Have pushed through nicely, have St Margaret's number 2, Sophie and Ella, to be holding just maybe on to 3rd over North End down here in lane 1, who are just ahead of Meridian College as they pace each other down to the line. Then we go back to Burnside High School and it will be St Margaret's number 1 coming in after that. Then we go across to Avonside Girls number 2, and then right on the outside there will be Timaru 21. Those will be the positions they hold as they come down to complete the B final, the girls under 16 double sculls. So we'll turn our attention a bit further down the course as they're through into the second half now, and that is the A final of the girls under 16 double sculls. Coming out of lane 6, St Andrews College number 2. We go across to Timaru 12, which is Kate Caird, Neve Gordon, Whakatipu number 1 just holding on to 3rd. A lot can change in these under 16 double sculls as they make their way through. Down to Burnside High School in lane 1 will be just sitting there in 4th. Across we go across St Andrews College number 1 would be next best maybe. Back to Wairo, Villa Maria, then across to Otago Girls. A bit further back from Timaru, I think. Timaru 11 that is, but Timaru 12 still leading them down. Watch that yellow boat from Whakatipu. They've had a pretty good regatta so far, the Whakatipu scullers. Shame you are coxing this particular combination of Eve Pagan and Zara Small. So they've just actually, since the 1,000, they've moved right up on that Timaru double and starting to close up on them and bringing with them still St Andrews College number 2. Those 3 starting to line up with each other. Have a look down there in lane number 1 though. Don't count out Burnside High School, their number 1 crew. Amy and Evie just trying to sneak through in lane number 1. So it's with Whakatipu now. Whakatipu, I think, over the crew from Timaru, then back to St Andrews and then down to Burnside. Right on the outside, Timaru 11 starting to creep back into contention. Then we go back into Wanaka number 1, St Andrews College number 2. Across the top then to Otago Girls number 1 out there in lane 9. Haven't let them go though. Have Timaru still holding on to Whakatipu. St Andrews College right in the middle and still watching Burnside move through there in lane number 1. They would be sitting more into 3rd now, I think, hitting it from that lane. Whakatipu still holding on with that yellow boat of theirs as they start to come down. Timaru on the outside. Got the green and Craighead double scull as they come on through. And then it's St Andrews College and Burnside. Then we come back inside to St Andrews College number 1. So the 2 St Andrews crews right in contention. Starting to move away now, these 5 crews. Whakatipu, Timaru, St Andrews and Burnside. Then we go across to Wairo in lane number 3, trying to get themselves back into contention. Right across the top to Timaru 11. Then we go back to Otago Girls and then back to Wanaka. Up past 250 metres to run. And it is still Whakatipu holding on just outside of the Timaru crew. Back into St Andrews College number 2. Then Burnside directly opposite them is St Andrews number 1. Then we go back to Wairo. Back to Villa Maria, across the top to Timaru 11 as they head down now towards a couple of 100 metres only to go. So nice finish hoping to come here for these crews. Whakatipu holding on nicely, Eve Pagan and Zara Small. Starting to move on the outside of them, Kate Keir and Neve Gordon from Timber 11 are just up their rating slightly, trying to peg back this Whakatipu crew. St Andrews College number 2 still ahead of their number 1 crew, and Burnside continuing to move down here in lane number 1. They'll be almost 4th, I think, now. It's going to be between the St Andrews crews and Burnside for 3rd. But Timaru coming again now. Timaru hit the red boys now with very little between Timaru and Whakatipu. These two crews are fighting out for 1 and 2. St Andrews 1 are holding on to 3rd, but they're under pressure from Burnside down here in lane 1. And then St Andrews number 2. It's still Timaru continuing to push past. Oh, nice move from them. They've pushed this out to a boat length over Whakatipu. They've timed that nicely. Have Kate and Neve coming down the line, 3/4 of a boat length. They'll take the first place. Whakatipu will hold on to 2nd. The 3rd at this stage is going to be St Andrews College number 2. Burnside finishing fast down will finish 4th, just over the top of St Andrews number 1, taking the 5th, right across the top to Timaru 11. Then we come back to Otago Girls, down on the inside here to Wairo 1, and Villa Maria, and right in the middle of the course will be Wanaka number 1. Nice row there from Kate and Neve from Timaru. Nice last 150 metres just to roll over the top of Whakatipu to take out the title in the girls under 16 double sculls. Oh, we've got a full field of women's intermediate coxed quadruple sculls making their way down. This is the final. There is 10 crews in here. In lane number 1, Cashmere High School number 1. That's Abby, Isla, Lucy, Zoe and Annika Larson, the cox. In lane number 2, Whakatipu 1, Ella Day with Eva, Caitlin, Lucia and Bella Naughton, the cox. In lane number 3, it's Indig, Emily, Bridget, Tessa with Isla Capely, the cox. In lane number 4, Dunstanar number 1, Alia, Dana, Charlotte and Bailey Thomas, the cox. In the middle, lane number 5, where the action is Cure Boating Club with Hannah, Ella, Perry, Macy and Annabelle Scott, the cox. Right alongside them, Ava number 1, Ella, Lucy, Faya, Bethany and Hazel Brown, the cox. And then Union number 1, Charlie, Jamie, Ruby Bell, Michaela and Tanisha Chinnery, the cox. Timaru 11 are out there in lane number 8. Skylar, Greta, Sophia, Ella and Bella Westgarth is the cox. In lane number 9 is Dunstanarm 2, Elizabeth Summer, Michaela, Mila and Jasmine Blakey, the cox. And lane number 10 is Wairo 1. That's Victoria, Michelle, Amelia and Esme Plazer with Molly Hoban, the cox. So we can see it's all coming in the middle of the field where you sort of hope to see all the action coming from. And it's Cure Boating Club just leading them down from Union, just holding on to 2nd over Avon, very close between them again and Dunstanarm. Those 4 crews just showing out. Then we go back to Whakatipu in lane number 2, that Cashmere High School in lane 1, right across to Timaru 11, then Dunstanarm number 2, and then on the outside is Wairo 1, then just a bit further back to Awamaru number 1. As they head on down, 350 metres to go, and nice handy lead here for Cure Boating Club. Hannah Shadbolt, Ella Barnes, Perry Stevenson, Macy Barnes and Annabelle Scott. They're holding on to a boat length and a half maybe. It's just Union starting to put some real pressure on Avon, but Avon is trying to come back at them. That Union crew of Charlie Tate, Jamie Seddon, Ruby Bell Ferguson, Michaela Hurst. Tanisha Chinnery is the cox. Like to me, 4 crews fighting it out. The real pressure's coming on them for that 3rd placing from Dunstanarm. Just look to be a little bit more together now, Dunstanarm. So it'll be interesting to follow their progress in lane 4 and see where they finish up. Still leading though is Cure Boating Club. Annabelle Scott's got them under control, leaning over there in the stern cox seat, just barking her instructions like a high country hunterway at the crew in front of her. Just outside though, Avon pushing up on Union. Dunstanarm though trying to go past both those crews to pick up 2nd. Cure Boating Club look to have this under control, and it's going to be, but Avon just poked their nose in front of Union, and Dunstanarm fighting them down too. Then we go across on the outside to Timaru 11 in the green boat, back down here into lane 1, Cashmere High School, just outside of them, Whakatipu. Up to the red boys we go, and Cure Boating Club well in control of this women's intermediate cox quadruple scull final. And Union tenaciously holding on to Avon. They've just crossed together. There's nothing between those 2 crews. You could tie them together with a piece of string. There's clear water back from Cure Boating Club to the other 2. It's between Union and Avon as they come down to the line to try and take their 2nd position. Dunstan trying to push through, but I think they're going to run out. And a nice push just now from Union. They've just moved to here. Oh no, that's what's happened. Avon crabbed. So Cure Boating Club come down, take the title. Congratulations to them. Union will take 2nd. Avon will hold on for 3rd just from Dunstan Arm. Then we've got 2 boat lengths back to Timaru. Back down here on the inside will be Whakatipu just holding off Cashmere, maybe. And then across to the top will be Dunstan Arm number 2. And then in the middle of the course, it is going to be the crew down here from Otago. Well, that's Otago girls' colour, so they must have been substituted and not on our sheet. And then we've got a crew just out in the middle of the course. That looks like Wairo might have had some mechanical issues. It's unfortunate. It looks like there's a... Well, yeah, one of their sculling blades has now got an elbow where it didn't have one before, so that's not going to work. So that's unfortunate for them. That'll be Wairo number 1 out there in lane number 10. That is the women's intermediate coxed quadruple sculls. Making their way down the course, though, we have the Women's Masters Coxed Quadruple Sculls. 4 crews in here. Lane number 3 is the Wanaka Composite crew. That's a composite between Wanaka, Cure and Cromwell, which is just a great example of the camaraderie that exists in Masters rowing. So Maud O'Connell from Cromwell, Sophia Bidwell from Cure, Kim Hamill from Cure, and Era McNary from Wanaka. They're down there in lane number 3. In lane number 4 is Wanaka number 1, Elizabeth Ritchie and Victoria Shute, and Belinda Ryan and Chelsea Lodge. And then in lane number 5 are the Avon ladies, Nicola Taylor, Sarah Middleditch, Jill Carruth and Megan Johnson. And leading them down in lane number 6, Union Composite. So 80 Edwards in there, Anne Arndt and Deb Hymers-Ross and Kirsty Marnie. Lots of experience in that Union Composite. I think I mentioned yesterday and I'll say it again, Anne Arndt and Deb Hymers-Ross taking a break from doing all the wonderful catering in the kitchen to hop out in the boat and go for a row. As mentioned also, a lot of these ladies started out rowing as parents. Some have been coaching for quite a while, as Maud O'Connell has been in the Wanaka Composite crew, does a lot of work with Cromwell. Not a bad way to spend your morning is out rowing here in Lake Ruataniwha, so it doesn't matter when you start. There's plenty of opportunities for you parents that are watching to hop into some of these clubs in the Masters, or any just a general learn to row session. Get yourself out here and you'll discover a whole new world. So just leading down now is this Union Composite crew. They've got a combined grading of E, so in Masters racing, depending on what your age is, you get a rating. And because these are ladies, we won't tell you what their ages are, but they are called E, and so is Avon. So pretty evenly matched, these 2 crews. A couple of boat lengths ahead are the Union ladies coming on down with 100 metres to go. Both crews rowing very efficiently, and then we've got the Avon crew just making its way through into the 100 metres to go. Then a couple of boat lengths back to Wanaka, and then the Wanaka Composite making their way down. So congratulations to the Union Quad. Down now and take the buzzer, and then the Nicola Taylor didn't get the memo about the white cap and the Avon crew. We'll have to have a whip round and see if we can donate one for her as they come down now and take the buzzer. So congratulations to Avon, taking a second spot, 2 rows back to 2 rows. Did it again, 2 boat lengths back to Wanaka, and then finishing up will be the nice composite crew down here from Maud, Sophia, Kim and Era McNary. That is the Women's Masters Coxed Quadruple Sculls. So Masters races, of course, over 1,000 metres, which for many of us is about 500 metres too many. So we move back to the 2,000 metre races, and it's the men's novice double sculls race 185 in lane 1. This is the B final. Cashmere High School number 3, Thomas Clear, Cameron Taylor. In lane 2, Wanaka 1, Lachlan Hay and Douglas Wise. In lane number 3, St Bede's College 1, Henry Robertson, Oliver Chum. In lane number 4, Otago 1, Ollie O'Connell and Archie McDonald. In lane number 5, Burnside High School 1, Sean Gilman, Tyler Rogers. In lane number 6, Cashmere High School number 2, James Gebby and Charlie Fallett. In lane number 7 is Timaru 32, Charlie Cooper, Sterling Heffernan. Lane number 8, Whakatipu 1, Liam Feely, Liam Major. Lane 9, Union 2, Peter Neuhausen and Blake Waterhouse. And then in lane number 10, it is Dunstan Arm number 1, Jimmy Naylor and Boston Irving Dowling. Otago 1 doing well there. In lane number 4, they'll be leading, I think. Yeah, Otago will be go across to Burnside number 2. Between them, it's Burnside number 1 doing very well as well. So Otago, Burnside, Cashmere, as you see it, in lane 4, 5 and 6. Then down to lane 1, I think, Cashmere High School number 2, just inside of them, Wanaka 1. Then we go right across on the outside to Whakatipu. Whakatipu number 1 out there in lane number 8. Then we go to Dunstan Arm number 1 in lane number 10. Back inside to Timaru 32 in lane 7. Then to Union number 2. And then it looks like it's back to St Bede's College number 1. It's where they sit at this stage. So this is the B final making its way up. The boys, the men's novice double sculls. Sun starting to make its way through. It's mentioned yesterday, quite a foreign experience for those of us who spent most of our Christmas holidays in Christchurch. So don't be fooled. You will need some sunscreen, you will need your hats, and you will need your water. And please, throughout the day, please be mindful to pack up and take your rubbish away with you. The facility was looking fantastic yesterday, so everyone heeded those warnings. So they can continue to do that. That would be fantastic. A note on that. No, hang on, that's for later on. Another note there. Men's novice double sculls A final is actually underway as well, so that's heading up towards the 500 metre mark. So as they make their way through, I'll give you that cruise. Those crews, lane number 1 there will be Timaru 30, which is Idris Hudart and Parker Anderson. Lane 2, Wairo 11, Angus Walter and Blake Pitts. Lane number 3, Otago 2, Archie Gordon and Artie Sweetman. Lane number 4, St Andrews College 1, Oscar Osteen and Cameron Sharp. And lane number 5, Oamaru 1, Cash Peterson and Ike Newlands Carter. Lane number 6, St Thomas Canterbury 2, which is Calix Manahira and Liam Jessup. Lane number 7, Whakatipu 2, Zebi Jarvis and Baker Schmitz. Lane number 8 is Cure Boating Club number 1, Fletcher Howden and Tommy Baldwin. Lane 9, St Thomas Canterbury 1, Marcus Fisher and Kyden Barrow. And in lane 10, Avon 51, Finnegan Elam and Fergus Johnson. So early stages down there, sitting with Otago number 2, I think. Out of lane 3, looking pretty good. Right next to them, St Andrews College number 1. That's in the A final. Wee way to go there though. But well underway and well through here is the B final for the men's novice double. So Otago 1 have continued to hold their lead. Just over Whakatipu now have moved through in the last 500 metres. Back inside from them, Timaru 32, Cashmere High School. And we also see Burnside there sitting about 3rd, I think, at this stage just. So it is Otago. In fact, Burnside just moved over the top of Cashmere. So Burnside probably holding 2nd now because they've just gone ahead of Whakatipu. So we'll go with Otago 1. Then the Burnside crew sitting in lane 5 would be holding 2nd. Under pressure, though, from Whakatipu out in lane 8. And just poking in between all of them is Cashmere. Then we go back down to lane number 1, Cashmere number 3. Across to Dunstan Arm number 1. Out there in lane 10, back inside to Union, I think. And then we come into the middle. Back to St Bede's College in lane 3. Less than 100 metres to go though for Otago, though, taking out this B final of the boys, or the men's novice double sculls. Can be men, can be boys. Burnside just been pushed back into 3rd, I think, by Whakatipu. Whakatipu holding on to 2nd. Very close between those two as they come down the line. But the B final will go to Otago. Whakatipu just going to hold on. Oh, I don't know. Nice finish here from Burnside. Oh, Burnside have gone through them. Burnside have rolled over the top of the crew from Whakatipu to take 2nd. Whakatipu will finish 3rd. Cashmere, being efficient in their lane use, will finish 4th. Nice finish down there. Cashmere number 3 in lane 1 down here. Then across to Dunstan. Back in here to Wanaka. Then we go right across to Union, it looks like. And then in the middle of the field will be Timaru 32. And completing that will be St Bede's College number 1. That is the B final of the men's novice double sculls. The A final continues to make its way through. And it's Oamaru number 1 out there in lane 5. They head into the second half of the course. Yep, in the yellow, you can see them, the yellow singlets with the black stripes. That's the Oamaru crew. Cash Carter, Ike Newlands Carter. And they've got a clear boat length lead, if not some more, over St Andrews College 1 down there in lane 4. Back inside from St Andrews College would be Otago 2. Then it is Timaru 30 in lane 1. Right on the outside, though, trying to sneak up on everybody. Looks like it's St Thomas's of Canterbury number 1. Marcus Fisher and Kyden Barrow. Maybe 3rd for them, still with Oamaru. Back to St Andrews College, looking down at Timaru 30 in lane 1, then a right across to St Thomas of Canterbury in lane 9. Big lead though for Oamaru. They'll do well the rest of the field to chase them down. It's going to come though from between lane 1, continuing to push through. Just keep an eye on them down there, Timaru 30. Just sneaking right through. They've now gone ahead of the Otago crew. Just inside from them and even ahead of them further would be St Andrews. So St Andrews right next door to the Timaru crew. still is Oamaru, and then right on the outside of St Thomas's of Canterbury. So it's Oamaru, it's between then Timaru, St Andrews College, St Thomas's of Canterbury. Then we come back inside to Otago 2. On the outside then to Cure Boating Club, just trying to poke their nose in. A bit further back is Avon 51. And then St Thomas of Canterbury number 2, just sitting back there in lane number 6. So nice work being done here by Oamaru. Still holding on to them are St Thomas's of Canterbury. Lane 1 still is Timaru 31. Timaru 30 rather. They'll get a stir up from their coaches as they go past then. They've moved ahead of the St Andrews Cruise. And Otago. So with Oamaru just doing to pull away now, I think just falling off a little bit on the outside is St Thomas's of Canterbury. Yeah, St Andrews just now pushing into second. So between St Andrews and Timaru, this nice run that's come through from Idris and Parker down in lane 1, really putting some pressure on St Andrews. Oamaru holding on. St Thomas is trying to come back in the outside lane. Then we look back at Cure Boating Club, Fletcher and Tommy, and then lane 8 trying to push up to get into that third spot. But Oamaru well under control. Cash and Ike, coached by Ivan Doherty and Shane Carter. They've spent a lot of time on this lake. Timaru now holding on to third. Going now on the outside lane is the crew from, which is not St Thomas, that's the Avon 51 crew out of Selwyn. I'm very sorry about that. That's Finnegan and Ferguson, a great job out there. Moving into probably third now. This would be a great result for them if they can continue this. Down with 50 metres to go is Oamaru. Oamaru have got this under control. Second now is Timaru with that run they've put on. Just though, because there's some real pressure from them, the crew right on the outside, Avon 51 out of Selwyn. They've got a nice run on their boat. Are they going to hold on to second? Taking the buzzer and winning it though. Oamaru number 1. Congratulations to Cash and Ike. But it's between second. It's just going to be down here with Timaru. They've got they've crabbed on the outside, unfortunately, Avon. Hopefully they can get across to pick up their third. Second does go to Timaru. Well done, gents. That's a good run through in the last 500 metres. Third taken out by Avon 51. Then we come down to lane number 4, St Andrews College. Then we'll go across to St Thomas's, back inside to Otago. In the middle of the course there will be Whakatipu, across to St Thomas's, and then finishing down here, lane number 2 will be Wairo. Straight final of the women's senior single sculls taking place out in front of us. They are into 500 metres to go. In lane number 2, Whakatipu 1, Annika Arlett. In lane number 3, Cure Boating Club, Abby Jenkins McCaw. In lane 4, the local Twizel number 1, Kiara Thine. Lane 5, Dunstan Arm 1, Emma Spittle. Lane number 6, Wairo 1, Lexi Timpson. Lane number 7, Canterbury 1, Becky Chuk. And in lane number 8, Whakatipu 2, it's Emma Andrew. Less than 500 metres now to go. Nice lead there. Looks like it's coming out of, is that Emma? There's Emma Spittle out there in lane number 5. Dunstan Arm with the Dunstan bucket hat on. Got about 2 boat lengths by the look of it. I don't know that they're all there. Got a scratching, I think. Our computer's not working up here, so quite tell you who the scratching is. Might be Whakatipu. I'm not sure if Annika's there. I can see Abby. She's down there in lane number 3. Then we come across to Kiara from Twizel. Then it's Emma Andrew. Then we go back to Lexi's there from Wairo. Becky Chuk is there on the outside from Canterbury. And I don't know that we've got Emma from Whakatipu. So might be a bit of a conflict in the schedule for those two. It doesn't look like the 2 Whakatipu women have made the single sculls final, but what we can see though is that Emma Spittle has got this under control. Just watching though on the left-hand side, Kiara from Twizel. So Emma coached by Simon Smith, Kiara coached by Calvin Maker and Sarah Henderson. That's 1 and 2, and just trying to push up now on Emma is Kiara. They head on towards 150 metres to go. These two well clear of the rest of the field. Next best there would be Lexi Timpson from Wairo. Then we go to very little between Becky out there in lane number 7 and back to Abby Jenkins McCaw in lane number 3. Emma just putting a bit more effort into it on the legs by the look of it. She's starting to move through on Kiara. So we'll watch to see who does have a bit of a sprint in the last 100 metres, but very even between these two. Just sits as we come up to the red boys. Emma Andrew hits the red boys now. And Kiara's hitting the red boys now. So a boat length and a bit to Emma. She's got this under control. Real work needed from Kiara if she's going to take this out. She's holding on to second though. Third currently sits with Lexi from Wairo. She's got 100 metres left to go. Then it is sitting with Becky and then back to Abby from Cure. In this final of the women's senior sculls. And nice and comfortable now as she comes down the line to take this one out is Emma Spittle from Dunstan Arm. Congratulations, Emma. Dunstan take the first placing. Second placing goes to Cara Thyon from Twizel. And then just pushing at the last piece. Nice run down the outside there. Becky Chuk, you're going to take third. Well done. She's finished third over the top there of Lexi from Wairo. And completing the field here will be Abby Jenkins McCaw in the final of the women's senior sculls. So congratulations to Emma Spittle from Dunstan Arm. Premier single sculls. These are the premier women's single scullers making their way down in front of you now, ladies and gents. And you can see in lane number 4, Canterbury 1, Shannon Cox. Lane 5 is Madison Neal. In lane 6, Dunstan Arm number 1, Olivia Key. And in lane number 7, it's Cure Boating Club 1, Sasha Robinson. So well under control here, Shannon Cox. Have about a 2 boat length lead over the rest of the field. Second on the outside, Cure Boating Club 1, that's Sasha Robinson. We go back to Madison Neal from Cure, and then just in between the two of them, Olivia Key out of Dunstan. A very experienced sculler, Shannon Cox, coached by Josh Schmidt. Making this look a little bit easy in the final here of the women's premier single sculls here at the Canterbury Champs. Out to 3 to 4 boat lengths now. Just moving up alongside Madison is Sasha. They would have probably paced each other quite a bit in training. And then back just in behind them now would be Olivia Key from Dunstan Arm. So under 100 metres to go for Shannon. She's got a lovely run on a boat and just makes it look easy. She's done all the work. A little bit of a ripple on the water now, but not really impacting her. That boat's gliding along nicely. Very efficient, isn't she, as she comes on down to take the title out. She's got out to 4 boat lengths now as Sasha Robinson from Cure Boating Club just moves ahead of Madison, holding that second position now as Sasha and Cure will take third, and then it will be fourth for Madison Neal from Cure Boating Club. Right in behind them, though, is the men's senior double sculls. Lane number 1, St Thomas and Canterbury number 2, Noah Laquellic and Flynn Grace. Lane number 2, St Thomas and Canterbury 1, Andre Simpson, Carter Baxter. Lane number 3, Canterbury 1, Angus Cole and Tim Chapman. Lane number 4, Dunstan Arm number 1, Josh Bartlett and Jed McIntosh. Lane number 5, Whakatipu 1, Sebastian Watson, Harry Lightfoot. Lane number 6, Whakatipu 2, Max Davis and Charlie Mensa. Lane number 6, Wairo 1, Liam Collins and Liam Kirkland. Lane number 8 is Dunstan Arm 2, Oliver Hamilton and Angus Lowe. Lane number 9, St Thomas of Canterbury 3, Ben Morrison, James Lotter. And Union 1 are out there in lane number 10. That is Harry Pearce and Daniel Cara making their way right down through 500 metres left to run. And we should have 10 out there. I can't see 10. Whakatipu number 1 leading out there. It is Whakatipu 1. Doesn't look like 2 St Thomas's crews are out there. Whakatipu 1 in front from Whakatipu 2. Just we go back inside to Canterbury 1, then Dunstan Arm 1. Then we go right across the outside to see Dunstan Arm number 2. Then back to St Thomas's of Canterbury number 3. Then on the outside of them would be Union 1. So this is, makes sense. We've got the 2 St Thomas's crews, number 2 and number 1 missing from here, I think. 8 crews out there. So it's sitting with Whakatipu, Sebastian and Harry in lane number 5. Run starting to come through in lane 3 from Angus and Tim Chapman. Just inside of them is Dunstan Arm number 1. Then we go across to Whakatipu number 2. On the outside to Dunstan Arm number 2. Dunstan Arm number 2 is Oliver and Angus. Wairo 1 just a bit further back from the rest of the field. So we're still holding it with Whakatipu number 1 in lane 5. Nice push still coming here down in lane 3. Angus and Tim from Canterbury 1. They're moving into second ahead of Whakatipu number 2. They'll do well to catch the first crew, but I think they're pushed into second. Whakatipu number 2 fighting back to try and take their back off Canterbury. Then in the outside lane, it's Dunstanarm number 2. And Dunstanarm number 1 down here in lane 4 trying to push up as well. Yep, look at the speed coming here. This finish from Canterbury crew number 3. All they're winding right up Angus and Tim. Responding is Whakatipu number 1. Don't forget there's going to be one easily, number 2. Whakatipu number 1 is going to take this out with a boat length and a bit. Whakatipu 2 have started to wind up to match Canterbury and they're going to hold on to second just. Good finish though between these two. Oh, that's a photo. That is a photo for second and third between Whakatipu 2 and Canterbury. Fourth will go to Dunstanarm number 2. Back inside of Dunstanarm number 1. Then in the middle of the field, Wairo number 1. Bit further back then to St Thomas of Canterbury 3. And on the outside, Union number 1. That's the men's senior double sculls. Race 190, the men's premier double sculls. Making their way into the second half of the course in lane number 4, Dunstanarm number 4, Sam Barnett, Hamish Yateman. Lane 5, Dunstanarm 1, Jack Pearson, Angus Kenny. Lane 6, Dunstanarm 2, Matthew O'Meara and Henry Clatworthy. And in lane number 7, Cure Boating Club 1, Jostian Leota Brown and Alex Fletcher. Dunstanarm number 1 have the advantage by about a boat length. It looks over Dunstanarm number 2. Then 2 boat lengths back maybe, just. Oh no, it wouldn't be to Dunstanarm number 4, then Cure Boating Club number 1. Another couple of races for me, and then our new recruit, Will Tavendale, will come on to substantially lower the average age of the commentary box. Brings great insight, does Will. Film not all that long ago was coxing some of the St Andrews crews here, so brings a different perspective, and it's fantastic to listen to. A little bit of splash starting to come out. There's a wee bit of a ripple on the water. Not too bad, though. Be nothing for these Dunstanarm crews who do a lot of rowing, of course, on Lake Dunstan in all sorts of weather and conditions. So this will be like glass for them. Certainly doesn't look to be troubling lane number 5, which is Jack Pearson and Angus Kenny. Heading towards 250 metres to go. They've got this well under control. The 3 Dunstan crews, of course, being coached by Simon Smith. Second one, the race will be for second by the look of it, between the number 2 crew, Matthew O'Meara and Henry Clatworthy, and the number 4 crew, Sam Barnett and Hamish Yateman. Most of these gents were in the single sculls earlier this morning. Further out there in lane number 7 is the Cure Boating Club crew of Jostian Leota Brown and Alex Fletcher. See the lift in that first boat. So you look at Dunstanarm number 1, Jack and Angus, see as they get to the drive, how that boat just lifts up and continues to launch forward. As they come in less than 100 metres to go now, they've got 2 boat lengths over the crew from number 2 crew, Matthew and Henry. Then we come back to Sam and Hamish, and it will be the Cure Boating Club crew, Jostian and Alex, finishing after that. So congratulations to Dunstanarm number 1, Jack Pearson, Angus Kenny, taking out the men's premier double sculls here at the Canterbury Champs. Second will go to Dunstanarm number 2, Matthew O'Meara and Henry Clatworthy, and then third position will be taken by Sam Barnett, Hamish Yateman. Completing the field will be Cure Boating Club number 1. That'll be it from me till a bit later on, and I'll hand you over to Will as he'll bring down the men's Club 4, coxless and coxed, which will be race 191.
All right, next race coming down is the men's Club 4. I think some of these boats are Cox and some of them aren't. In lane 3, we have Christchurch Boys High School number 1. In lane 4, Oamaru number 1. Lane 5, Avon number 2. Lane 6, Avon number 3. Lane 7, Wairo 11. And lane 8, Avon number 4. So, unlike yesterday, we should see the middle lanes being the ones in front. We should see that nice arrowhead effect as they are based off times. So the fastest crews from the heats will be in the middle lanes, while the slower ones are on the outer lanes. Does look to be a boat pretty decisively in front, I'd say, as we come up to the 1,000. Can't quite see those colours yet, so we'll just wait a bit. But it does look to be a pretty dominant lead. I'd say that's 2 in from the inside, so that would be lane number 5, Avon number 2. Lockie Nichols, Kobe Good, James Tavendale and Lawrence Birch look to be in front, but let's see who can challenge them. They're sitting about 3.5 lengths clear of the rest of the field there. Avon number 3 look to be in second, and then we've got Wairo 11 in third. That's the standings as they come past the 1,000 metre mark. Legs will be burning here as they enter the third 500, commonly known as the hardest part of the race. No man's land. We have a bit of a tail crosswind coming across the water, so not the easiest conditions to row in. Again, some of these boats are coxed and some of them are coxless, so we should expect to see the coxless boats in front. They don't have any dead weight. That is Avon number 2. Looks like they've got that rating right up. They're attacking it right from the start. Looks to be a pretty dominant performance here. That tailwind, I'll be curious to see what times they get. Unfortunately, we don't have the times up today. Quite high. Avon number 3 just rating a wee bit lower there. We'll be looking at Wairo and potentially can Oamaru number 1 get up for it as well. Going to the last 500 metres here. So this is the Club 4. This is one of the middle grades. You go novice, intermediate, club, senior, and then prem, and that's where the elites would row in. Here we have the club grade rating quite high. Can't quite see the distance there yet. It was 3.5 lengths at the K, and it looks like they're holding that same distance. So I'd say it's about 3 lengths, 3.5 lengths to this Avon number 2 crew. Lawrence Birch, James Tavendale, Kobe Good, and Lockie Nichols. Then we go to Avon number 3, Danny Webb, George Kinder, Jackson Drake, and Benjamin Bolton in lane number 6. So that's your 1, 2 Avon crews leading it through. Then we'll be looking at potentially Wairo on the outside, or maybe Oamaru there on the inside for that third position. Avon, they've got the red and the white. Wairo, green and white, and then Oamaru is yellow and black. So Oamaru might actually be challenging for that third position. Watch Oamaru on the inside, charging hard home. First and second are relatively comfortable. First and second just on a bit of an island by themselves. Into the last 250 goes Avon number 2. That's the Club 4, lane number 5. Then we go to lane number 6, Avon number 3, sitting in second comfortably, and look for Oamaru to make a charge here in this final 250. It looks like they've gone past that Wairo crew and Avon. On the inside, Christchurch Boys High School trying to get up into the mix as well. But it will be Avon number 2 taking this field home as they come past the last 100 metres. Avon number 3, just a bit further back, will take the second place. And then looking for the third, it looks like Oamaru's stolen a march here in this final 250 metres. That stroke seat's got the rating up quite high. That's Jacob Harrison in that boat. Just looks like they had a rough stroke there, but they'll look to recover that as Wairo comes charging home hard in the final 120 metres of this race. Through goes Oamaru through the 100 now. Avon number 2 crosses the line in first. Here comes Avon number 3 in second. Then we're looking at Oamaru potentially trying to get some clear water over this Wairo crew. Then a bit of a battle between Avon number 4 and Christchurch Boys High School number 1 for that final position in the men's Club 4. Oamaru will take that third, just 3/4 of a length over Wairo. Then we'll be looking at Avon number 4 and finally Christchurch Boys High School rounding out the field there. Next up is the Women's Club Coxless Pair Oars. This is the B final. In lane 2, St Andrews College number 3, Charlotte Galvin and Lucia Apps. Lane 3, Christchurch Girls High School number 2, Marley Ross and Izzy Abley. Lane 4, Avon number 1, Kate Smith and Sienna Godfrey Chatterton. Lane 5, St Andrews College number 2, Katie Taggart and Isabella Cody. Lane 6, Christchurch Girls High School number 4, Greer Bowman and Abby McPherson. Lane 7, Timaru 13, Abby Hurst and Annabelle Talbot. Lane 8 is Columba College number 2, Georgia Drummond and Annika Leisure. Lane 9 is Ashburn number 1, Georgia Scammell and Zara McGillan. Lane 10 is Rainruru Girls School number 1, Jessica Skinner and Armley Wilkie. So it looks like they've got a bit of distance till that event reaches the K. So we've got a bit of a break between the Club 4 and the Women's Club Coxless pair oars. Come past the 1,000 metre marks in the B final of the Women's Club pair. Looks to be on the inside there. That might be St Andrews colours. That could be St Andrews College number 3, Charlotte Gelman and Lucia Apps. Also on the outside, that might be another St Andrews crew. Definitely St Andrews College number 3 in front by just about a length. Then I'd say 2 inside of them, maybe Avon number 1 would be sitting in that 3rd position. And then there's a crew on the outside that might be Columba Ashburn, I'm not quite sure, in 2nd. So I have to look out for the colours there. Still got a bit of a tailwind coming across the course there, so should be relatively fast conditions here. So that time for the men's club 4 was 6:37, and then 2nd place was 6:46. So definitely faster times than yesterday. Curious to see what those men's pre-mates come across in today. Fastest time yesterday was 5:55, which is very quick for this point in the season. 2 crews went under sub-6 actually, so both Avon 1 and 2 went under sub-6, but that's the pre-mate. This is the Women's Club pair oars. So look for that St Andrews crew on the inside, and there's a crew on the outside who is currently sitting in 2nd by a length. We'll try and get their colours as they come through in this 3rd 500. I have a feeling it might be that Timaru crew, Timaru 13, Abby Hurst and Annabelle Talbot by the blue cross on that row set. So they'll be looking to try and challenge St Andrews. I think that crew in the middle, that was Avon number 1, has just dropped back slightly, but still holding into that 3rd place position. Looks like we might have had a few scratchings in this event. So they're coming up to the 500 now. It is St Andrews still in front, and they've opened up a gap. Just need to watch that steering a bit. I think they're getting a bit close to the boiling line, just sitting about 2 lengths clear over that crew from Timaru, currently sitting in second. Like it's actually opened up to 2.5 lengths, so St Andrews still pushing their way through. Trying to see that crew in the middle. It could be Avon number 1. Coming into the last 300 metres here, it goes that St Andrews crew comfortably in front in this B final. Might just be having a better race today than they did yesterday. Timaru would be in second, and then it is definitely Avon in third. Go back to that St Andrews number 2 crew in fourth. So St Andrews number 3 in front pretty comfortably. Let's see if they wind this last 250 up. Here, sometimes it's just about the best combination. It's not about who's technically the fastest thrower in seat racing. Be the best combination. So Lucia Apps strokes out of that boat. She's winding her way through, just trying to push as much past as this Timaru crew as she can. It looks like they're sitting about 3 lengths clear over that Timaru crew. Go back to Avon, who seem to have closed the gap a bit on that Timaru crew, maybe just a length down on them now. So let's see what Avon can do if they can hit second place in this B final. Then we just go a bit further back to that St Andrews College number 2 crew, and I think we have a large number of scratchings because those are the only 4 crews I see. Through goes the 100, through the 100 goes the St Andrews crew. Just holding on to that. I think that's the bow side ball line, a bit tight there. Don't think they'll be hitting the boys, but their boats are right next to it. We'll be looking at Timaru. They're going to get second pretty comfortably in this event. Then we'll be looking at Avon also pretty comfortably in third. And St Andrews College in fourth. That's the B final. Coming up to the A final now. The club grade, women's pair. Lane 1 is Timaru 12, Isla Crawford and Kate Caird. Lane 2 is Oamaru number 1, Sophie Spittle and Hannah Strawn. Lane 3 is Christchurch Girls High School number 3, Laura Ryle and Summer Smith. Lane 4 is Timaru 11, Emily Caird and Lily Grant. Lane 5 is Columba College number 1, Kira Patterson and Isla Nicholson. Lane 6 is Waro number 2, Anna Heron and Eliza Glover. Lane 7 is Avon number 2, Isabel Williamson and Cara Brignall. Lane 8 is Christchurch Girls High School number 1, Tallulah Leggett and Sienna Cochran. Lane 9 is Waro number 1, Iris Vavasaur and Lily Smith. And then lane 10 is St Andrews College number 1, Sophia Drury and Jasmine Christie. Not quite seeing that arrowhead effect, but action is coming from those middle 4 lanes. Might be lane number 4, Timaru 11, Emily Caird and Lily Grant performing well here. Also in lane number 7, Avon number 2, Isabel Williamson and Cara Brignall. And inside of them, Waro number 2, Anna Heron and Eliza Glover. That's the 1, 2, 3 I'd say. It looks like they're in a bit of a battle between each other. I think it's this Timaru crew just a bit in front of those two. And then I think Waro and Avon number 2 are currently battling for that second place. So this is the A final. This will be faster than the previous race. So they're in that last 500 now. The gears will be turning. They'll be trying to wind it to the line. Again, you want a good combination. You don't want one rower pulling the other rower round due to the indifference in strength. So very important we get a good combination here, and it looks like that's what this Timaru crew is doing. Emily Caird and Lily Grant in lane number 4. They've got the green boat. They're looking to attack right from the start. Then I'd say we are looking at Avon potentially. I think they've just walked through that Waro crew on lane number 6 for that second place. Waro seems to be challenged on the outside. I think that might be St Andrews College number 1 trying to get up for the third. I think they're just a bit far back. Might be sitting in 4th or 5th because I'm seeing lane number 8, Christchurch Girls High School number 1, Tallulah Leggett and Sienna Cochran is also in the mix as well. Columba as well, just sitting in that 4th position, I think. So there's 3 crews battling for the top 3 and then another 3 battling for that 4, 5 and 6 position. So it's all pretty close racing here. No one's too far back off the pack. But here comes that Timaru crew in this last 250 metres, winding it to the line. They've broken clear of the rest of the field here. They'll just be looking to attack as much distance as they can. I think these 2 were the ones that won the 17 pair at Māori this year. They'll be looking for the 18 pair this year. Just trying to wind it to the line. Looks like they're doing well here. Coming out to the last 100 metres. Wairo's sent the challenge back to Avon. Wairo's coming up on Avon for that second place. Who's the strokes to that boat? I think it's Cara Brignall. She'll need to respond coming through the 100. It's Avon in front by half a length over Wairo number 2. So Wairo's currently sitting in third. Bit of a battle for that second and third position. Then we'll be looking at Columba, Christchurch Girls and St Andrews for that 4, 5 and 6 position. But here comes Timaru. Avon's broken clear of that Wairo crew. They've gone to a length. They've walked through them. And that last 100 metres of the race, Wairo get the third. Looking like Columba for the fourth, and then St Andrews in a tight battle with Christchurch Girls for the fifth position. I think Christchurch Girls have just gone through them by about half a canvas. Then we go to St Andrews, Christchurch Girls number 2, and Timaru 12 rounding out the field on that one. Okay, so we got some good events coming up here. Next up is the women's novice coxed 8. So we've got an 8. We're looking at lane 1 as a Canterbury composite crew made up of Canterbury and Avonside girls. Lane 2 is St Margaret's College number 2. Lane 3 is Rangiroon girls number 1. Lane 4 is Oamaru number 1. Lane 5 is Christchurch Girls High School number 2. Lane 6 is St Margaret's number 1. Lane 7 is Christchurch Girls High School number 1. Lane 8 is Wairo number 1. Lane 9 is Columba College number 1. And lane 10 is St Andrews College number 1. So I think these novice events, there's a bit of a larger difference, larger gap in between each race. That might just be so they have a bit more time to get into the blocks, line up. Up to the K there, they haven't quite reached it yet. But there's only one crew that's really dropped off the pack there. That might be on the inside. That Canterbury composite crew. Apart from that, looks like action's going to come from those middle lanes once again. That's the way it should be based on times. It's arrowhead effect coming up to the 1,000 metre mark. Try and get them on the camera shot. I'm seeing the green, white and red of St Margaret's. I think that's lane number 6, St Margaret's College number 1. In a close battle but with the crews outside of them. They might be flanked by both the Christchurch Girls High School crews on their outside. So look for St Margaret's, and there looks to be a crew actually sitting pretty well in front there. Be coming past 1,000 now. It looks like a Christchurch Girls High School crew is way out in front there. Maybe just sitting 2 lengths clear. Then we'd be looking at St Margaret's in a battle with Christchurch Girls High School number 2. So Christchurch Girls High School number 1, Sophie Kerr, Dylan McCoy, Charlotte May, Olive Cooper, Georgia Brown, Ashley Sheehan, Izzy McLeod, Sophie Cleves, and Stella Pennant is the cox of that boat. They're coming through now. All looks pretty close. A lot of these boats are in a tight battle between each other. They're all grouped up coming past 1,000. There will be a bit more separation as they go into this third 500, as those crews really know how to keep their discipline, keep pushing themselves and keep that technique in check. Like Christchurch Girls High School might be able to go 1 and 2 here. Seeing that might be, that's Rangi, no, that's Oamaru also coming into the mix, so watch out for Oamaru. Christchurch Girls High School number 1 is definitely in front, and then Christchurch Girls High School number 2 might have just pushed past that St Margaret's crew, and Oamaru looks to be challenging for that third place as well. Then maybe St Margaret's currently sitting in the 4th. We'll try and get those distances for you as they come a bit closer into the race. Coming to the last 500, and it looks like a really good performance coming from Christchurch Girls High School number 1, lane number 7. Try and get those colours. I think they're in the purple and red. And I think it's Christchurch Girls High School number 2 in a battle with Oamaru. So the battle right now is for that second and third. I feel like that's always been the race at the moment, but it's Christchurch Girls High School number 1 definitely in front. Then we'll be looking at the number 2 crew potentially to try and get the second, but Oamaru's challenging them hard from the inside. Then we'll be looking at St Margaret's and Rangi battling for that 4th position. Then Wairo, Columba College, and St Andrews College in a bit of a battle further back. So last 350 metres. Novices will just be, they won't be focusing on the technique too much. The pressure comes on. That's a very good discipline to have. And it looks like this Christchurch Girls crew is running pretty well for novices at this point of the season. They've got that rating up and they're just looking to attack. They'll feel comfortable in their current position that they're in. They won't feel too challenged, but I think their number 2 crew and it is coming back on them. And Oamaru looks like they've gone into second. Oamaru, number 1, Isabel Wainwright, Sasha Wright, Ava Goodall, Laura Aker, Gemma Aker, Summer Columbus, Peyton Dixon, Bailey Pearson, and Quinn Anderson as the cox of that Oamaru boat. Looks like they're really challenging number 2, Christchurch Girls High School's number 2 crew. So watch them as they come into this last 250. They're winding it up. Oamaru's having a really good performance here in this last 250 of the Women's Novice Cox State. This is the A final. This is the best of the best of this novice grade. Christchurch Girls High School. Looks like they've actually got their lead closed down a bit by Oamaru and Christchurch Girls High School number 2. Then we'd be looking at Rangi and St Margaret's in a battle for 4th and 5th. Looks like Rangi's rolled over St Margaret's number 1 for the 4th. Oamaru's coming hard at the home though. Last 120 metres, Christchurch Girls High School. They're coming through the 100. Now that's the number 1 crew. Oamaru is currently in a battle with second, but here comes Christchurch Girls High School number 2. It's a canvas. It's a canvas to Oamaru, but it looks like Christchurch Girls High School's winding, just having a few rough strokes there. Can Oamaru hold that discipline, hold the technique, as Christchurch Girls High School number 2 is coming. Can Christchurch Girls High School go number 1 and 2? Oamaru's got just a quarter of a canvas over Christchurch Girls High School number 2. Oamaru takes the second. Christchurch Girls High School for the number 2 for the 3rd. Rangi Ruru for the 4th. St Margaret's just a length back for the 5th. Then their number 2 crew 2 lengths back for the 6th. Wairo for the 7th. And then we go to Columba and a bit of a battle between Canterbury and St Andrews for that final placing. Another 8 coming down. This one will be a bit faster. This is the boys under 17 Cox State. In lane 4, Otago Boys High number 1. In lane 5, St Andrews College number 1. In lane 6, Christ College number 1. And in lane 7, Otago number 1. So there was a big battle between St Andrews and Christ College in the earlier parts of the season in the 16-8 last year. Christ College took it out, and let's see who's getting it here. Is it the black and the white or the blue and the white? And it looks to be St Andrews, a pretty dominant performance here in this boys under 17-8. They're coming into the last 250 now. They've got their rating up. Who's the strokes of that boat? It will be Brad Hughes. So Brad Hughes in this last 250 trying to wind it to the line. They've got sitting about 2 or 3 lengths clear of Christ College, and it looks like Christ College is under pressure from that Otago Boys High crew. Can Otago Boys High potentially get up for second here? It looks like they've got their rating up, and it looks like they might have a special rig in that boat. So there's only 3 boats I can see here, but Otago Boys High might just be trying to get up for that second position, but it's definitely St Andrews for the first here. Very fast, coming through the last 100 metres now. They look relaxed, they look comfortable, they're definitely giving it everything they've got. Nice snap through, nice swing, and here comes Christ College and Otago Boys High School in a tight battle. It's Christ College just by half length over Otago Boys coming into the last 100 metres. So strokes here that Christ College boat is Seb Gray, so he'll just be needing to watch Otago Boys High crew because they're coming up quick, trying to wind it to the line. I think Otago Boys High might just be closing to 2 seats. So 2 seats to Christ College, then Otago Boys High get the 3rd. Of that race. Next up is the men's Inti Coxed 4. So lane 3 is Avon number 1, Elliot Nye, Xavier Annecy, Harvey Cross, Eugene Farrell, and Ella Hansen as the Cox. Lane 4, Oamaru number 1, Sean Lucy, Jacob Rawback, Cash Patterson, Ike Newlands, Carter, and Greer Dixon as the Cox. Lane 5 is Canterbury number 1, Mark McDermott, Sean Fleck, Christopher Napper, Liam Collins, and Annabelle Scott as the Cox. Lane 6 is St Bede's College number 2, Ashton Corcoran, Jonghu Oh, Derek Lynch, Andy Peterson, and Zihan Kang as the Cox. And then lane number 7 is St Bede's College number 1, Emery Campbell, Liam Melander, Wyatt Dent, Ryan Gardner, and Fletcher Franklin as the Cox. We are looking at that Canterbury crew number 1 and lane number 5. They do look to be in front. Then second place might be that Oamaru crew. Battle for third might be between Avon number 1 and St Bede's College number 1. Grade pretty similar to under 16 grade, except you can be any age group, just have to be a second year rower. Definitely looks like the white row suits of Canterbury leading this Inti 4 home. This is a straight final, so this is the best of the Inti rowers. Still seeing a bit of a tailwind come across the course, it hasn't gone away. Time for that St Andrews crew, and that race was a 6:25.94. Price just 10 seconds back on them. Not rapid conditions, but certainly not slow. And it is Canterbury, and then I think that might be St Bede's actually trying to challenge for the second. Actually, sorry, that might be Avon number 1 trying to challenge for the second over that St Bede's College number 2 crew. So coming into the last 300 metres here, it's still Canterbury in front. They're sitting comfortable. Just be lucky to watch the race ahead of them. Will be the rowers. Coxed won't even be able to see the other crews, so he'll just be focusing on the technique calls and getting them to put as much pressure through the line as they come into the last 250 of this race. Nothing to sniff at here from Canterbury. St Bede's look to be charging through for that second place, and then we'll be looking at Avon number 1 for the third place. So that's St Bede's College number 2 crew. Zihan Kang is the cox there, so he'll just be watching the charge from Avon, just making sure his boys are getting enough distance from them, keeping them disciplined on their tech as they come into the hardest parts of the race. But Canterbury, pretty dominant performance here as they come into the last 100 metres. They look to be rating a bit lower, just holding on to that finish. Annabelle Scott, experienced cox in that boat, so she'll be telling her boys what to do in that race. St Bede's College number 2, comfortably in second. St Bede's College number 1, maybe trying to challenge Avon for that third position, but they're not going to catch them. So a pretty clear 1, 2, 3 in this race. Then we'll be looking at St Bede's College number 1 for the 4th, and then Oamaru for the final position. Okay, girls under 17 coxed quad. Lane 1 is Christchurch Girls High School number 1. Lane 2, St Andrews College number 1. Lane 3, Burnside High School number 1. Lane 4, Cashmere High School number 1. Lane 5, Dunstan Arm number 1. Lane 6, Wakatipu number 1. Lane 7, Otago Girls number 1. Lane 8, Meridian College number 1. Lane 9, Wairo number 1. And Lane 10, Otago Girls number 2. The 17, very interesting grade. It's not quite the pinnacle, but they'll be senior rowers now. They'll have the technique down, and they'll be able to have the ability to make under 18 boats. It's also the grade where rowdowns start to become less useful. Still a good asset to have, but rowdowns do become a bit less overpowered, is the word I'd say, in the under 17 grade compared to under 15 and under 16. So let's see how they go in the skills under 17 coxed quad. Look for Dunstan Arm and Wakatipu. That's your lane 5 and lane 6. So they would have been the favourites on times. They would have gone through first in their respective heats, and now they battle against each other. And it looks like Dunstan Arm has a pretty comfortable lead over that Wakatipu crew. So that Dunstan Arm number 1 crew Charlotte Crosby, Drew Thomas, Ruby Smith, Bella Breen, and then Fred Phillips is the cox. Very comfortably in front. We'll be looking at Wakatipu for that second place. That's Eve Pagan, Lucy Clark, Amy Patterson, Zara Small, and Jessie Glover is the cox. And I'd say maybe on the inside there, that might be Cashmere High School #1. Currently trying to challenge Wakatipu for that second place, but right now sitting in third. So look for the outside of that Wakatipu crew, Otago girls, just a bit further back. They're watching the challenge coming from those outside lanes, and that's going to try and bring the fight back up to that Cashmere crew to get up into that top 3 positioning. But very dominant performance coming from Dunstanarm. I know they won their heats quite comfortably yesterday, but they're doing it again in the final this time. So good performance coming from them. I think it's just Cashmere trying to work their way into that second position, but Wakatipu's probably got about a length lead on them. In looking at that 4th place, you're probably going to Otago girls, and a bit of a tussle with Meridian College and Wairo #1. Dunstanarm, I know they had their rating quite high in the heats, and they're doing it again in the finals. They're just attacking that rating a wee bit higher than the rest of these crews. That just might come down to personal preferences for the crew, whether they benefit off rating higher versus maybe rating a bit lower and having a more powerful stroke. But here they go. Into the last 250 comes Dunstanarm, sitting about 3.5 lengths clear of that Wakatipu crew. That Wakatipu crew is definitely comfortably in second, just working their way through that Cashmere crew, and then that Cashmere crew needs to watch a charge coming from Otago girls, Meridian College, and Wairo #1. That's your 4, 5, and 6, and a bit of a battle between each other. Through the 250 goes Cashmere now. So they are actually pretty comfortably in third. So comfortable 1, 2, 3 again. Closest right now would be between second and third. Dunstanarm through the 100 now. Pretty dominant performance. Got that rating right up. Just looking to attack. Finish off this race well. Looks like they've got a shorter stroke, but very accelerated, very sharp. They know what they're doing there. Nice swing through the water. They've got about 4.5 lengths over the rest of the field. Wakatipu, they've got about 2 lengths over this Cashmere crew. Cashmere just a bit of a lower rating. Maybe something to give that Cashmere crew. Wakatipu very quick with the hands away there. They will take that second place. Cashmere pretty comfortably in third there. Be looking at Otago girls, Marion, Wairo. Go inside to Christchurch Girls High School, and St Andrews College and Otago girls #2, and a bit of a battle for that final place there. Next up is the boys under-15 double sculls. Lane 1 is Dunstanarm #1, Kiora O'Neill and Boston Irving Dowling. Lane 2 is Wakatipu #2, Baxter Kingan and Kaito Nakazawa. Lane 3 is Otago #1, Ryan Cleghorn and Gus Carr. Lane 4 is Wakatipu #3, Phineas Thomas and Zebby Jarvis. Lane 5 is Wakatipu #1, Ruben Davis and Henry Mornier. Lane 6 is Timaru 30, Murphy, Hopper Park, and Baxter Hopper Park. Lane 7 is St Thomas of Canterbury #1, Connor Frost and Finn Sorensen. Lane 8 is Timaru 32, Idris Huddart and Josh Sadler. Lane 9 is Burnside High School #1, Tyler Rogers and Jack Payne. And then Lane 10 is St Thomas of Canterbury #2, Elijah Redmond and Keon Ash. One crew definitely out in front there. The 15 doubles, these things can change. It's a smaller boat and younger athletes, so you can see pretty large variations in boat speed in these doubles and singles, particularly in the younger grades, as they might just not quite have that technique down. They might burn out early as they don't quite know how to pace themselves or push themselves to the absolute limit yet. and it actually does look closer. Looks a bit to be between Wakatipu, Timaru, and maybe St. Thomas. So that's lane 5, 6, and 7. That would make sense. Wakatipu number 1, Ruben Davis, Henry Mornier, Timaru 30, Murphy Hopper Park, and Baxter Hopper Park, and St. Thomas of Canterbury number 1, Connor Frost, and Finn Sorensen. Those 3 are sitting pretty tight together and well clear of the rest of the field there. I'd say it's Timaru right now with the slight edge. Then we'd be looking at Wakatipu, then St. Thomas. So Timaru with the lead over Wakatipu, then go back to St. Thomas in 3rd. Nobody's challenging those 3, I can tell you that much. This is a straight final, and it's very close. It's half length. Oh, it might be to Wakatipu, actually. Wakatipu with the lead over Timaru. Timaru sitting 2 lengths clear over St. Thomas, and then there's a crew on the inside there. That might be done. No, that might be Otago number 1, currently sitting in the 4th spot, trying to challenge St. Thomas. So it's very close between these top 2. We've got a good race for first here between Wakatipu number 1 and Timaru 30. Last 100 metres here. Who's got the push here? Wakatipu seem to be rating a bit higher than Timaru. Timaru with the length. 2 very different rowing styles out here. Wakatipu quick with the hands away, sharp with that catch. Timaru just seemed a bit longer, trying to accelerate that drive through the water, coming into the last 250 metres of this race. Who's going to take it in this boys under 15 double? Wakatipu number 1 or Timaru 30? So Wakatipu looking good here. I think that Timaru double might be brothers based off their last name, but here's Wakatipu coming along hot. Bow seat looks to be quite strong in that boat, swinging across. Here comes Wakatipu, but Timaru's responded. Timaru's brought that rating right up. Timaru's now staying long and rating high, so they've got the double there. Can they roll over this Wakatipu crew? It looks like they're doing it. It looks like Timaru might just have the lead over this Wakatipu crew right now, coming into the last 100. Strokes to that boat. Baxter Hopper Park has just made a charge here, and he's got a length. He's got a length over this Wakatipu crew. Go back to St. Thomas comfortably in 3rd. So Timaru's absolutely stolen a march in this final 250 metres, and they're looking to break through to clear water. Wakatipu just a couple of rough strokes there. Timaru's going to win by nearly 2 lengths over the Wakatipu. Wakatipu back to St. Thomas. Otago number 1 is going to take, is actually in a very close battle with Wakatipu number 3 for that 4th place. Wakatipu number 3 might take that. Let's see who gets it on the line. I'm going to say that was Otago number 1 over Wakatipu. Go back to Timaru 32, Burnside High School number 1, Wakatipu number 2, and then Dunsnam number 1. Another intermediate Cox 4 coming up. This time it's the women's. Lane 1 is Wakatipu number 1. Lane 2 is Columba College number 1. Lane 3 is Dunstanarm number 1. Lane 4 is Oamaru number 1. Lane 5 is Avon number 1. Lane 6 is Wairo number 2. Lane 7 is Wairo number 1. Lane 8 is Ashburn number 1. And then lane 9 is Invercargill number 1. In lane number 10 would be Avonside Girls High School number 1. Might be seeing a bit of an upset to that arrowhead effect there. That might just be one in from the outside. That could be Invercargill number 1 performing quite well there. Quote me on that, but that's what it looks like with the lane allocations, unless it's potentially Ashburn number 1 in lane 8. I'm seeing the yellow boats. That might actually be Ashburn number 1, Tegan Marriott, Summer Tilson, Georgia Scammell, Zara McGillen, and Isabel Wall is the Cox. That might be Wairo number 1 and 2nd. Wairo, Avon, and Ashburn number 1. I think that might actually be Wairo number 2. That'll make sense because they are in lane number 6. Currently sitting in the 2nd position, but Ashburn maybe just having a bit better of a race today, but it looks like Waro might actually be challenging for them for their first position, take it away from them, and watch Avon currently sitting in third as well as that crew inside of them. That might be Omaru, number 1. The yellow and black of Omaru. Yep, that is Omaru looking to challenge that Avon crew, so that Avon crew is going to need to watch out if they want to keep that third spot. And then I think Waro number 2 might just be moving through that crew from Ashburn. So Ashburn just taking a couple rough strokes there. Might have had a strong first K, decide to take it out aggressive and now paying for it, because it's definitely now Waro number 2 in front. Avon and Omaru might just be moving past Ashburn number 1. The 1, 2, 3, I'd say, looks to be, that's actually on the inside. That looks to be taking out that second place and maybe potentially the first. Omaru is making a charge out here in lane number 3. So Waro number 2, Omaru number 1, and Avon number 1. That's your 1, 2, 3. Omaru number 1 look to have the lead now over that Waro crew. Avon also trying to challenge that Waro crew. Ashburn's dropped back now, so it's Omaru taking the charge here in this final 300 metres of this race. Omaru's got that rating up, just might want some cleaner catches. Looks like they might be missing a bit of water there. Same with Avon as well, but that's to be expected with these NT rows, only second-year rows. So watch Omaru here come into the final 250 of this race. Who's going to challenge them? It looks to be Avon and Waro in a battle for second and third. It looks to be Waro in that second place position. So Omaru, Waro, and Avon, that's your 1, 2, 3. Come into this last 250. We'll see the distances. Looks like Waro is starting to charge. I've seen that stroke seat. They've made a move that take that rating up. Who's the coxswain of that Waro boat? It is Hayley Sutherland. She's made a move for the final 250. Will it be too little too late, though? Because Omaru looks to be sitting half a length clear of this Waro crew. They've both pushed away from Avon. Avon just sitting a little bit lower on the rate there. Sitting comfortable last 100 metres. Oh, it looks to be Waro. Waro's got the lead over Omaru. Waro's gone to a canvas clear over Omaru. So great wind from Waro number 2. Hayley Sutherland's called it right. She's made a move here, and they are walking straight through this Omaru crew. 3/4 of a length clear. Omaru sitting in second, and then we go to Avon for third. Ashburton for the fourth. Go inside to Columba. Dunstanam, Omaru, no, Invercargill number 1, Waro number 1, Wakatipu, and Avonside Girls High School. So coming into the last section of the race is the girls under 15 double sculls. This is the B final. Lane 2, Union number 3, Jemima Nola, Eden Petty. Lane 3, Otago girls number 1, Jordan Pride and Lara Cadman. Lane 4 is Dunstanam number 2, Bailey Thomas and Meg King. Lane 5 is Marion College number 1, Asher Clark and Ava Thomas. Lane 6 is North End number 4, Claudia Shaw and Ava Woodcock. Lane 7 is Invercargill number 1, Mila Sheehan and Tiziana Maisda Churian. Lane 8 is North End number 3, Ruby Anderson and Amelia Bosted. Then lane number 9 is Timaru 21, Brooke Taylor and Sofia Brakovsky. I'll try and catch them as they come into this last 500 metres here. bit more of a spread in these under 15 events versus the under 18 senior events. So there's a crew leading by a length there on the outside. That might be the Invercargill crew. Invercargill number 1, Mila Sheehan and Tiziana Mazda Churian. A length over the crew inside of them, which is North End number 4. And I'd say we'd be looking... Might be Meridian College number 1 currently sitting in that 3rd position. And then outside also Otago Girls number 1, Jordan Pride and Laura Cadman looking good. That 4th position. So Invercargill looks to be challenged now by that North End crew coming into the last 300 metres of this race. Again, these under 15 events, a lot more variation in terms of boat speed. You can see a length change just like that, especially in these smaller boats. So it is Invercargill holding on. But North End number 4 will be looking to make a charge here. In bit of a gap to that 3rd spot, which I'd say is being held by Meridian College, but it looks like Otago Girls number 1, Jordan Pride and Laura Cadman are trying to take that 3rd spot off them. A good performance coming from Invercargill here. Just looking clean. Looks like they're having a better race. It looks like they're rowing pretty clean compared to the rest of the field right now. They've got a good drive through the water. Rating's not too high. Coming up to the 100 now. Looks like they are just holding a length over that North End crew. So North End certainly hasn't gone away. And I'd say they might have actually... looks like there's been a boat that's tipped there. Not in this race, but... Here comes Invercargill. Look out yet, you still got race water to row through. Marion sitting in that 3rd position, and then it looks like Otago is challenging them. Looks like they've closed to just about 3/4 of a length over that Meridian College crew. And then Dunstan Arm just behind them for the 5th. And another North End crew. And further back there, that might be Timaru. The A final of the girls under 15 double sculls coming up. Lane number 1 is Union number 2. Emily Glimmer and Ava Wawaitai. Lane 2 is Wakatipu number 3, Posey Manser and Cinnamon Williams. Lane 3 is Avon 51, Felicity Wright and Pagan Hay. Lane 4 is Timaru 11, Neve Callahan and Alan Metcalf. Lane 5 is North End number 1, Rosa Hurley and Yavi Moore. Lane 6 is Wakatipu number 2, Kira Lightfoot and Caitlin Julian. Lane 7 is Wakatipu number 1, Annie Clark and Caitlin Roberts. Lane 8 is Union number 1, Lauren McCauley, Billy Rochford. And lane number 9 is North End number 5, India Garden, Isla Turner. And then lane 10 is North End number 2, Isla Thompson and Marley Hoa. Wakatipu did well in this event last time. They've got one of the middle lanes. So look for them to lock down at least a top 3 placing here. There's one of those Wakatipu crews just sitting a bit further back, but it is the inside one. So that's Wakatipu number 2, Kira Lightfoot and Caitlin Julian. Currently sitting pretty comfortable in the lead. Maybe we'll be looking at Timaru 11 for that 2nd place. And see the blue cross. They're pretty easy to identify, the Timaru rowers. The green boat, the blue cross, that is Timaru currently sitting in 2nd. Then that 3rd place just looks to be outside that Wakatipu number 1 crew. Look for Union number 1, Laura McCauley and Billy Rochford for that 3rd place, as well as Wakatipu number 1. Those seem to be the 2 crews battling for the 3rd place right now. But very comfortable is this Wakatipu number 2 crew. I need to raise my voice for this one. They're doing it last 350 metres. Won't need to wind. They'll be able to hold off the rest of the crew. Timaru's definitely rating a bit higher. They're sitting in second, just probably a bit less comfortable, as coming through now is Union number 1. Union number 1 and Wakatipu number 1 in the battle for third place. That's the race to watch for the moment. Wakatipu number 1 and Union. Coming through in first, entering the last 250 now is Wakatipu number 2, Kira Lightfoot and Caitlin Julian, coached by Jimmy Kavanaugh. Hopefully I've pronounced that name right there, but they're sitting about 2 lengths clear over that Timaru crew. That Timaru crew is probably sitting 3 or 4 lengths clear over that crew from Union. I'm not sure who's got the lead right now over Wakatipu and Union. We'll have to watch out for that one. Look for the Wakatipu number 1 to have a wind here. Annie Clark and Caitlin Roberts versus the Union girls of Lauren McCauley and Billy Rochford. That's Wakatipu number 1 versus Union number 1. See the Union bow seat looking out, trying to tell her fellow rower where they are positioned, whether they've got the third place or whether they're currently sitting in fourth, and will really need to put the afterburners on in the final 120 metres of this race. But through going now is that Wakatipu number 2 crew, sitting maybe a length and 3/4 clear of that Timaru crew. Timaru sitting in second pretty comfortably. That's going to be your 1-2. And making a charge now is the crew from Union. Union is taking that rate right up, winding it through the line. They're going to take it over Wakatipu for that third place. Then we'll be looking at North End number 1, Wakatipu number 3, Wairo. Might be Avon actually. Got Wairo Rose, so I'm a bit confused about that. Then North End number 5, North End number 2, and then rounding out the field in the save final will be Union number 2.
G'day there, and apologies, just a bit of a change over here with the commentators. It's called Frank Tokuingo here, Frank Dean, for my final session for the day at 11:30. So this must be the boys under 16 quadruple sculls just coming through now. That'd be at event 203, and we've got a very clear lead here. Is that a Christ College crew? D5, yes, Christ College 2. They had 3 crews in this event. They've come through at least with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boat lengths over the D3. What's there? That'll be their Christchurch Boys High School 1 crew, who are just holding off on the far side, the Kashmir High School crew. So that was the boys under 16 B final. And we've got the A final already at the 1,000 metre mark. So I'll just quickly get on to that. Yep, that was just something falling off my chair. Water bottle landed on my foot. Ouch. I restrained myself now. Get the brain into it. So we've got the boys under 16 quadruple sculls event 203A final there. They're coming up through the 1,000 already. So we've got in lane 1, Christ College 1. There's 10 in this event, by the way. Lane 1, Christ College 1. Lane 2, St Andrews 1. St Bede's 2. Wairau 11. Timaru 30. St Thomas of Canterbury 1. Shirley Boys 1. St Thomas of Canterbury 2. Whakatipu and Otago, both on the far side there. And through the list here and see what we can see. So it does look like as expected. And just like Will was explaining himself, that the middle lanes, they are the fastest qualifiers, so they often you get an arrow shape because they tend to be the fastest boats and they tend to be in the lead. It does look like lane 6 and Thomas of Canterbury 1 have got the boat ahead of the others just at the moment, maybe by a boat length. Just outside of them, that would be Timaru 30. So St Thomas of Canterbury, Luke Sweeney, Kyra Hogan, Harry Gallagher, and Seth Tranter with Sam McGuigan, sorry. As their cocks, they've got Lewis the Sutherland, Cooper Gordon, Tim Bartlett, George Talbot, and Ned Brown as the cocks for Timaru there. Just inside them, but actually, let's have a look. Outside, and perhaps that third position is going to be a bit more contested. It does look like the Shirley Boys and the Whakatipu crew are fighting that out for the third position. They've got reasonably clear water in front of the other boats, but at the moment it's this 1 and 2. Timaru and St Thomas of Canterbury. Far side, yeah. So Timaru and St Thomas of Canterbury. I think it looks like St Thomas of Canterbury are slightly ahead of Timaru. They're coming up to the 250. I'll just check to see who cuts through the yellow boys first. St Thomas of Canterbury, they'll be looking over at each other, eyeing each other up, and it was actually, I think it was Timaru that came through first, and yes, they look like they have put on a little spurt. They're definitely picking it up now. They're moving slowly ahead of St Thomas of Canterbury. This is Timaru, this is Lewis, Cooper, Tim, George, Ned Brown, the cocks there in the front. He'll be moving them on, giving the instructions. St Thomas of Canterbury have responded. Now these boats are looking quick. There's St Thomas of Canterbury, Timaru getting really nice length there, really nice lengths, good push through the water. Definitely pulling themselves away from St Thomas of Canterbury, who have responded. They're responding. You can see the effort going in, but I don't think they're quite making the same distance speed because Timaru have now pulled up to a boat length ahead as they're about to cross the line. They'll take this by a boat and a metre. So that's Shirley Boy. Timaru 30, Lewis, Cooper, Tim Bartlett, George, and Ned Brown are the winners of the A final. The boys under 16 quadruple sculls, followed by St Thomas of Canterbury, Luke, Kyrie, Harry, Seth, and Sam McGuire. On the inside here, we've got Whakatipu, and is that St Thomas of Canterbury too? No, Shirley Boys. Sorry, Shirley Boys have taken the third spot with Whakatipu just behind them in fourth. Congratulations, Timaru. Good row. Rightio. Event 204, it's coming down. It's already past the 1,000-metre mark. This is the men's premier coxless pairs. Men's premier coxless pair final, one event, no A and B. This is the one. Lanes 1 to 10. Lane 1, St Thomas of Canterbury, Darby and Luca. We've got a few Avons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 7 Avon crews. So from lane 2, Avon 2, Matthew and Harry. Avon 6, Toby and Ted. Avon 4, Sam and William. Avon 1, Cody and Oliver. Avon 3, Josh and Fergus. Avon 5, Peo and Ben. Cure 1, Lewis and Alex. Avon 7, Sam and Thomas. And then St Thomas of Canterbury, Noah and Flynn in lane 10. So the Avon, they've got all these middle boats. So in a way, you could suspect, is this going to be an all Avon final? They've got the middle lanes. They probably were the fastest boats in the heat. Coming through now. Avon 4 there, Avon 4. Sam Wilson and William McIntosh. Have they got a good handy lead over everyone else? Them. Up now, it's coming up to the 500-metre mark. Gone through that, they're coming up to the 250. Avon 4, Avon 5. Avon 1 and lane 5. Cody and Oliver, they've got the wood over the other. In fact, they've got quite a good clear distance from the other boats there. Yes, it's definitely Avon 5. So they've also just hit that 250 and they've just put it up, moved their rating up. I don't think they're reaching that long, but they are getting good push through the water over the next crew, which would be Avon 4 in lane 4, Sam Wilson and William McIntosh. And they're battling it out with Avon 5, Peo O'Sullivan and Ben Allen for the second and third spot, with Avon 3, Josh Sim and Fergus Johnson right in the middle. And I think they've dropped back, but Avon 1 here really just pumping it up. They are just showing you how to finish. This is the men's premier. They're looking very strong now. They've got really good length, good rate. You can just see the boat moving meters each time through the water. Coming inside them though, they're about 4 boat lengths back as Avon 4, Sam and William are also pulled themselves ahead of the other Avon crew over the far side there. F7, that would be Avon 5, who took third place. Avon 6, 5th. I think it was Avon 3 over Cure in 6th and 7th place. So that'll be got a good points Avon have just earned for their club during that race. Rightio, after this, race 205. They're already through the 1,000. This is the men's senior coxless pair. So the men's premier, that's the top. Men's senior is the next class down. How many we got in this race? We've got 3, 6, 7, 8 crews in this race. So we've got 1, 2, 3 from Christ College, 3 from Christchurch Boys, with St Bede's and St Andrews in the middle. So lane 2, Christ College 1, Max and Georgie. Christchurch Boys 3, Harvey and Ruben. Christchurch Boys 1, Harry and Ben. Christ College 2, George and Will. St Bede's College 1, Hugo and Bruno. St Andrews College 1, Jackson and Theodore. Christchurch Boys 2, Ollie Brown, William Harrington. And Christ College 3 in lane 9, George Wilson and Harry Jones. A reasonably spread out race as well. Those middle lanes do seem to have the looks like it's probably Christ College 2 in lane 5 there, George Young and Will Wilson over the St Bede's crew of Hugo Van Heeren and Bruno Dooley. They look pretty close to each other. Oh, still that boat over the far side there, Christ College 3, George Wilson, Harry Jones. They look like they're in it as well. So those 3 boats are possibly slightly ahead when we look to the inside lanes here of Christchurch Boys and another Christ College team. Now, either some crews are way back or there's been some scratchings that I'm unaware of, because I only see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boats in this race, and the list is 9. Christ College 2 over St Bede's 1. They're coming up to the 250, and on the far side we've got actually that looks like a St Andrews crew. No, it's a Christ College crew as well, I think. When they scratch, you don't know, but definitely this Christ College crew are 2, just holding it just over St Bede's College, but not by much at all. In fact, you can see St Bede's have now got a bit more reach in their blades there. They are pushing them further out. They are definitely rating up and reaching, and Christ College has responded as well. Both these boats are pulling away. St Bede's, though, is rolling over Christ College 2, pulling away, rolling over Christ College 2. On the far side, it's St Andrews College. It was St Andrews College, have now pulled themselves into third spot. This crew down the inside here, which I thought were doing okay, which was a Christchurch Boys 3, looked like they had some difficulties there. They're back in there, but they're not. There's too much water between the third place and them. But 1 and 2 are battling it out. It looks like some Bedes have done very nicely to go through Christ College, and they win the final. So this is the men's senior coxless pair oars, event 205, won by St Bede's College 1 of Hugo Van Heerel, Bruno Dooley, coached by Dale Mahi. Christchurch College 2, Christ College 2, George Young and Will Wilson, coached by Harry Smith, was second. And that was followed by a St Andrews crew of, I'm guessing it must be Jackson Evans and Theodore Thomas, coached by Mitch White and Liam Parker, came through in the third spot. So those 3 middle boats got that. Now we've got the Women's Premier Coxless 4. The Women's Premier Coxless 4. Now there's only 3 boats in this race, so it is an A final, and they're in lanes 4, 5 and 6. Just looking at the times here, so we've got Wairau 1, Avon 1 and Avon 2, and the times are actually all very close. So I suspect this will be very close, although does look like Avon 1 are currently in the lead, coming up to the 1,000. So we'll just whip through the names. Wairau 1, we've got Lila, Lexi, Mila, Grace, and Avon 1. We've got Gemma, Alice, Phoebe, and Aurelia. And Avon 2, Mania, Jessica, Katie, and Claudia. 3 boats in this, so they're all guaranteed a place, obviously. But of course, we like to win, don't we? So yes, it definitely looks like the Avon 1. Gemma Burrows, Alice Ferguson, Phoebe Collier, and Ariel O'Sutherland are in complete control of this race. They've got maybe 2 or 3 boat lengths backed Avon 2. Mania Butler, Jessica Tavendale, Katie Bell, and Claudia Kinder. They're in prime spot. They can really control this race, respond to any attacks, and just stay in front. Go back to Wairau 1, who really, I think, probably out of contention now. They must be about 6 or 7 boat lengths back from the leading crew: Lila Stella, Lexi Timpson, Millie Van Rensburg, and Gracie Straker. Up to the 500 metre mark. Let's count this. Avon 1, the Women's Premier Coxless 4, experienced rowers, and in the classification system, to be a Premier, you would have had to win some senior events and other key events, and they've just gone through the 100. So let's see how many seconds back to the second one. That's 12 seconds. There's a 12-second gap back to the Avon 1. So they really are in control, in command of this race. Yes, so for those who are not aware, in the classification system, so when you first start to row, you're a novice. Regardless of age, you're a novice. Once you've had 1 season rowing, you then become an intermediate. You then move up through the stages of intermediate, club, senior, and prem, I think it is, depending on if you win or are in certain finals, A's and sometimes B's, in certain key events, such as South Island Champs and such as, I'm pretty sure, this event as well, a New Zealand Rowing Associated, a New Zealand Rowing licensed event. Probably need to pull the rule book out and just check that. All written down in there, all the rules. Avon 1 here, they're barring anything really serious, they should win this. They're prems, very experienced rowers. They've got the old tandem rig there, so instead of the normal 1, 2, 3, 4 type rig, they've got 1, 2, 2, 1, 1, 2 to 1. So really what that means is the stroke is in 1 and in the bow seat, and then 2 and 3 and are bow rowers. And they're making a nice strong finish here and a nice strong statement. They've picked it up. They'll be going to their rowing plan. Good length, good timing. Like just lifts each time. You can see it. Beautiful. Well done. That must be about 10 boat lengths back to the Avon 2 crew, and then maybe another 10 back to the Wairau crew. Congratulations, Avon 1, Gemma Burrows and Alice Ferguson, Phoebe Collier and Aurelia O'Sutherland for winning the Women's Premier Coxed 4. Now we're going to move on to the Women's Under-19 Coxed 4. Women's Under-19 Coxed 4 race 207. 9 crews in this event on my list. We've got in lane 1, St Andrew College 1, Charlotte, Chloe, Katie and Alana, Cox by Emily Dajour. Rangaruru Girls 2, Isabella, Harriet, Georgia, Izzy and Grace O'Connor as the Cox. St Margaret's College 2, Anne, Isabel, Charlotte and Jessica, Emily Fitzsimons as the Cox. St Margaret's 1, Bronnie, Belize, Anine and Coco and Bella Harrison as the Cox. Rangiru 1, Charlotte, Lucy, Samantha, Brooke and Charlie Ward's the Cox. Timaru 11, Isla, Emily, Lily, Annabelle and Tessa Westgarth as the Cox. Wairau 1, Iris, Lily, Ann and Eliza, Molly Horban as the Cox. And Oamaru 1 on the very far side, Emily, Sophie Rockbark, Sophie Spittle, Tessa and Greer Dixon as the Cox. So these strong college crews of St Margaret's and Rangiru have got the middle lanes there, and I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4. So I would think it would be, looks like it's St Margaret's College 1, or Bronny, Belize, Anine, and Coco. And I've got pretty good distance over the other next boat. So there must at least be a length over the boat inside them, which should be Rangi, or outside them, I should say, which should be Rangiru Girls 1. Strong competition between these schools, and as most of you from the Christchurch area, you're probably aware of this. It was a bit of a new thing for me, down from the deep south. I'm thinking that St Margaret's College 2 is potentially the third place boat, although Wairoa 1 on the far side is actually in pretty handy position as well. So they could be contesting third. They may be challenging on the second boat. In fact, they might be challenging, Wairoa might be challenging Rangiru 1, and so might St Margaret's College 2 there in lane 4. So they're the 4 boats that are really in the lead. Coming through now, what have we got? You can see St Margaret's 1. This is the under 19 Cox 4, so really some experienced rowers here. St Margaret's 1. Coming up to the 250. Looking comfortable at the moment. Margaret's 1, yes, they've just gone through the 250 first. So who's going to be next? Is it Rangiru 1 or Wairoa on the far side there? I think it's Wairoa 1 about 5 seconds back, and then inside is the Rangiru 1. St Margaret's 2 have dropped back a little, although I can just see them, they're really putting it in now. They're having to make an early dash perhaps, who knows, that might be their training plans to really put it on the 250. In the meantime, the St Margaret's 1 crew have got good length, reach, the stroke rate's up, and you can see the boat's actually moving. So it's not wasted effort, which can occur when you speed the stroke rate up without good technique and control in the water. Rangiru 1 are now having a go at Wairoa, but in the meantime, St Margaret's 2 are flying down. They are really flying down. They're throwing it at the Rangiru crew, trying to throw it at the Wairoa crew. Can the Wairoa crew hold out for second place? I don't think so. Rangiru are now coming through very quick over Wairoa. That was St Margaret's 1 you heard taking the gold, and the Rangiru 1 looks like they're going to now take the silver over Wairoa, and Wairoa will be fighting off St Margaret's 2 unless they just. So the order of events with St Margaret's 1 have taken the gold, and the women's under 19 coxed 4 final. In second place was Rangiru 1 with a late dash to roll over Wairoa 1 in lane 8. Meantime, we've got the girls under 16 coxed 8 final. Not quite at the 1,000 metre mark. We're on the schedule here. We've got 6 crews. In lane 3, Meridian College. In lane 4, Rangiru 1, St Margaret's 1, Christchurch Girls 1, Timaru 11, and Christchurch Girls 2. See the arrowhead there? So it looks like it's St Margaret's 1, St Margaret's College 1, Isabella, Siobhan, Annabelle, Josie, Ella Drummond, because it's Ellie Scott as the Cox, Ella, Scarlett, Poppy, and Sophie, with Ellie Scotland as the Cox. At the pointy end. You know, it looks like either side, the flinches either side of the arrow. So we've got Rangiru Girls 1 and Christchurch Girls on the far side of St Margaret's crew there. Rangiru, that's India, Matilda, Gussie, Kate, Chloe, Olivia, Jessica, and Maddie, coxed by Penelope Sutton. And Christchurch Girls 1, Emily, Sophie, Georgia, Ashley, Amelia, Olive, Izzy, Sophie. Oh, so it's a Sophie Robinson. No, that one's a Sophie. This is a Sophia. Sophia Robertson and Savita Mali as the Cox. Are forming the flanges either side of the sharp point at the moment, which is St Margaret's College 1 there in lane 5. I actually think it's the Christchurch Girls Highs on the lane 6 that actually have the lead over Rangiru. This is the girls under 16 coxed 8 final. Almost looks like that Christchurch Girls High crew has just picked it up a bit and are challenging. It looks like they want to challenge the St Margaret's 1 crew. Probably a good time to do it. I can see the yellow boys at the 500 metre mark. See who cuts through them first. Inside lane, we've got Meridian College, who probably a bit off the pace, particularly. They're probably in the last spot at the moment. They may be in line with Christchurch Girls 2, between the Timaru 3. But it does look like St Margaret's College 1. Going to see these yellow boys that the 500 metre St Margaret's College and Christchurch Girls, they're the crews that are fighting. Christchurch Girls 1 are fighting for that first and second spot. And I've just seen St Margaret's go through on that, through the 500 metres. And there we have, so about 2 seconds behind them is the Christchurch Girls High, and then back to the Rangiruru. So Rangiruru have dropped off the pace a bit. They're probably maybe a couple of boat lengths back. The St Margaret's crew holding the point over the Christchurch Girls crew on the far side of them. I don't know there's much in it though. There's maybe, looks like from this angle here, it's probably less than a boat length. The bow of the Christchurch Girls Christchurch Girls 1 could almost be maybe the 4th spot of St Margaret, and St Margaret's aren't liking that because I can see they've upped their rating. You can see they're up their rating. The swing's gone up. Pushing those hands through nice and quick. Christchurch Girls look like they haven't got the same rating, but they are actually holding. They look like they're pushing well, but St Margaret's have gone up again, and I think they have pulled themselves to a boat in front of the Christchurch Girls crew. Just on the inside here, we've got Rangiruru. So Rangiruru 1 have dropped back on the pace. They're probably, maybe 4 boat lengths back on the leading crew of St Margaret's College, have pulled themselves away from the Christchurch Girls 1 crew. I've got a boat length over them at this stage, I reckon. Christchurch Girls they're winding it up as well. They've definitely upped their rating. They're really pushing it. They're good long length. But the St Margaret's crew also dipped it up further, and they're looking stronger because they are actually pulling away with each stroke. They're making about a metre or half a metre over the Christchurch Girls through, and they're going to come through now. So that'll be St Margaret's College 1, who are the winners of the Girls Under 16 Coxed 8, followed by Christchurch Girls 1, who are in second place. Then we come back to 1, 2, 3 boat lengths to Rangiruru, and then further back to Timaru, Meridian College 1, and Christchurch Girls High School 2. Good race. Oh, the other races come out quite quickly. This is the men's club coxed sculls. They're already almost at the 500 metre mark. So we've got 8 in this race. So quickly whipping through in lane 1, Dunstan 2, Angus and Liam. Avon 2, William and Sam. Canterbury 1, Noah and Sam. Dunstan 1, Jilt and Roland. Avon 1, Benjamin, Cody. Oamaru 1, Patrick and Ned. Otago Boys 1, Nicholas and Henry. And Avon 3, Jamie and Scott are over in the far lane there in lane 9. Rightio, so we've got to go, wow. Oh, and you can see it out in front of the spectators stand. You'll all see this in front of me, so you've probably got a better idea than me at the moment. But I'm saying that it looks like it's is it an Avon crew there? An Avon crew there have got the lead at the moment? No, it's Dunstan, sorry. It's the Dunstan Arm crew there. They look like they've got the lead just over, who is that on the far side? Avon crew on the far side, and then inside them we've got the Canterbury 1 crew. So Dunstan Arm crew at the moment, they've got maybe, they're coming through maybe half a boat length over this Avon crew. They're all within Kui. Canterbury have just whipped it up. You just suddenly saw that acceleration in their boat, which is a good sign. Their rating is up as well, so their rating is delivering, but Dunstan Arms, they've responded, and they have responded very strongly. Good length. Good power, you can see it. They're actually pulling their boat away. Canterbury are flying through on them. Canterbury have rode over Avon, and they now really are challenging Dunstan. I think it's going to be a bit late. The bow ball's up at the stroke seat, but he's not going to get it through. No. So Dunstan Arm 1 of Jelkstook. Dunstan Arm 1 of Jelkstook, Roland Lozan, Oliver Hamilton, and Harrison Thode, first place, followed by Canterbury of Noah Vista, Sam Clark, Oliver Ellis, Tim Chapman, and Avon on the far side. Benjamin Bolton, Cody Good, and Lachlan Nicholas and Lawrence Birch came through in third place. Following behind them, we've got Avon 2, and then Otago Boys, Avon 2, and then Dunstan. Rightio, boys under 15, Coxed 8. They're not quite at the 1,000 metre mark here. 3 boats in this. Boys under 15, Coxed 8, so they're pretty much the novice 8 as well. Lane 4, lane 5, and lane 6. Paul Christchurch, schools. St Andrews College, St Bede's College, St Thomas of Canterbury. Okay, lane 4. Jake Gilbert, actually, I'll just go through the first names. St Andrews 1, Jake, Oliver, George, Jesse, Yidyo. Apologies for saying that incorrect. If someone likes to flick me a message, that'd be great. I do like to try and get names right. Toby, Oliver Wilton. So we've got an Oliver Julius and Oliver Wilton. Charles and Seth Overcomer as the Cox. St Bede's in the middle there. Oliver, Luca, Ruari, Jack, Eddie, Will, Lennox, Conrad, Fletcher Franklin as the Cox. And in the far side, lane 6, St Thomas of Canterbury. Maximus, Silali, Caleb, Ryder, Elijah, Finn, Connor, Kian, and Kieran. Jackson Marshall is the Cox, and it does appear that St Bede's College have a very commanding, are in control of this race with at least probably 2 boat lengths over the far side of St Thomas of Canterbury, and on the inside there, probably another boat length back to St Andrews College. Already coming through the 1,000, they're coming up to the 1,500 mark. So I'll just take a moment here to do a quick note. Commentators, a set of keys has been handed into the secretary's office. So if anyone lost a set of keys that's been handed into the secretary's office, the entrance is underneath the control tower. So I'm in the commentary tower at the top here, so it's underneath me at the bottom, and you come in from the back side of the building. So there's a set of keys being handed into the secretary's office. If you've lost them, go and have a look and see if they're yours. And by the way, if you lost them, there's also lost clothing and Crocs and things there. So maybe if you lost them, you could go and see if they belong to you as well. So the boys under 15, coxed 8, final. St Bede's well in charge of this race. Back to St Thomas of Canterbury, who've got second place pretty much locked in as well, and back to St Andrews College in lane 4. But you never say never. Crab or anything can upset the boat, and slow recovery from a crab can actually mean that you can be overhauled. It's only seconds of these difference. They're only seconds. Leeds College well there. In control. Maybe have an odd look back. The stroke could be able to tell him and say, look, that's far behind us. They've got reasonably good timing there for novices. I'd think they've probably got the best timing of the 3 boats out there, I reckon. Early stage of learning your technique, it does make such a difference. Later up the classes, when the technique has been finely honed and people start to be more comparative on technique, and the other factors come in. 3 factors: technique, physical, and mental. So St Bede's College is coming through very strongly. Even though they're well in front, they've obviously decided to put a burst in, follow the plan, make it look good. Good on them. Pulling away from the other boats, they're quite dominant. St Thomas of Canterbury and St Andrews. So, about to hear the hooter come through. St Bede's College. Congratulations, guys. Congratulations, Oliver, Luca, Ruari, Jack, Eddie, Will, Lennox, Conrad, and Fletcher Franklin. Well done for that. St Andrews College are about to cross over now, so well done for the second. Sorry, not St Andrews College, sorry. St Thomas of Canterbury, and St Andrews College here in the inside lane will cross over in about another 5 seconds. I'm going to now switch it up. We're going to go to the Women's Club Single Sculls B finals. They're just coming up to the 1,000 mark. Actually looks reasonably close, but that's often the way the singles. They can appear to be sort of in a bit of a line there. I always think they look like midges on a pond. Rightio, so there's 10 in this event. The B final of the Women's Club Single. Lane 1, Avon 1, Katie Mitchell. Lane Invercargill 2, Mia Brown. Villa Maria College 1, India Taylor. Whakatipu 2, Emma Andrew. Timaru 21, Scott Fesky. Whakatipu 1, Anika Arlett. North End 1, Lola Castle, Christchurch Girls High School 1, Malia Ross, St Andrews 1, Jasmine Christie, and Otago Girls 2, Liesl Tulson in lane 10. Okay, so let's see if we can pick up who's actually... it's always a bit harder to tell the singles. It actually does look like, to me, it's over the far side. So it's not the pointy end of the arrow, but it's the far side. St Andrews College 1, which is Jasmine Christie, over there in lane 9. Does she have the lead? I can't actually see the colours from here. Pretty sure that's lane 1. She does look like she has the lead, and potentially Whakatipu 1 in lane 6, Anika Arlett. Be up in line with her as well. We span across here. Inside lanes. No, those inside lanes look a bit further back. Yes, I am thinking it's that far side, which is St Andrews College, and I believe it is St Andrews College of Jasmine Christie. Jasmine Christie is in the spot at the moment. And maybe it's actually North End 1. Lola Castles now could be moved into second place there, just over Whakatipu 1, Anika Arlett in lane 5. Coming at the inside, I think there's a bit of pace going on here. The Villa Maria girl, India Taylor, I reckon she's put a bit of a burst on. She looked like she's pulling herself up in line with these other woman, but it does seem to me that Jasmine Christie over the far side has got the lead. I missed the yellow boys. I know they're already through the yellow boys, so I missed that. Jasmine over North End. Lane 3 there, Villa Maria, India Taylor is coming through. Whakatipu 1 in lane 6. So it looks to me lane 9, lane 7, lane 6 or lane 3, that's the 1, 2 and 3 position. Also Timaru 2, Scout Fiske there in lane 5. She's probably out of contention for that lead spot, but it wouldn't take much sometimes to pull yourself up with a single. They're coming through now, and they're coming up, and they've just gone through the yellow. Who's going to go through the yellow boys first? It is the St Andrews College woman. Yes, the St Andrews College woman has just gone through first, followed by North End. So that's Jasmine Christie is over on, she's in second place is Lola Castles from North End. In fact, they've actually made themselves good distance. I can just see St Andrews College girl is just putting a bit, you can see a bit more push there at the finish. She's moving that boat quite nicely too. She's got a bit more length going on as well. She's definitely doing the hard, long. Yes, she's not too bad there. She's definitely, but she's pulling away from the North End. She's pulling away from Lola there. Lola's in second. Lola's also pushing it out as well and responding. I saw her glance across, but I think she knows she's going to have to work a lot harder, and she is now. She's picking it up. She's pushing. Is she getting some length there? She'll be wanting to try and take the St Andrews girl, but I really think Jasmine has got her on this one. But coming up on the inside lane here, we've got lane 3, yes, Villa Maria. Villa Maria is coming through very strongly in third. India Taylor has come through. She's taking a clear third. She's just holding off the Timaru 2 girl at this stage. Whakatipu have dropped back, but that was the buzzer for St Andrews College, followed by North End, and in third place was Villa Maria. This is the B final, the Women's Club Singles Sculls. So therefore, the next race is the A final. You can just hear all the beeps, how close those last few boats were. We just got one more coming through there in lane 2. Mind you, it doesn't. Oh no, it's not lane 2. Oh, she's supposed to be Mia Brown, but I don't think that is the Mia Brown. I don't see the Invercargill colours. In fact, lane 2 is a Timaru, so I'm not sure what's happening there. But anyway, race 212, the Women's Club Singles, the A final. So in lane 1. We've got 10 in this race. We've got Wairo 3. That's Zoe Kung. Canterbury 1, Stella Cook. Ashburton 1, Isla Moffat. Dunstan 2, Olivia Olenshaw. Dunstan 1, India Nichols. Marion 1, Charlotte Peterson. St Margaret's 1, Coco Flood. Colombo College, Kiera Patterson. Wairo 2, Daisy Vavuso. Vavasaur, and Timaru 11, Lily Grant on the far side in lane 10. These boats also quite close together, but I would say it does look like that the far side lane there, Timaru, Lily Grant, may actually be in the lead. I'm not 100% on that because I would also pick that Meridian College, Charlotte Peterson, Meridian College 1, would be the point of she would have been one of the fastest qualifiers to get that spot. Could be ahead, yes, I think, but only just over Dunstanarm ones of India Nichols. That's pretty close. Anyone creeping up on the inside? Sometimes you miss the inside ones. I don't think so. I think they're further back. The other side of Meridian College is St Margaret's one of Coco Flood. So they would have qualified the fastest, those three, and that does look like that's the layout of it. Has that Dunstan rower moved up over top of the Meridian College woman? No. So, and we've still got Timaru over the far side. Similarly out there, they had a bit of a slower time, but they're definitely making good pace now, and I would think they could actually be in that third position. Just the other side of the Dunstan Arms 1 rower. There's also Dunstan Arms 2, but possibly a bit back. So at this stage, it does look like it is Meridian College 1, Charlotte Peterson. Got her hands reaching for that A final gold. And they've still got a little bit further, not too far off the 250. I'm just going to see who gets through first. Dunstan Arms is just inside her. Not, probably even maybe only 3/4 of a boat length behind. And I believe they're overhauling Timaru on the far side. But Meridian College is just up that rating a bit. She's gone a little bit, no, she's hit the 250. Yep, Dunstan Arms hit the 250. And Timaru over the far side hasn't hit the 250, so they're actually slightly back. So it's just these two. But there's also on the other side of Meridian College, there's St Margaret's, but St Margaret's is being challenged by Dunstan 2 as well. But at the moment it's Charlotte and India. Charlotte and India are battling out for this ace. They've looked. I just saw them glance over and they look at each other. India's the Dunstan Arm. India the Dunstan Arm is actually pushing hard on Charlotte. She's crawled away up there. She's now her bow balls at the rower. At Charlotte is responding, but India is now got a. Looks like she's got a bit of a stronger finish here. Can Charlotte respond to this? She's now just rolled over. So St Margaret's India has just rolled over Charlotte. So that's Dunstan Arms over Meridian College, and in the meantime we've got Dunstan Arms 2. Olivia Ollenshaw has also rowed herself into third position over the St Margaret's girl of Coco Flood. As you heard the buzzer, yes. So congratulations, India Nicholas. You are the A winner, followed by Meridian College, Charlotte Peterson, and then in the inside, Dunstan Arm took the third spot. Just the final beep was Coco Flood coming in fourth. Well, that's the women's club singles. So now we've got the men's masters coxless doubles. The men's masters coxless doubles. Handicap race starts at the 1,000. I won't go. They're actually already up there. I've already rode about 500 or nearly 500, so I'll quickly whip through the crews. Lane 1 to 10. Avon 2, Brian and Steve. Union 1, Dominic and Chris. Dunstan Arms, Wayne and Quinton. Union 2, Paul and Scott. Avon 1, Paul and Paul. That's Paul Middleditch and Paul Johnson. Avon 3, Simon and Ian. Ian Cartwright, the commentator. Oh, good, he's out there. I have to put a plug in for him. Dunstan 2, Andrew and Phil. Wanaka 1, Max and Shane. Union 3 in lane 8. And lane 9, Andrew and Benedict. And Canterbury 1, Brent and Ian on lane 10. So who we've got, now this has all been handicapped. We talked about this earlier on around the masters, different categories based on their age, and then the boats get released the older the boats, the older the class, the first you go. So, for example, Wanaka 1 and lane 8, they went on the go, and yet right beside them, Union 3 and lane 9, because of the age difference, they followed 19 seconds later. But it seems like it's this inside lane of Dunstan Arms 1, Wayne and Quinton in the first place. So they actually went on go. They were G grade, so they're one of the first boats to go. They're a hard couple they would be a hard couple to pass. And which means that lane 4, that's the north end. Dunstan Arms 2 of Andrew Jolly and Phil Newson. So the two Dunstan crews, he's wearing a north end top, so that's composite. Doesn't actually say that in the thing. So we've got Dunstanarm 1 and Dunstanarm 2. Dunstanarm 1 have got this. Dunstanarm 2 were an F, so they would have been released 8 seconds behind the boat, behind Quinton and Wayne, who are coming through now, who are definitely up to their rating. You can see that now. They're rowing very beautifully. Very experienced masters rowers here. Good, nice and strong. They are pulling away from the other Dunstanarm 2 I'm going to call it the composite crew because there's a north end top in there. Dunstanarm's 1 is pulling away from Dunstanarm 2 to take the men's masters coxless double or pair, depending on the boat. Third place, so we've got a boat hurning up the inside here. That's 02. That would be Union, Dominic and Chris, very strong masters club. Union, Dominic and Chris, and they've just overhauled Wanaka, Max and Shane on the far side there. Max and Shane went on green. Union went 19 seconds later, so they're younger, and doesn't always mean they're faster, but in this case they have actually overhauled Union. Coming back, we've got lane 4, Union 2, and then Avon in lane 5. Moving on now, so well done guys, well done Dunstan for the 1 and 2, and I'm going to say North End as well. That was race 2, 1, 3. And now we're looking at the men's novice cox sculls, the B final. We have 8 in this race, beginning with lane 2, Shirley Boys 2, Bumau and, what is this, cox quad? Eli, Charlie and Josh, and Vaden Fricker is the cox. Timaru, Bradley, Stacey, Charlie, Idris, and Toby Connor the cox. Cure 1, Marcus Fletcher, Tommy and Xavier, Hannah Thompson the cox. Whakatipu 2 in the middle there in lane 5, Zebi, Liam, Phineas, Baker and Mia Pagan is the cox. Union 1, Peter, Blake, Conrad, Elliott with Michaela Hurst as the cox. Wanaka Composite in lane 7. So we've got Josh from Cromwell, Tyler from Wanaka, Lachlan from Wanaka, and Douglas Wise from Wanaka, and Chantel Thuzo is the cox. We've got Otago Boys High, Lucas, Angus, Miles, Will, and Connor Sinclair as the cox. And in lane 9, Kashmir 2, Isaiah, Huan, Cooper, Daniel, and Annika as the cox. And there's a very clear dominance here in this race. Lane 6. So that's Union 1. Union 1 novices of Peter, New Van Hoosen, Blake Waterhouse, Conrad Hurst, and Elliot Tate Cox by Michaela Hurst. Over in the far side there, yes. So they look like they've got a good handy. Is it Union 1 though? He says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, Union 1, 6, 7, 8. Like we're missing a boat. So they moved boats around, and I'm actually calling the wrong crew. Colours there. Not sure if there's that Union actually there, so boat in 4th place, that's Whakatipu 2, ZB Jarvis, Liam Feely, Phineas Thomas and Baker Schmidt, coxed by Mia Pagan, so they're actually in a good position as well. Yeah, it's not Union 2. I think it's the Wanaka Composite crew. The Wanaka Composite crew, they're in 1st place. The Union 2 crew are probably back in maybe equal 3rd. And Whakatipu 2 are currently in 2nd, but not by much behind this Wanaka Cromwell Composite crew. The novices, Cox Quad B final. Coming up on the inside, they've got Timaru of Bradley Champion, Stacey Mills, Charlie Cooper, and Idris Hubbard. Coxed by Toby Connor. They potentially could be in contention of that 3rd spot, which at the moment would be Union 1, held by Union 1. But meanwhile, on the far side, the Wanaka Composite crew, looks like they've got a boat length over the Whakatipu crew. We'll just check them as they come through. Oh yeah, they're definitely composite. I can see the colours clearly now. Yep, the Wanaka Composite crew have just gone through the not Wanaka, the Wanaka, yes, Composite crew have just gone through the 250, followed by Whakatipu there. They've probably got a boat length over them. The Union 1 crew have now moved into 3rd place, but not for long because this Timaru crew, is it a Timaru crew? Yes, it's the Timaru novice crew, hot on their heels. They're after that third spot. Meanwhile, Wanaka Composite, Whakatipu are going to roll over Wanaka Composite. I think they've definitely picked up their rating. They are creeping up. They are walking the dog past the Wanaka Composite crew. Can the Wanaka Composite crew respond? The Whakatipu crew are finishing very strongly here. Yes, they've lifted themselves up. They've already pulled themselves ahead, possibly by half a canvas over the Wanaka Composite crew. They're trying to respond, but I'm afraid they just don't. I think the Wanaka Whakatipu crew looks slightly more composed with the rowing. In the meantime, we've got the Timaru 30 novice crew have come through into third place. They've rolled over the Union crew on the outside, and Shirley Boys have also come out quickly, who may actually snatch fourth in the B final. So the men's novice coxed quads race 2 and 4 B final was taken by the Wanaka Composite, Whakatipu, Wanaka Composite, and then the Timaru crew on the inside. So if that was the B, there must be the A. This is race 2-1-5. Men's novice coxed quads. A final, 10 in the room in this one. So in lane 1, we've got Wairo 11 up to the 1,000. So we've got lane 1, we've got Wairo 11, Blake, Angus, Ollie and Blake. Also we've got Blake Marfell and Blake Picks, Coxbury, Rory O'Regan. Christ College 1, Leo, Tom, Ollie, Alex, Cooper, Alex Coxing, Alex Innes is the Coxes. Crashmere 1, James, Charlie, Thomas and Cameron, Eliza O'Meary is the Cox. Tago Boys 2, Charlie, Digby, George, Sam with Alistair Nicholson is the Cox there in lane 4. Whakatipu 1 at the point. Baxter, Ruben, Cato and Honore. Charlie Pagan's the Cox. Shirley Boys 1 on the other side. Luca, Athan, Zach and Sam and Hector Gabrielson is the Cox. I can see them now. They're getting near the 750 to go. Otago 1 outside. St Thomas of Canterbury in lane 7. Kalex, Liam, Marcus, Kaiden and Jed Hooper's the Cox. Otago 1. Artie, Ollie, Archie. That's Archie Gordon and Archie McDonald. And Cameron Lane is the Cox. Avon 51. Malika, Finnegan, Samuel and Fergus with Indy Crow Eaton's the Cox. And on the far side, the Dunstan Arms Composite. So there's Dunstan Arms Cromwell crew. So another composite crew here. Kiowa, Jimmy, Harper, Boston with Bailey Thomas as the Cox on the far side. So coming down, it looks like to me this Christ College crew in lane 2. Lane 2, they may be all, maybe not quite first, but they may be at least in second place. It looks 1, 2, 3, 4. So it looks Thomas of Canterbury in lane 7 there. I'm picking them at the moment. It's slightly in the lead, or just slightly behind the Whakatipu 1 crew. See if we can pick up the boat colours. Yeah, it's the Whakatipu 1. Yes, they're definitely over that St Thomas of Canterbury crew. Not by much, but then the inside here, as I said, we've got this Kashmir Boys High School crew. They're up there and they're mixing up with it. Coming up to the 250 park now. I think this Whakatip crew is going to go through first. And it'll be St Thomas of Canterbury and perhaps Kashmir. Well, let's see. Actually, that Kashmir crew is moving up quite quickly. Crew have moved up quite quickly. Whakatipu, they're coming up to the yellows. Who's going to get those 250s first? And I think it's Whakatipu just, but then Kashmir are right behind them. Or maybe they're half a boat length behind them. Then the far side, we've got St Thomas of Canterbury. So these are the 3 leading boats at the moment. There's not a lot of distance back to the boats behind them. Outside of St Thomas of Canterbury, Otago 1. But I think they're about slightly off the pace, particularly now as I see St Thomas of Canterbury have just dug it in, and they're pushing themselves away. They're pulling themselves away. Whakatipu responded to that as well, but I don't think they're making much grounds in the other two because Shirley Boys is flying down the inside here. They're really pushing. In fact, Shirley Boys has rolled over St Thomas of Canterbury at this stage. They're probably at number 3 seed on Whakatipu. They are chasing Whakatipu and they're gaining on them. Whakatipu, they've gone up another gear. They're just holding them off now. So now they've held them back to a boat length and maybe a metre. St Thomas of Canterbury are trying to push through on the far side, but they're not. They're just staying steady. They're not actually gaining on the Kashmir crew. As Whakatipu get chipped back again, but I think they're going to take this by, yes, half a boat. Whakatipu, Kashmir 1, and on the far side, St Thomas of Canterbury take 3rd place in the men's novice Cox quadruple sculls A final. So it's the girls under 17 double sculls coming down here now. B final, so I'm going to hand over the controls to Millsy, who'll take you through. He's through his session, and then there'll be one more session after that.
Thanks, Frank. Just a little reminder again about spectators and also parents going around into the boat park. Please, that is a no-no. Please make sure you play by the rules. Don't go around to the boat park. We've had a call again. It's lunchtime, guys, so just make sure that you get something to eat. Like we say, a truckie's lunch, a pie and a can of Coke from the cafeteria. Don't forget, if you've got rubbish in, the saying here is if you pack it in, you pack it out. So if you brought rubbish to feed the kids and that, or whoever's here for a picnic, make sure you take the rubbish with you. Pop along and have one of Mr. Whippy's big ice creams with some chocolate and some hundreds and thousands on it. Tell him that Millsy sent me and he'll give you an extra couple of hundreds and thousands. The out is bang on time, guys. 12:06 is the start time of the girls under 17 double scull B final. It's race 216 of the regatta. Meridian College in 1. North End goes out to 2. St Andrews, then Columba College has 2, and the one crew locked together in the middle in the fast lanes. The target girls Union, St Andrews, Wairau and Oamaru. They're well down through the course, of course. And it looks like the colours of St Andrews. No, Columba it is. It's Columba. Oh, well out in front. They made it look as if they should have been in the A final. The Columba girls sitting way out in front, and this is the B final of that under 16 double sculls. Looking on the inside of them is the Columba College number 2 crew, and then we go right out the far side to there's 1 or 2 scratchings in this event by the look of it. St Andrews right out wide. Got St Andrews doing, I got them on 35.5 out wide, trying to pick up the leaders, but quite a wee way off them. So still just sitting right out in front. Columba College 1, Columba College 2. We go over to St Andrews. Andrews trying to put some pressure on Columba College's number 2 crew. And then we come down the dark, down on the inside. It looks like North End, Marion, just back from there. And then the gold of the Oamaru across the far side. As we get through to towards the end of the program, we're starting to get those scratchings. We talked about it before. We all have different theories on why the scratchings, but I'm sure some of the rowers will be getting a bit tired with the amount of times they've been on the water today, that's for sure, and yesterday. In the heat, so the final comes up for the girls under 17. Twizel takes the inside lane. Then we go out from there. Cashmere, Timaru, Dunstanarm, Union, Burnside, Timaru second crew, Wakatipu, Marion College and North End. Should be good racing in the under 17s. We do have a crew that's sitting out in front, coming from 4, showing those familiar colours of Dunstanarm, Ruby Smith and Bella Breen. Just sitting out in front, these 2 young ladies, very, very impressive in their rowing at Mardi Cup last year, been impressive for the last 3 years, coming up from the under 15 grades, going into the under 17 grades. They just continue to sit out in front of all their crews and watch everything else behind them do all the work. We go right out wide, I think, up into second place. We're looking at... it looks like a gold boat of Wakatipu's. Wakatipu will be up in second, so it's the 2 late train crews that are sitting out in front. But Dunstanarm have got most likely a 3.5 lead over Wakatipu. Then we have to come on the right-hand shoulder of Dunstanarm. That's Union. Union's got a chance of taking third place here at the 2025 Meridian Energy Canterbury Rowing Championships. See, Dunstanarm will take the title. They've taken every other title for the last 3 years, these two young ladies. They combined exceptionally well together, and they're going to go down to the 100-metre buoy line, sitting in front by about 3.5 lengths over Wakatipu. Wakatipu's got a little bit of pressure, no pressure whatsoever, but on their left-hand shoulder is Timaru, and then locked up with Timaru in the middle is Union. So Timaru and Union are going to fight it out for the bronze medal if they were dishing the medals out. We know where the title will go through. It'll go through to Lake Dunstan at Clyde. Wakatipu off Lake Hayes. And then it looks like Timaru off the little estuary in Timaru. And they certainly know the shortcuts on this course anyway, because they do a lot of training on this course. So they'll take third place from the fast finishing Union, only about a canvas away from them as they hit the buoy line now. Looks like Timaru will take third over Union, and then slammed up in between them is Burnside. Then go Burnside. We go right out the far side to Marion. Then we come back into the inside to lane 2. That's the second Timaru, Cashmere, Twizel and North End. Boys under 17 Cox, quadruple sculls. Burnside's in lane number 1. Otago Boys in 2, Wairau in 3, Otago Boys High School's 2 crew in 4, Wakatipu in 5, Christchurch Boys in 6, St Thomas of Canterbury 7, Otago in 8, St Andrews College in 9, and Shirley Boys out there in 10, right in the middle of the course, the fast lane, of course, that's where it should be, and this crew is absolutely just coasting. Coming out of lane number 5, coming out of lane number 5, it's Wakatipu under John Morrison's guidance on Lake Hayes, and they are just cruising. Their rating's right down. I'm going to do a clocking on the rating for you to see what they're doing. They're on 27.5. Now that tells you something. There's either a lot of power in that crew, or they're just so far ahead that they can just take it easy because they might have a couple of races further on. So this young, classy young crew, this under-17 crew from Wakatipu have had good under-17 crews for about the last 10 years now. They just keep bringing them through from the lower grades, and they're going to have another good under-17 crew next year because their under-15, under-16 squad is very strong off Lake Hayes as well. Look at them, right down on 27.5, just taking it through to get the buzzer and take the title back to Lake Hayes. Fight's on. We've got Wairau down the inside, really going in the right side of Wakatipu is Christchurch Boys as well. Looks like Wairau's going to get the second over Christchurch Boys, maybe. Oh, it could be St Thomas of Canterbury. It is, not Christchurch Boys. And I don't know. You have to go to a photo finish whether it was Wairau or St Thomas of Canterbury that took the second and third. Then we went to Christchurch. Then we go Otago. And then we go Otago Boys. And then we go Burnside. Don't forget the facilities, guys. There's plenty of facilities there if you're getting hungry because it's lunchtime. You need to get them behind them. And like I say, if you're not going to go and get something from the shop, you brought your own stuff there, please pack it out with you. Remember all the lost property around at the office where Denise, Marie and Jendi are? A lot of lost property around there. We need you to pick all that lost property up by the end of the regatta. There is anything at all. I think there was some keys missing. They've got drink bottles, they've got jandals, they've got scuffs and everything there. If they're not picked up by the end of the regatta at the South Island clubs, we will raffle them all off, and all the proceeds will go into my TAB account. Race 219, the boys under 16 coxed 8s. Oh, look at the flared effect here. There's another chance to get the cameras out, guys. We get a sure example of the flared effect here with the fast crews in the centre lane and everyone flaring out to the outside, the inside, and the 8-packers. Full field of 10 8s going to the boys under 16 8. St Thomas of Canterbury's got one of the slow lanes in lane 1. We go out from there. Shirley boys, Christchurch boys, St Andrews, St Bede's, Christ College, Timaru, Christ College 2, Wairo, and Christ College 3. Big squad of rowers coming out of Christ College in the under-16 group, but we've got a crew that's sitting right out in front, and you can guarantee we know who it is. Coming out of lane 5, and it is the darker colours of St Bede's. So St Bede's would have themselves a 3.5 length lead over anyone else in the field, and they are heading the arrow effect as they come down through this third 500. On their right-hand shoulder, but 3.5 lengths down is Christ College. Christ College in the white. They've got Christ College one side in the white. They've got St Andrews on the other side of them in the white. So it's Christ College in second position. St Andrews in third position. Right on St Andrews' left-hand shoulder is Christchurch boys. They would only be a half a length away from them. Then we go out to another maybe length to a length and a half back to the white of Timaru. Timaru have got another 2 lengths back to Christ College 2. The only ones feeling the pinch so far is right out wide is Christ College's 3. And then right down on the inside, there's nothing much between St Thomas of Canterbury and Shirley boys. They are locked together on the inside. But it's the arrowhead that's leading them down right through the fast lane. Number 5, heading down to try and take the title. There's no doubt about who will take it. It's St Bede's. Just starting to show their form again after their training camp. Right-hand shoulder for them, but still 3.5 lengths down is the crew from Christ College. That's their number 1 crew. Their number... St Andrews on the left-hand shoulder. St Andrews is in a battle with Timaru for the 3rd placing, and there's pressure going on. St Andrews from Christchurch boys. Then we go 2.5 lengths back to St Thomas of Canterbury on the inside lane, and Shirley boys alongside them. Out to Christ College's number 2 crew, Wairau, and Christ College's number 3 crew. The title's going to the Avon River. Fine performance by the under-17, under-16s it is. They would have sizzled through the course in about 6:35. Christ College will take the second buzzer, and it looks like Timaru have come over the top of St Andrews to take the 3rd buzzer. St Andrews, Christchurch boys, St Thomas of Canterbury, Shirley boys, Christ College. Right, we've got a leftover food, guys. We've got information about the leftover food. There's a drop-off area. Any food, including perishables and unopened, can be dropped off at the Secretary's office and will be distributed to the Twizel Food Bank. Okay, so we don't want you to chuck any food out. If you've got any food over from feeding up there in the tents, we don't want you to chuck any food out. You drop them off at the Secretary's office, going to a very good cause, and it'll go to the distributors in the Twizel Food Bank. We'd appreciate your help on that. If you've got any unopened food, any perishable food, anything at all that you think might be of some use, pop them along to the Secretary's office and see the ladies in there, and they'll see that they're distributed through the food bank at Twizel. Race 220, the women's intermediate single sculls. It's a B final. Big entries in the women's intermediate single sculls here at the Canterbury 2025 Rowing Nationals. Avon 1's down in lane number 1. Then we have Wakatipu 2, Wakatipu 4, North End 1, Otago Girls 1, Dunstan Arm 1, Burnside High School 1, Oamaru 1, Timaru 21, and Wanaka 3. Coming out of lane number 5, so lane number 5 is Otago Girls. Otago Girls, look, they're sitting in front, and then we have to go right out very wide to the outside. That could be Wanaka crew right on the very far side. Just locked up with Wanaka on the far side is Timaru, so nothing separating Timaru, Wanaka, and the crew inside that again as well as Oamaru. So Oamaru, Timaru and Wanaka are all out wide. Wanaka just starting to drift off from those two, but the centre lane and next to the centre lane, which is Otago Girls, and right-hand shoulder of Otago Girls is Dunstan Arm. So it's go back to the leaders. It is Otago Girls. Otago Girls with most likely about a length and a quarter advantage over Dunstan Arm on the right shoulder of the Otago Girls sculler. Then we have to go out to the 3 crews outside. We go to Oamaru, Timaru, Wanaka just starting to drop off ever so slowly. And then we go to Burnside. Burnside just tucked in behind that group on the far side of the course. Then we come down, nothing separating, down 3 crews on the inside, Avon 1, Wakatipu 2 and Wakatipu 4. And I'm just trying to identify where North End is, so I don't know that North End is there. There's a gap there somewhere, so I think that should have been North End. Otago Girls sitting out in front. They haven't got a very big squad here, Otago Girls. I'm pretty sure that's young Sienna that's out there. Yeah, it is. Sienna's out there, and Pete and Lucy do the coaching of her on the Otago Harbour in Dunedin, of course. And she's got the advantage of about 2 1/4 lengths over the sculler from Dunstan Arm, out of the Dunstan Arm hub on Lake Dunstan. Then we go out wide. It's maybe Oamaru starting to put a little bit of pressure on Timaru out wide. And that Wanaka scull is still just sitting in there, hanging in there. And then we go to Burnside in the middle. And then the 3 crews down on the inside. We've got Avon, Wakatipu and Wakatipu. So it's North End that's not there. Otago Girl's doing a pretty fine guide. She's a tall girl. She's got long oars, so she's obviously quite a strong sculler. Not rowing in the short gear. Just about it. She's inside the yellow buoys now. She comes down to the 100-metre buoy line. Dunstan Arm can't close the gap on her. And there's just a little bit of an opening up on those crews outside. It looked like Oamaru was started to move forward, but now Timaru's the one that's gone through to Oamaru and put their nose in front of them. Wanaka's still just hanging in there quite badly. That's the first 5 crews. We ain't got heats. Then we come down to Wakatipu, Avon, and the Wakatipu 4 crew is slightly ahead of the number 2 crew. Beautiful rowing conditions here on the Lake of the Two Monsters, Lake Ruataniwha here in the Mackenzie country. If you've ever known a better rowing course than Lake Ruataniwha, there's none better in the world. It's world class, this rowing course. There's the buzzer for the leaders. Dunstan Arm will take the second buzzer. Timaru the third, just inside her, Oamaru. Then we go out the far side to the crew from Wanaka that's hung in there, and then the 2 always been locked together on the inside, which is Avon and Wakatipu, and Wakatipu Burnside. We'll pick up the A final for you, which is Invercargill in lane 1, Cure in 2, Timaru in 3, Dunstan Arm 2 and 4, Cure 3 and 5, Cure 1 and 6. Waihopai, first call for you, Waihopai. Only got 1 rower here, Waihopai. We hope she goes well. Cure number 2 and 8, Otago Girls 2 and 9, and Wakatipu 1. So Cure's got 1, 2, 3, 4 crews. Well done, Alex and Armin. And we've got Waihope here, and Danny's got a young lady rowing out of the Waihope rowing sheds, their only entrant here at this regatta. Cure, oh, it's not Cure, it's Dunstan Arm. So it looks like Dunstan Arm. We'll just see who the... Dana Leisman, Dunstan Arm, Natalie Wilson and Liam Morris. Well done, you guys. Your intermediate single sculler. It looks like Dana is sitting in front, right on the right-hand shoulder. Could be the Cure sculler, Perry Stevenson from Cure. She can put some pressure on the leader, but she'd have to start to crank up right now. You can't wait until the yellow boys, Perry. And then we go 2 out from there. We go to Waihope. Waihope's going to be in the money as well. Then squeezing in between them, Cure number 1, Joe right in the middle. But she's about 3 or 4 lengths off the leading 2. Dunstan just starting to move away now from the Cure. Dunstan just moving away from Cure. Opened up a gap of about 1 length and 3/4 away now. It almost looked like Cure had stopped there for a minute. And Dunstan just really opened up the gap. And then we go out to Waihope. Waihope girls goes through the 100-metre buoy line. She's trying to put some pressure on the Cure lady to try and get up into that second position. But the title's going to go to Dunstan, Lake Dunstan. Out of the Dunstan Arm hub. Down towards the line they go and they take the title. Hanging on is Cure, and there's a big push coming from right down on the inside, which is the Wakatipu sculler over the top of one. I think Waihope's just hung on. Wakatipu fast finish, top side of Waihope. There's the second Cure, one of the Cure crews. Another Cure goes through right out far as Wakatipu. Inside them is another Cure sculler, and we have Invercargill, or Timaru actually. Right, we'll just go through that drop-off again. We've got a leftover food drop-off, guys. Any food, including perishable or unopened, can be dropped off at the Secretary's office and will be distributed to the Twizel Food Bank. And then it says, thank you. Well, race 222 is the women's novice Cox 4, and they run a B final, so there was obviously heats in this. Wairau has number 1 lane, and then we go out from there, St Andrews, Wairau 2, Christchurch Girls 3, Christchurch Girls 1. They're going to be seat racing in the middle here. Oamaru 2, Columba College 2, Ashburton 1, Canterbury 1, and Avonside Girls number 2 crew. Like Oamaru got a very good start in the A final. We've got to go back to the B final for you yet, but we just looked at the start of the A final, and Oamaru went away very smartly on about 44 strokes per minute. You're a novice spectator out there, when they're sitting in the start bays, those boats sit quite low in the water. They lower themselves in the water, and they have to get those boats up on top of the water and running. So therefore the strike rate, or the rating, if you've heard me talk about the rating, is strokes per minute. The more strokes per minute you can do, the faster your hand speed is. The less strokes per minute you do, generally crews with a lot of power in them can not rate so highly, don't have to move their hands so fast, can do it by power, and they have to get these 8-packers and these 4s and the doubles up and running from sitting in the starting bays. And to do that, they have to row short on their slide and short on their body swing until they get their boats up and running after about 20, 30, 40, 50 strokes. And then they start to reach out and start to bring their slide right through to the front and get into their race mode. This is the B final that's coming down, and it looks like Oamaru sitting in the middle of the course. Oamaru looks like it was a crew right down on the inside showing the Wairau colours. So it could be Wairau, could be Oamaru. Oh, it's Wairau. Wairau is down on the inside. Then we go to Oamaru. And then on the left-hand shoulder of Oamaru, we see, it looks like, well, we have to take a look at the program. Christchurch Girls. It's one of the Christchurch Girls crew. On the right-hand shoulder of Oamaru, we've got two. We've got Columba College and Ashburton. Those two are locked together, nothing separating them. The yellow boat of Ashburton's always hard to pick out whether it's Wakatipu or Ashburton, but it is Ashburton. They're locked together, Ashburton, Columba College too. The leaders are sitting out in front, Wairau down here on the inside. Now that's one of the slower lanes, so they're having a pretty good row, so I'm pretty sure Richie and Ella will be pretty happy with the way they've gone here in this B final, because they've certainly got a slow lane. And down towards the line they go. Oamaru in the middle. They'll take the second buzzer. And then we go Ashburton from there. Ashburton, we go down to Columba College. And Columba College, there's a crew just ahead of Columba College. It's Christchurch Girls. Back to the second Christchurch Girls crew. St Andrews. Right out wide to Canterbury and Avonside. Right, well, I've got an urgent message that has come through, Please take heed. Could the Land Cruiser registration number NSM 522, a Land Cruiser registration NSM 522, can they please get over to that vehicle and shift it immediately? Okay, we'll go through that again. If you know of anyone that's come to rowing in a Land Cruiser Rego NSM 522, can you please go and remove it from where it is immediately, as it is blocking cars in the car park? Gosh, there's some very good novice crews out there. The rowing, no wonder New Zealand is so good at rowing. The novices are good. They're going through the course quick time. They're getting quicker and quicker, especially the under 15s, under 16s and under 17 grades are going through this course when it comes to the big regattas in about the same time as a premier crew would have gone through 20 years ago. So the sport of rowing in New Zealand is in really good hands, and we see the novices. We've just seen that race go through. They've got the A final to come, and you'll see the class of the rowers. The novices are first-year rowers, and generally at this year of the season, you get the odd mistake being made of somebody catching a crab or something like that, but we don't appear to be seeing that. They just seem to be getting better and better, so the coaches are doing a pretty good job. And we saw the start of the A final, and Oamaru went away by a rocket down on the inside, but unfortunately they are in one of the slower lanes, and they have just drifted off ever so slightly, but they are ahead of lanes 2, 3, and it looks like 4 that is out in front. Like lane number 4, which is St Margaret's 3. So Oamaru drew the inside, Invercargill alongside them, Rangiruru in 3, St Margaret's 3 crew, looks like the crew in front, Avonside Girls in 5, St Margaret's 2 crew in 6, Timaru in 7, St Margaret's 1 and 8, Christchurch Girls 2 and 9, and Columba College out wide in 10. So we'll just pick up and see if that is the St Margaret's. Certainly looks like St Margaret's, and it's listed in our program as their number 3 crew. Bella Harris is in the coxswain seat, so she's got them all wound up. Like Mike Tyson, when you wind him up, he really goes. When you wind the St Margaret's crews up, they really go too. So it looks like St Margaret's, the St Margaret's number 3 crew that's sitting in front, the novices. They can improve so much. One day's racing can make a huge difference, but they have got one of the quick lanes. And then we go down to that Oamaru, who just drifted off the start, but they're still in the firing line as well. They're right down on the inside, so that's a good row from them. So I'm pretty sure the connections. Ivan and Shane will be really happy with they are coming out of the slow lane. They are right there firing up for second by the look of it. Oh, they're all over the show. Then we have to go 3 in from the outside. St. Margaret's number 1. They are up into third place at this stage of the game. We've still got 472.2 of a metres to go. And then we go right out, very wide, out wide. It looks like Columba College right out wide. They're in the chance too, but they'll have to start and crank it up from out there at the 400 metre mark. You've got to go early. Don't wait to the gold boys. You've really got to crank up if you want to be in the titles, but the title's certainly sitting out in front there, which is going to go up to St. Margaret's in Christchurch with their number 3 crew. Oh, yeah, you can just see the odd one. This is the crew in front. You can just see the odd 1 or 2 little faults coming in, which tells you that they're all novices. We're seeing the same with the other crews. You can just pick up little faults, and that. But boy, to be out in front, that's what you're here to be in the novices. The crew from Oamaru, they do all their training up here on the lake. They know the shortcuts, and on the harbour in Oamaru. They went away really well from their start, coaches. I can tell you, we saw it on the screen, and they've really hung on to it exceptionally well. They looked as if they were starting to drift through the 1,000-metre peg. St. Margaret's is going to go down and take the title for 2025. Oamaru will take the second buzzer, and St. Margaret's, their number 1 crew, will take the third buzzer. And then on their shoulder, we have, it looks like Timaru will. It's Columba College. It's St. Margaret's. And then Columba College. And then down here to Rangiruru. And then down right on the inside, we have the crew from Invercargill. They come from down south where all the pineapples grow. That's Burt Munro area, do their rowing on the Aridi River. Great to have you here, Invercargill and Waihopai. And then we go to the fast lane, Avonside, who got the fast lane and is just back off the pace a little bit. Timaru, and then right on the far side, out of lane number 9 is Christchurch Girls number 2 crew. Justin Wall and his helping team down there at the 2,000 metre starting peg are really rattling the races home. Race every 4 minutes. New Zealand, Lake Ruatanava would be the only place in the world that can run a regatta at 4-minute intervals over a full day's racing. Men's intermediate double scull B final. St. Bede's 1, Avon 2, North End 1, Otago Boys 1, Canterbury 4, Wanaka 1, Canterbury 3, Oamaru 1, Wanaka 3, Burnside 2. Well down through the course, and it is the colours of Canterbury. Gosh, Canterbury have had a really, really good regatta. This is the Canterbury number 4 crew, the men's intermediate double sculls. I don't know, but I'd almost think it's a Masters crew. Got Oamaru across the far side. Just check to make sure it's not a Masters race, no. So it's Canterbury, Oamaru on the far side. I think they are up into second place, and then the left-hand shoulder of Canterbury is Otago Boys. Otago Boys going along nice and sweetly. They've got Wanaka on their right shoulder, but back off the pace a little bit. Then we come down the inside to the very familiar colours of St. Bede's. They're up in 4th or 5th Aussie at this stage, but this Canterbury crew has got the rating right down, and we've talked about the rating, that's strokes per minute. And if your strokes per minute are low, it just means that you're doing it with sheer grunt. And that's what these two are doing. There doesn't look to be a great deal of urgency coming from the arm rip or the leg drive, but certainly a couple of big lads, so they'll go down to the line and take the B final over Oamaru. Then we go Otago Boys in the middle to Canterbury 3. Could actually be Canterbury 3 that actually went across the line. We go back to Wanaka, across that far side to Burnside, and down here to Avonside. See if I can pick up the A final for you if you like. In lane number 1, Shirley Boys. Shirley Boys has had an extra good regatta as well, Shirley Boys. So maybe with the help out of young Riley Bruce, that's just starting to fire up. Shirley Boys have got the 1 lane, the 2 lane goes to Otago Boys 2, then we go Oamaru 2, Dunstan Arm in one of the quick lanes, Wakatipu in 5, Canterbury in 6, Union in 7, Wakatipu 2 and 8, Canterbury's 2 and 9, and Cure Boating Club in 10. The men's intermediate double scull A final, race 225. There's colours again of Alexandra Clyde and Cromwell that look like they're sitting out in front. So that's off the Dunstan Arm Hub and Dake Dunstan. The Dunstan Arm crew. Oh, they just had a rocky one on the bow side. All of a sudden, one blade was caught. The nose started heading towards Ashburton. They got it back online again now. Swinging along on about 35 and a half. They don't look as if they're going to be put under any pressure whatsoever. We then have to go out really wide to find out what's going on out wide. Right out the very outside is Cure Boating Club. The Canterbury number 2 crew is back off the pace, and just ahead of Cure Boating Club is Wakatipu, and also Union's in the firing line as well. And I think one of those Canterbury crews, the Canterbury crew's right in the middle of the course. They've got a chance of getting up into the top 3 as well. We've got a title up for grabs here with Dunstan Arm. Dunstan Arm sitting out in front. They're getting a little close to those outside boys again. Just bringing them back into the centre of the lane again. Every time you have to steer these boats, you slow them down. It's the same with the coxswain. If they have to steer the boat sharply to keep it on course, it's slowing the boat down. So you ideally just need to keep them in the middle of the buoys so there's no movement from the coxswain. Not that there's any coxswains out here in these boats, but it's the same when you're rowing the small boats. Dunstan Arm, I've got it right in the middle of the buoy line now, sitting out in front. The action's going to come from behind them. We've got Wakatip trying to close the gap on the crew right out wide, which is Cure Boating Club. Wakatip's actually gone up and gone past them. It's Canterbury in the middle. Canterbury in the middle, it's gone. They're trying to bring Union with them, and they're trying to bring the second Wakatip crew down on the inside of them. So there's a chance there of the Union. Oh, I think Union's too far back, and I think Wakatip's second crew's too far back. I think the 3 crews have sorted themselves out. Looks like Dunstan Arm just starting to open that gap up a little bit more. They're way out in front. A nice, easy win for Dunstan Arm. Brennan Keane and Jed Tisdale, under Simon's guidance, as they head down towards the line. They've got a beautiful run on their boat. They will get the buzzer to take the title back to Lake Dunstan. It's going to be second and third. Wakatip starting to crank up across the far side. I tell you what, Canterbury don't even know it. Canterbury don't know that they've cranked up. Wakatip's cranking up. They're coming very close to Canterbury. Canterbury's only woken up now and decide to move the hands. Wakatip's not going to get them. They had a real crack at it. They opened up nice and early when it came to cranking the hands up. It's down to a half a length. Canterbury will get the second buzzer. Wakatip the third buzzer. And I tell you what, it's like going to the Addington Trots. We'll need a photo finish for the rest of them. They're all across the line together. Out wide to lane number 9, which is the second Canterbury crew, and the crew down the inside here showing Oamaru. One of the feature events of the regatta, which is race 226, which is the men's premier coxless quadruple sculls. Seen Avon battling it out in the heats over Dunstan Arm, Cure composite there with Canterbury and Wairea. The real lineup of those inside crews, which would be Dunstan 2, Dunstan 1, Avon 1. That's where the action will come from. The composite crew might be there as well. Out wide, Wairea's just off the pace on the outside, two in from them, which is Avon 1. They're just off the pace a little bit too. It's Dunstan Arm, number 1, the star-studded lineup of Clotworthy, O'Meara, Pearson and Kenny. All the premiers. The second crew has got McIntosh, Barnett and Yateman in it. All these big boys that row out of the Dunstan Arm hub. Big, powerful lads they are. I've seen them on the erg. They have to chain the erg to the wall at Dunstan Boat Park. Otherwise they will rip the ergs off the wall. Down on the inside, it's Avon 2 that's got, there's absolutely nothing in it. It's Avon 2 or Dunstan, nothing between Dunstan 2, Dunstan 1. Avon, I think it's Dunstan 1. Dunstan 1's got their nose in front. They've got it clearly in front by a length and a half. And then we go to Avon. Avon would only have a half a length over. Avon's only got a half a length over Dunstan Arms number 2 crew as they head down inside the Gold Boys. Title looks another title going to go through to Dunstan. They'll need to bring down an extra trailer to take all their gold medals home. Dunstan Arm off that hub. Heading down towards it, the 100-metre buoy line. Just cruising. Just look at the speed the blades hit the water. So if you're a novice rower, you want to take a look at just how quick these blades go into the water from this star-studded crew as they go down to get the buzzer. The number 2 crews come right up alongside Avon while we're looking at the leading crew and almost put their nose in front. So it looks like the number 2 crew they've gone and put their nose in front of canvas over Avon, and they must have done that in the last 200 metres because they weren't like that going through the yellow buoys. And then we go out wide to Cure, come back into the second Avon crew, and we go out wide to Wairea. Ian's coming on now to take it through for a wee while. Don't forget, if you pack it in, you pack it out, guys. Also, another reminder about dogs. Make sure that all dogs are on the lead. It is a no-no, complete no-no, and no parents or spectators are allowed in the boat park.
Moving on, race 227 on its way through the 1,000. That's the men's under 19 coxed quadruple sculls in lane 3's Twizel 1. That's Bryn, Jack, Luca, Ralph and Jasmine Bakey is the cox. St Bede's College winner in lane 4, Ashton, Jamie, Christopher Quinn and Theodore Gilson is the cox. Lane 5, Whakatipu 1, Harry Lightfoot there with Max, Sebastian, Charlie and Mia Pagan, the cox. And Thomas is a Canterbury winner in lane 6. That's Carter Darby, Luca Andre with Carlson Fernandez, the cox. St Andrews College winner in lane 7. Henry Taylor, John Reedy, Theodore Thomas, Jackson Evans, Robbie Miller, the cox. And Christ College number 2 out there in lane 8. That's Logan, Lucas, Shea, George and Jonty Gray is the cox. We look out into the middle of the course. He's padding for time while he works out where everybody is, and it is Whakatipu number 1 in lane 5. Just inside of them would be second would be St Bede's College. There was a big shout out there to Rosalie Mars sitting down there in the deck chair. She said if I didn't pronounce her name right, she'd give me the finger, so hopefully she'll just give me a wave if she's happy with that. So they're second at the moment. Across St Thomas is a Canterbury who probably are second just ahead of that St Bede's College crew. Then we go out to St Andrews College, back down to Twizel. The locals down there in lane 1. This is the final of the men's under 19 coxed quadruple sculls. Race 227. Thomas of Canterbury heading up there in lane 6. I think I left a bit of my right lung out there in the men's Masters double, so if they find that floating around, I could pick it back up again. That'd be much appreciated. Next race after this is the women's Premier Double Sculls. That's underway there through 500 metres. Lane 3 there, Avon 2. Lane 4, Cure Boating Club 1. Lane 5, Canterbury 1. Lane 6, Dunstan Arm 1. Lane 7, Avon 1. And Lane 8 is Cure Boating Club 2. We'll give you some more of those fields as they come through. But moving through nicely now past the 250 metre mark into the out of the yellow boys. Very shortly will be this Whakatipu crew in lane 5. Fantastic conditions for sculling. John Morrison, the coach, will be pretty happy there with Harry Lightfoot, Max Davis, Sebastian Watson, Charlie Manser and Mia Pagan. They've got 2 boat lengths over St Thomas's, who are under pressure now from St Bede's College. So it's brilliant work to be done, but St Thomas's have gone up. You'll have to follow them, St Bede's. They've just lifted their rating, have St Thomas's. You can see them come through the last of the yellow boys. Through the red buoy line with 100 metres to go now is Whakatipu 1. And they're looking very well, very comfortable. They're here in the final of the men's under-19 coxed quadruple sculls. 50 metres to go. They're just extending, but look at that, no splash, just easily in at the catch. Lovely clean finishes, swinging together, away they go. There'll be about 4 more strokes and they'll have this towing up. Back we go to St Thomas's, who clearly into second now after that we push with 150 to go, and St Bede's College will take out the 3rd spot. Out there in lane number 7, it looks like St Andrews might just pip Twizel there for the 4th spot. Then we go across to 6th will be Christ College to clean up the men's under-19 coxed quadruple sculls. So well done there to Whakatipu. Very clear water for them based on what compared to what they're used to training on. That women's Premier Double Sculls. So the Avon crew in lane 3 there is Greta Hawke and Claudia Kinder. Lane 4 is Cure Boating Club, Sasha Robinson, Madison Neal. They were racing against each other earlier this morning in the Premier Sculls. Lane number 5, Canterbury 1, Shannon Cox, Becky Chuk. Lane 6, Dunstan Arm 1, Olivia Key, Emma Spittle, Tyler Stewart and Tori Cox from Avon 1 in lane 7. And then lane 8 is Cure Boating Club number 2, Mela Graham and Messina Sewer. And is there with Cure Boating Club, I would think, just ahead of on the outside of them, Canterbury number 1. That'll be where the pressure will come, I think, from Becky and Shannon, right up alongside Cure. That's 1 and 2. Outside the Cure Boating Club number 2, looking comfortable. Avon number 2, not too bad down there in lane 3. And then we go back to Avon 1 in lane 7 in this final of the Women's Premier Double Sculls. Just a reminder there that any of the food, perishables and unopened food that can be dropped off at the Secretary's office from the schools and crews that have got leftovers, that would be very much appreciated and will be distributed to the Twizel Food Bank. So great initiative there. Don't see any food waste, do we? Next race is also underway. They're just started, so just through a couple of 100 metres is the Women's Senior Double Sculls. That's race 229. In lane 3, Whakatipu 1. Lane 4 is Cashmere High School 1. Lane 5, Dunstan Arm 1. Lane 6, Avon 1. Lane 7, Wairo 1. And in lane 8 is Wairo 2. 750 metres to run, though, for the Women's Premier Sculls. And nice push coming down in lane 3 from Avon 2. Just moved up alongside and past Cure Boating Club. Thought they might be under pressure from Shannon and Becky out there in lane 5. But it just looks like Avon number 2, Greta and Claudia, coached by Tim Hopkins. Just trying to sneak through there on the inside. In fact, not them. They're not there at all. So they must have been scratched. So well done, Ian. Cure Boating Club actually out there in lane 4. Cure right next to Canterbury. Dunstan Arm on the outside, that's the 3. Then we go back to Avon 1 and in lane 8 is Cure Boating Club. So we've got scratching. Our computer system not working up here today. Just a reminder to everybody, I did my good Kiwi thing before and picked up some rubbish that was lying on the green that someone else had left there. So it did magically disappear. But if you could pick up your own rubbish, that would be much appreciated. We've got some bins around the place, but as Millsy says, pack it in, pack it out, and we'll keep this facility looking very tidy. As are these 2 doubles coming down here, and a real drag race out there between Cure Boating Club and Canterbury. Canterbury starting to put some pressure on that Cure double. Just a wee bit further back is Dunstan. They'll want to get moving up upon them. Then we look at Cure number 2 on the outside is probably the best bet out of the remaining crews to pick up one of the minor placings, but it is going to be between Cure Boating Club 1 and Canterbury. Who will go first? In the bow of Cure, she just looked across, can see that they are now got 250 metres to go. Is that what the race plan is? Are they going to kick in now? Let's just wait and see if we see any discernible increase in the stroke rate. Someone's going to go shortly into the yellow boys. Less than 250 to go. Canterbury looking like they're just getting pulled away from by Cure, and Cure have started to go up. So you can see the boat just lifting a bit more. See that bow going up and down with each stroke as they connect. So Canterbury will have to respond now. They have done too. You can see they've gone up in their rating. Dunstan trying to get in the mix of it too, but a long way back then to Cure number 2 and Avon 1. So Cure Boating Club, can Canterbury chase them down? They get up to the red line shortly, which says there's 100 metres to go. Through the 100 metre mark they go there now. That's Sasha Robinson and Madison Neal. Cure Boating Club number 1 just trying to pull away from Canterbury, and Canterbury are coming back at them now. Back down to half a boat length. Have they got enough run on their boat to go? Let's see. There's 50 metres to run now for Cure. They're holding on nicely, but Canterbury coming straight back at them. The hands are going quicker again from Canterbury. They're trying to pull them back. They might run out of course. Oh, a nice finish. It'll be half a boat length to Cure Boating Club. They'll take first. Second goes to Canterbury. Third will be to Dunstan Arm out there in lane 6. Fourth will be back to Cure Boating Club number 2. And Avon 1 will finish in 5th. In the women's premier double sculls. Women's senior double sculls, that is race 229 on their way through. Bit of competition coming in the middle. Looks like Wairo 1 doing well there, going across then to Dunstan Arm 1 and Cashmere High School. Those are the three, then back about half a boat length to Avon 1. So down there in lane 3, Whakatipu 1, Emma Andrew, Annika Arlett. Lane 4, Cashmere High School 1, Ellery Clare and Thea Moody. Lane 5, Dunstan Arm 1, Olivia Paibanga and Millie Scott. Lane 6, Avon 1, Sam Rankin and Poppy Wyndham. Lane 7, Wairo 1, Mila Van Rensburg and Lexi Timpson. And in lane 8, it is Wairo 2, Leela Stallard and Grace Straker, coached by Kay Surgener and Matt Straker. Dunstan just poking their nose in front right now. There's Olivia and Millie from Cashmere High School. Cross on the outside to Wairo, back to Avon still. Off the pace on the outside, Wairo number 2, and back on the inside, Whakatipu 1 down there in the yellow boat. They will be able to see that the men's club coxless pair is on its way and through 500 metres. As these ladies make their way down the senior double sculls, I'll give you the feel for that men's club coxless pair. In lane 1, Avon 3, Sam Evans and Danny Webb. Lane 2, Canterbury 1, Sam Clark, Noah Visser. Lane 3, Wairo 11, Blake Campbell, Louis Girling. Lane 4, Avon 5, Kobe Good, James Tavendale. In lane 5, Avon 2, B, Gera Luke Tompkins. Lane 6 is Avon 1, Benjamin Ashman and Charles Beale. Lane 7 is St Andrews College 1, Harry Pitts, Bradley Hughes. In lane 8, Christchurch Boys High School 1, Jamie Carmo and Villamu Vahina. The second Christchurch Boys High School crew is in lane 9, right next to their stable mates. That's Benson Winters and William Mackay. And out there in lane 10, long way out there, but not too bad condition-wise today, Christchurch College number 2, Will Donaldson and Sam Cochran, coached by Nathan Luff. Good pedigree in the coxless pairs himself, Nathan, so he'll be passing on his knowledge to those two gents. 250 to run. Into the yellow boys they come. Cashmere High School number 1, just trying to chase down Dunstan Arm number 1. Those two crews starting to move ahead from Avon just out there in lane 6, who is still 4th. Third is Wairo, but Avon is starting to pull up alongside, and that's Sam and Poppy from Avon. Right on the outside there is Mila and Lexi from Wairo. So they are trying to pick down that 3rd spot. Cashmere got some work to do to chase up on Dunstan. Have just gone up now as Olivia and Millie, coached by Simon Scott. So nice race developing out here between Cashmere and Dunstan. This is the final of the women's senior double sculls. Dunstan in control, but they're under pressure from Cashmere. Both those crews starting to move away now from 3rd and 4th. They're a battle within a battle in 3rd and 4th. That's Wairo and Avon just moving up alongside and past the Wairo crew. Will they come back, Wairo? There's a long way back to Wairo number 2 and Whakatipu. They're well out of it. So Dunstan holding their own against Cashmere. Cashmere, if they move a little bit quicker, might be able to put some back, but they've just got the wood on them a wee bit, Dunstan here. Their boat's running just a little bit quicker as they come down to still 3/4 of a boat length. Cashmere are gaining, but I think Avon are going to hold off. Their bow lifting as they come down to take the buzzer. There they go. That's the number 1 there for Dunstan. Second goes to Cashmere. Third, Wairo have come back at Avon in the last 20 metres. Oh, quicken their hands up. They did. They've got half a boat length over and they'll take 3rd. 4th will go to Avon. Back 5th will be Wairo number 2. And 6th will be Whakatipu number 1 in the women's senior double sculls. Still plenty of plenty of time, team, for ice creams. Saw some athletes before with bacon burgers, so they're obviously going through their warm-down routines. Plenty of coffee available still out there, so please do support those that come and support us. Looking out here at this men's club coxless peers. I'm sure if they've washed their face, they'll be poxless. So it's Avon out there, doing very well in lane number 5. I think that's Bede and Luke. Avon number 2. They've got a boat length over Avon 1, Benjamin and Charles. They've got a long way back to the rest of the field, actually. Avon number 3 down there in lane 1 might be just about the next of it. Avon got a lot in this race. Avon number 5 down there in lane 4. And then we go across to St Andrews College. You see the white cross on the blue blades coming through the water there. That's Harry and Bradley there in lane number 7. So Avon, Bede Guerra, Luke Tompkins. Avon number 2, Bede Guerra out of the St Bede's College rowing program, along with Luke, I think, from memory. So they're taking a handy leader here over Benjamin and Charles, and they're in lane number 6. They've got probably nearly 2 boat lengths over them, and then we go daylight, don't we, back to Avon number 3, who would be battling for third with Avon number 5, Kobe Good, James Tavendale. James, brother of Will, who's joined our commentary team, but you won't miss out, Will, because you're calling the 8s later on. It includes your sister, so don't be rude. 50 metres to go now for Avon number 2 crew, Bede Guerra, Luke Tompkins. And look at them swinging there. This is one of the premier events, the men's club coxless pair oars. Hardest boat to row, and these guys are making it look easy. They'll appreciate the water. Well done, team. They come down and they take the first placing, Bede Guerra, Luke Tompkins in lane number 5. That is Avon number 2. Second, we'll go to Kobe Good. Sorry, we'll go to Benjamin Asher and Charles Beale, Avon number 1. Just getting over the line there. And now we look down for third. So Waido winding up there in lane number 3. Look at them go. They're trying to chase down that Avon number 5 team in lane 4. They'll have to move as well. They've got some real run on their boat. Waido, I hope they haven't left it too late, but they're putting some real pressure on the outside. There is lane number 7 from St Andrews College. Avon have wound up thinking we've got to go because we're in trouble here, and they'll just get over the line. But really strong finish there from Waido. If they started a little bit earlier, who knows? So taking out in front of them will be Avon, then Waido across to St Andrews. On the outside we go to Christchurch Boys High, back down into Avon number 3, and just completing that field down here will be Avon 1, Sam and Noah, and the men's club coxless pair. Women's club coxless 4 is on its way into the second half of the course. Looks like there has been one scratching. There's supposed to be 6 out there. I only see 5, so we'll just try and pick up who's not there. And it looks like it's Awamaru. So we're down to 5 in there. I'll give you the fields. Dunstan Arm number 1. Lola Richie, Ellie King, Micah Pyle, Kate Spriggs. Lane number 4, Waido 1, Lexi Pottinger, Zoe Kung, Iris Vavasau, Daisy Vavasau. Lane number 5, Avon 1, Cara Brignall, Kate Smith, Isabel Williamson and Sienna Godfrey Chatterton. In lane 6, Canterbury 1, Toby Reeves, Libby Greaves, Georgia Wynyard, Kate Stretton. And in lane number 7, it's Avon 2, Julia Middleditch, Katie Mitchell, Jessica Boyd and Emma Gardner. And it's with the Avon 1 crew. They're leading this Women's Club Coxless 4 final down. You can see them just to the right of the umpire boat. So the umpire boat trying to just be as close as it can to the main field without putting too much wake out onto those a little bit further back, and that's how they try to run things, and they can pick up when people and crews are moving slightly sideways and get them to move back. So if you see an umpire boat going down and there's a flag out on one side, that's where they're trying to get the crews to move to. But the umpires can see that Avon are leading. Second is Canterbury. Then we go just close on the inside to Dunstan Arm down there in lane 3. Very little between them and Avon 2 out there in lane 7, and just a little bit further back to Waido. And if the umpires have done it right, Waido will be just ahead of the wake. How we try to do it. And Avon doing really nicely out there, Cara, Kate, Isabel and Sienna. This is the final of the Women's Club Coxless 4. Next race underway is the Girls Under 17 Club Coxless 4, race 232. Through 250 metres there would be now. Lane 1 there is Rangiruru Girls School number 3. Lane 2 Christchurch Girls High School number 3. Lane 3 is Waido 1. Lane 4 Christchurch Girls High School number 2. Lane 5 Columba College 1. Lane 6 is Christchurch Girls High School 1. Lane 7 is St Andrews College 2. Lane 8 is Rangiruru Girls School 1. Lane 9 St Andrews College 1. And in lane 10 St Margaret's College 1. It looks like a full field. We'll confirm that a bit later on. We do know that in front of us, though, is still Avon. So Canterbury 1 looking to put some pressure on this Avon crew. They're a coxless 4. So they haven't got a cock sitting in the bow telling them where they are. They've just got to work it out for themselves and look sideways while trying to keep their head in the boat. And I'll just see out of the corner of their eye, will Avon, that Canterbury are on the move, trying to chase them down as they get through into the last 150 metres. Avon number 2 on the outside, looking to secure third from Dunstan down there in lane number 3. And just out a wee bit more is lane 4, Wairo 1. So still a boat length, 3/4 of a boat length, Avon over Canterbury. Canterbury just joining them through the 100 metres to go now. So trying to push. Avon will be seeing that Canterbury just a wee bit further behind. They look like they're just starting to eke away from them. Canterbury then have got a boat length and a half back to Avon number 2, is still sitting third comfortably over Dunstan, who've got 100 metres to run now. So Canterbury just not quite going to catch the Avon crew. Avon now just about got clear water. They have as they come down the line. Clear water and first place there to the Avon number 1 crew. Cara, Kate, Isabel and Sienna. Second there goes to Canterbury number 1. Toby, Libby, Georgia, Kate. And then third position will go to the Avon number 2 crew. Julia, Katie, Jessica and Emma. In the final of the Women's Club Coxless 4. This is the girls under 17 coxed 4 making its way down the course, and it was supposed to be 10 in the field. There's not. So Columba College out there in lane number 5 leading, just shadowed by the umpire boat as you look at it. Wairo number 1 actually putting them under pressure down there in lane number 3. So Rangi Rural Girls School number 3 are down there in lane number 2. So I don't think we've got Christchurch Girls number 3. They might be scratched. So it's Columba. We go to Wairo, then we go across to St Andrews College number 2, showing out strongly there in lane 7. Out on the outside then to St Andrews College number 1. Back in between them is Rangiruru Girls School number 1. On the outside lane is St Margaret's College 1, just a little bit further back by the look of it. Christchurch Girls High School number 1 just in the middle of the field in lane 6. See Columba there with the orange, distinctive orange caps, and as they come further down the course, Wairo in lane 3. So in Rangiru Girls School number 3 are in lane 1. That's Manaya, Toe, Phoebe, India and Grace O'Connor the Cox. Wairo 1, Georgette, Trinity, Anna, Eliza with Molly Hoban the Cox. Lane 4 there, Christchurch Girls High School 2. That's Greer, Abby, Caitlin, Izzy with Georgetta, Hella the Cox. Columba College 1, they're currently leading but under pressure from Wairo is Georgia, Annika, Isla, Nova and Kate Baskerville the Cox. Christchurch Girls High School number 1, Laura, Summer, Tallulah, Sienna with Greta Brokenshaw the Cox. Charlotte Galvin, Aloano down there. St Andrews College number 2. Lane 7 with Chloe, Sophia, Molly and George Rankin the Cox. In lane number 8 is Rangiru Girls School number 1, Amelie, Tyler, Chloe, Alice, Charlie Ward the Cox. St Andrews College number 1 out there in lane 9, Alana, Lucia, Isabella, Sailor and Emily DeJoux the Cox. And St Margaret's College number 1 just out there in lane 10, Siobhan, Sophia, Ella and Annabelle Glengarry with Emily Fitzsimons the Cox. So nice push again the last 250 metres from the crew from Columba, just trying to stave off the challenge from Wairo. Then we go across to St Andrews College, number 2 crew, looking quite strong. In between them is Christchurch Girls High School, would be next to the rest. Then we go outside to St Andrews College number 1, back to Rangiruru Girls School. So in the outside, very outside lane, number 10 is a St Andrews College crew. It's not in our sheet. And they don't look like they're on the outside lane, so I'm not sure what's going on there, and I'm not sure how to make up what's going on there, so we'll just sort of see it as we see it. So it is Columba at the front, Columba from Wairo and from St Andrews College number 2. Back inside to Christchurch Girls High School, then we go outside to another St Andrews crew, and then back inside to Rangiruru Girls School number 1, and then way a bit further back is the other St Andrews crew. I'm sure they've just combined something. Down there with 150 metres to go is Columba College still holding on to Wairau. Out to St Andrews College, just over the top of Christchurch Girls High School. That's where the real bat is. Columba have done a really good job here coming through. 100 metres to go now for Wairau. They're over the 100 metre mark now. Oh, it's very little now between that Girls High School crew and St Andrews College. Down to 50 metres to go now is Columba. They've still got it, I think, but a nice push coming through from Wairau. They're working really hard to try and mow them down, but I'm going to run out of racetrack. But St Andrews College have gone over the top now of Christchurch Girls. So it is Columba now to take the buzzer. They go first, second to Wairau, third by about 1 seat and a canvas to St Andrews College. Then it is Christchurch Girls High School. Then we come back to St Andrews College, number 1, I think, and then Rangiruru Girls School, number 1. Back inside here we come to Christchurch Girls High School, number 2. Down here into lane 1 is Rangiruru Girls School, number 3. And then right on the outside is the magical St Andrews College crew. I'm going to call them number 3. That will be the girls under 17 coxed 4. Into some single sculls we go. It's the boys under 17 single sculls. B final on its way down. They've let the A final go as well, but the B final just making its way up to the 1,000 metre mark. And that is in lane 1, Christ College 1, Seb Gray. Lane 2, Otago 3, Noah McCaubrey. Lane 3, Christchurch Boys High School 4, Will Cunningham. In lane 4, Wanaka 1, Alex Peterson. In lane 5, St Thomas of Canterbury 2, Hunter Taylor. In lane 6, St Thomas of Canterbury 1, Declan Ducey. In lane number 7, it's Otago 2, which is William Light. Lane 8 is Otago 4, Noah Hamilton. Lane 9, Avon 51, Samuel Lindors. Is that you, Rob? And in lane 10, Otago 5, which is Oliver Colling. Through they come. It's all happening on those inside lanes, isn't it? As we look down there, we can see lane 1, Christ College 1. Lane number 2 is Otago 3. But it is Christchurch Boys High School number 4, Will Cunningham. We go right across on the outside there, and it looks like it's one of the Otago scullers. Thomas of Canterbury, I think it is St Thomas of Canterbury. Might be the number 1 sculler, which is Declan. I think we've got a couple of scratchings out there as well. So right on the outside, I can see the Avon 51 sculler. So I think we're missing Otago 5, and I think we're missing one of the St Thomas's crew. So we'll go with what we can see, and that is the Christchurch Boys High School out there doing well too. So Otago there in lane number 2. That's Otago 3, Noah McCaubrey. Just on his inside there is Seb Gray from Christ College. Both those guys are tucked in behind lane 3, Christchurch Boys High School number 4, which is Will Cunningham. Then we go right across to St Thomas's. I'm pretty sure there's Declan in lane 6. Then we can see out there in lane number 9 is Avon 51. So it doesn't look like any of the Otago scullers are out there. I can see one right at the back. No, just the Wanaka sculler. In fact, it looks like 2 Wanaka scullers. Yes, it is 2 Wanaka scullers. So I don't know where the second one came from. That'll probably be because of a scratching and an opportunity for the next placed finisher in the heats to come through. So this is the B final. Boys under 17, single sculls. Work being done there by Christchurch Boys High. Down on lane 1 to Christ College. Across we go to St Thomas's on the outside, and then back to see Otago in lane 3. Just give you the A final field. Burnside High School number 1, Thomas Carey in lane 1. Lane 2, Timaru 21, Harrison Searle. Lane 3, Christchurch Boys High School 1, Cameron Buckingham. Lane 4 is Christchurch Boys High School number 2, Jack Dennehy. Lane 5, Ashburton College 1, Caleb Armstrong. Lane 6, Timaru 30, George Talbot. Lane 7 is Oamaru 2, Ned Newlands Carter. Lane 8 is Otago 1, Paddy Kennedy. Lane number 9, Oamaru 1, Cowper Lynch. And lane number 10, St Thomas of Canterbury 3, Cairo Horgan. They are through into the second half of the field. And it is coming out of lane 5, I think. Yep, that's Caleb Armstrong there in lane 5, just outside him. In lane 30, lane number 6 is Timaru 30, George Talbot. Good start there from Paddy Kennedy, lane 8 to Otago number 1. Down we come to the line though here in the B final. Christchurch Boys High School number 4, Will Cunningham. He's got a boat length over St Thomas's of Canterbury out there. It is in lane 6, so that is Declan Ducey. He'll finish second. Down here in lane 1 to finish third there in the B final will be Seb Gray from Christ College, and fourth will be taken out by Noah McCaubrey. We go across to see Avon 51, Samuel Lindors, working hard out there in lane 9. Back inside to Alex Peterson from Wanaka And there's also Wanaka there in lane 5. Sorry, I don't know the sculler's name. It's not in front of me. They will complete the B final. That boys under 17 single sculls. We'll race out there and see how that under 17 A final is progressing. Cowper Lynch from Oamaru out there in lane 9, making all the running. He comes right across into the middle. He's probably trying to hide out there where no one can see him. Come right out into the middle of the course, and you can see Timaru 30, George Talbot there with the blue cross, blue vertical cross. He's sitting into second. Just inside of him now is Caleb Armstrong from Ashburton. Down there in lane 1, though, Thomas Carey from Burnside. Quite where I thought he was, because it's actually Timaru 21, Harrison Searle, that's down there sitting a bit further in the middle of it. So watching what's happening out here with Oamaru. Right on the outside there is the Oamaru sculler, Cowper Lynch. Back inside to George Talbot. This is the boys under 17 single scull. So big build for some of these scullers to head towards the big events later in the year. They'll be looking forward to South Island clubs in about a fortnight's time. Then they get back into their training program for South Island secondary schools. And then, of course, the big one for them later in the year is the Māori Cup being held in Karapiro this year. So George Talbot moving ahead now of Cowper Lynch from Oamaru. That's first and second. Down there for third, we can see Timaru 21. Golden Blades of Ron Carley as he comes through there in lane number 2, pushing into position up against the sculler from Ashburton, which is Caleb Armstrong. So that's the 1, 2, 3 and 4. Just watching a move there coming now from Otago in lane 8. So he's sitting out there. He's got the blue and white vertical stripes as Paddy Kennedy, looking to put some pressure on those inside scullers. Inside of him is Oamaru number 2, Ned Newlands Carter. Then we come across the Christchurch Boys High School, those two right next to each other. It is Jack Dennehy, number 2. We might not have the other Christchurch Boys High School sculler actually out there, but making a big play back again is Oamaru. Cowper Lynch out there in lane 9, trying to chase down George Talbot. Jobs put in a strong row here. He's got 100 metres to go, and look at the connection he's got at the drive. Very little splash and a lot of energy going as he drives those oars through to the finish. Back up the slide, the recovery. Watching out Cowper Lynch just on the outside, trying to push harder out there in lane number 9. He's still got him at the moment. Here's George by about half a boat length. Pushing at him hard is Cowper Lynch from Oamaru, but I think he's got the job done down here. George Talbot from Timaru. He'll take out the title for the boys under 17 single sculls at the Canterbury Championship. Second will go to Cowper Lynch, and third will be down here on the inside, the Ron Carley sculler out of Timaru 21, Harrison Searle, just going to hold on to that third position. Fourth will be Caleb Armstrong from Ashburton, just I think over the outside sculler, Paddy Kennedy from Otago. Back to Oamaru number 2. Then we come back down on the inside here to sculler from Timaru. And then Burnside will complete the field just with a St Thomas the Cannery finishing up over there in lane number 10. Race 235 on your day sheet, which by this stage of the day should look like Joseph's amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. Have you been using all of your highlighters and your pens? In lane 1, it's St Andrews College 1. Violet Sigley, Sophie Bremen, Rebecca Buis, Scarlett Bailey, Anna Camo, Lily Profit and Annika Peitzner. Lauren Eggson with Georgia L with the Cox. In lane 2, Christchurch Girls High School number 1. Maggie Radford, Maggie Delatour, Lily Oliver, Chloe Pollack, Sophie Keane, Izzy Strawn, Bonnie Giddens, Sarah Shepherd, Stella Pannett is the Cox. In lane 3, Rangiruru Girls School number 1. Isabel Carnahan, Meg Duffy, Tilly Harris, Zoe Clements, Eddie Catherine, Mila Wilk, Jasmine Collins with Zoe Fahey, and Penelope Sutton is the Cox. In lane 4, St Margaret's College 1. Olivia Beecroft, Siobhan Brennan, Isla Drummond, Elsie O'Donnell, Grace Miller, Sadie Erasmus, Greer Cathro, and Isabella McNcully with Bella Harris the Cox. In lane number 5, Christchurch Girls High School number 2, Phoebe Colley, Alice Bradshaw War, Annalise King, Mia DeFrey, Paige Battersby, Lily Irving, Lola Grace Wood, Amelie Parsons and Liv Abley is the Cox. In lane number 6, it's Wairo 1, Hannah Cole, Emma Anderson, Izzy McLaughlin, Maggie Clark, Maisie Shenfield, Poppy Fernandez, Emmy Isles, Charlotte Bennett, Charlie Bennett and Hailey Sutherland is the cox. Lane number 7, St Margaret's College number 2, Cece Bridge, Tessa Corcoran, Holly Murdoch, Layla Elkington, Eliza Bliss, Alex Campbell, Stella Dick, Grace Jones and Lucy Johnson the cox. Lane number 8 is Columba College, one with Stella Ingalls, India Scott, Zoe Wallace, Devon Skivington, Trelise Mitchell, Lucy Earl, Charlotte Scott, Isla Petty and Isabel Davey is the cox. And out there in lane number 9, it's Oromaru 1, Molly Kirkman, Sasha Wright, Evie Mitchell, Amelia Tartone, Ava Goodall, Summer Columbus, Isabel Wainwright and Bailey Pearson. Pippa McMillan is the cox. Lane 2 looks pretty good down there, doesn't it? I think that is actually lane 3, Rangiruru Girls School number 1, just ahead of St Margaret's. Oh, they're almost on a line down there. St Margaret's number 2, then Christchurch Girls High School number 2, right alongside them. Those are the 4 crews showing out. Then we go outside a little bit further to the crew from Columba College number 1 with the orange caps. These are the 5. This is the final of the girls under 15 coxed 8 through 750 metres to go now. It is Rangiruru Girls School. They've got half a boat length over St Margaret's, who in turn have half a boat length over the crew from Christchurch Girls High School number 2. Right alongside them, Wairau number 1. Yep, and then they go outside. They're just ahead now of Columba College. Just a wee bit further back to St Margaret's College number 2, in between those two, the Wairau and the Columba College crew. And then we go back on the inside to St Andrew's College number 1 and Christchurch Girls High School number 1. So all with Rangiruru and St Margaret's. So trying to disturb the Christchurch party is Wairau out there and Columba College. So moving a little bit further ahead is Rangiruru Girls School. Sure, the Rangiruru parents will be pleased to see the girls out in front there. They'll be down there cheering them on. Almost Clearwater over St Margaret's in turn. I've got the same over Christchurch Girls High School number 2. Just eyeballing them will be the Wairau Cox. And these 4 crews are now moved ahead of Columba and, of course, the St Margaret's number 2 crew back down there to the inside crews, which is Christchurch Girls High School number 1 and St Andrew's College number 1 down there in lane 1. So heading up towards 250 metres to go. It's all with Rangiruru. They've got this under control. Back to St Margaret's sitting comfortably in second. The little battle seems to be between Christchurch Girls High School number 2 and Wairau for that 3rd position. They've come a long way, Wairau, to be at this regatta. They'll be wanting to go home with some number 3s and number 2s in terms of their placings. No medals at this event. They're in the one we have in a fortnight for South Islands clubs. But it still shows 1st, 2nd and 3rd placing on Rowett, which I'm sure you're all now familiar with. And looking at that 1st position with Clearwater now over St Margaret's is Rangiruru. They come down with 150 metres left to run in this girls under 15 coxed 8. St Margaret's College number 1, they're just sitting in behind them comfortably in second. It looks like Christchurch Girls High just trying to hold off Wairau now while Wairau go again. What's Hayley Sutherland, the cox, got in terms of messaging for that crew? She looks across, she can see her compatriot or competitor, Livy Abley, the cox of Christchurch Girls High School number 2. Just waiting to see what happens there. Who's going to go? Christchurch Girls High School still got the advantage. Well clear here in the front is Rangiruru Girls School number 1. They're going to take this out. St Margaret's is coming at them to take second, but the battle is between Wairau and Christchurch Girls High School. Christchurch Girls High School just got a bow ball. Wairau trying to lift. Oh, she's working hard in the bow. First there goes to Rangiruru. Second will be St Margaret's. Christchurch Girls High School just gone again. It's up to a half a canvas nearly. Wairau coming back at them. Well, it was Christchurch Girls High just eking out at the end, out to a full canvas on the line. Oh, nice finish, but 3rd goes to Christchurch Girls High School number 2. Wairau number 1 will take 4th. Back we go on the outside, 5th to Columba College. Back inside to St Margaret's number 2. Down here to Christchurch Girls High School number 1. And then a little bit further back in lane 1 will be St Andrew's College to finish the girls under 15 coxed 8. Back to the double sculls we go, the women's intermediate double sculls. This is race 236, B final. Lane 1, Dunstan Arm 4, Elizabeth Engstrom and Olivia. Lane number 2, Dunstan Arm 2, Alia Cunningham and Summer Phillips. Lane 3 is Union 2, Tanisha Chinnery and Jamie Seddon. Lane 4 is Canterbury 1, Chelsea Buckeridge and Meredith Lewis. Lane 5, Otago Girls 2, Jamie Stibe and Mila Hill. In lane number 6 is Invercargill 1, Kate Johnson and Caitlin Tatai. In number 7, lane 7, of course, Wairau 1, Lucy Thompson, Paige Wentworth. Lane number 8 is North End 1, Lucy Horrell and Hannah Spittle. And lane number 9, Twizel 1, Marley O'Keefe and Lucia Yates. And in lane number 10, Whakatipu 4, Posey Mansa and Jess Bates, coached by Jimmy Kavanagh. The B final. A final is on its way. B final looking fairly even. Good start there. Dunstan number 4 down there in lane 1. Canterbury doing okay out there in lane number 4 as well. They'll be fairly close. Then we go right outside to Twizel in lane 9. Back inside to Otago Girls just in the outside there of Canterbury. And we can see just across them, and probably slightly ahead of them, is the Invercargill crew with the white and the yellow stripes coming through. That is the B final. We'll sort of follow the progress on that. Give you the field for the A final, which is just through 500 metres now by the look of it, and fairly even, although it looks like there's a little bit coming out of lanes 3 and 4. 4 and 5, we'll get to them. So in lane 1 of the A final, which has just started, that is Timaru 12, Skylar Seymour, Sophia Lawless. Lane 2, Whakatipu 3, Scarlett Kavanagh and Annie Clark. Lane 3, Kashmir High School 1, Isla Anderson, Abby Pincus. Lane 4, Timaru 13, Kate Caird and Neve Gordon. Lane number 5 is Avon 1, right in the middle of it, Faya Wayman and Bethany Mitchell. Right there, right alongside them is the Lane 6 crew of Dunstan Arm 1, Charlotte McKenzie, Charlotte Crosby. Lane 7, Otago Girls 1, Ariana Oswald and Frances Donald. Lane 8, Timaru 11, Olivia Moffat and Jasmine Payne. Lane 9, Burnside High School 1, Miranda Ewan and Julia Mitchell. And in lane 10 is Union 1, Charlie Tate, Michaela Hurst. Well through the first 500 they go. As you see them go through that 500, there's some mixed masters quads going out onto the field. They're becoming next onto the course. B final continues to progress for the women's intermediate double sculls. Out in front of us, you can see Canterbury have taken command of that. Second out there just, I think, is the Twizel crew back inside to Invercargill, moving nicely. Then we would see Otago Girls. So you can see Otago Girls in the black and white quarters, but not to be kept out of it. Lane 1 down here, looks like they're probably actually second. Dunstan Arm number 4 rather. So continuing to move, Dunstan number 4, Elizabeth and Michaela. Moving up alongside Canterbury. Nice finish coming here from these ones. So I don't know if Canterbury can see them. Chelsea Buckeridge and Meredith Lewis. On the outside, Twizel look like they moved into third just over Invercargill, back inside to Otago Girls. Then we come right down to Dunstan number 2. Just started to click it up a bit. Just inside of them would be, well, it's meant to be Union, but it looks very much like Whakatipu to me. But Canterbury just doing enough work down here to take out this B final. They've got 50 metres to go. And that is Chelsea and Meredith, coached by Josh Schmidt and Mario Cryer. Dunstan have moved into a very close push for third. Twizel responding on the outside. Marley O'Keefe and Lucia Yates between Twizel and Dunstan. So just ahead at the moment is Twizel. Canterbury take it, the B final. Second, still running through is Dunstan. Will they get over the top of them on the line? It's going to be very close between them and Twizel. I think Twizel by a bow just over Dunstan. Then we go to Invercargill. Then we go Otago Girls. Then we go to Dunstan number 2. Then it is Whakatipu, I'm pretty sure, in lane 3. Maybe they replaced Union. On the outside, we go to Whakatipu 4. Back down inside to North End in the B final. The A final continuing on its course. 750 metres to go. And it's Dunstan in the middle of the course. That is Dunstan number 1, Charlotte McKenzie, Charlotte Crosby. Second is Timaru 13, Kate Caird, Neve Gordon. They'll hold second at this stage. Then we go down to Timaru 12 in lane number 1. Skylar Seymour and Sophia Lawless. Both those crews out of Craighead Diocesan. See them with their green boats, the green blades, but racing under the Timaru colours. It's when they get to secondary school time that they'll have their own Craighead colours on. And Union number 1 out there in lane 10, Charlie Tate, Michaela Hurst. Right in amongst it. Wee bit behind Dunstan. So it's Timaru and Dunstan fighting for that first spot. Timaru have got a lead at this stage. I'd say a boat length over Dunstan. Then we go outside to Union. We come back inside and we can see the colours of Timaru number 11, Olivia Moffat and Jasmine Payne, sitting there in fourth. Right in front to lane 1, Timaru number 12. Going to be a good finish for the minor placings. I think they're all lining up for third. First and second is going to be between Dunstan, I think, and the Timaru crew have got the wood on them at the moment. So will Dunstan come again? They certainly won't give up. You can guarantee that much. In the bow, she looks across. You can see where that she is. And at the same time, the stroke of Timaru's looked across as well. So they're eyeballing each other as they come down with 250 metres to go. Out of the red boys into the yellow boys. Moving well clear of the rest of the field now. It's just Union on the outside. Down into lane 1 with Timaru 12. Then go right into the middle and we can see the Otago girls. Right next to them is Timaru 11. So Timaru looking to take out this across the board. And Dunstan right in amongst it. So Timaru 13, Kate and Neve holding the advantage over Dunstan. They're in through less than 200 metres to go now. Who's going to go first out of them? Who's going to quicken? I think there's a bit of a push coming from Dunstan. They're just starting to get a run on that boat. Timaru look like they're just working a little bit harder. Dunstan look like they're a little bit smoother. Let's see where it plays out. On the outside to Union, back inside to Timaru. Union would have third at this stage. Over Timaru on the inside. Then we go back to Otago girls and Timaru for fourth, fifth and sixth. And it is Dunstan. Dunstan have got the run, I think, on this boat from Timaru. Timaru going to have to go again. They're trying to lift. There's some real leg drive going in that boat. It just looks like that Dunstan boat is running a little bit smoother. They continue to move ahead. Yes, they got a far better run on that boat. There was a good push 50 metres ago. They're coming down to the finish now. They're out to half a boat length, are Dunstan. Dunstan number 1, Charlotte, and Charlotte take out first place. Second again. Second is Timaru 13. Kate Caird and Neve Gordon. And on the outside, it's Union are going to take third spot. Way out there in lane number 10, Charlie Tate and Michaela Hurst. Union take third. Fourth goes to Otago girls. Fifth to Timaru. Sixth to Timaru. Seventh will be to the Avon crew in the middle. Then it will be Kashmir. And then we'll come down to Whakatipu and the Burnside crew just out there in lane 9, looking to poke ahead of them as they come down to complete the women's intermediate double sculls A final. Oh, they led for most of it, Timaru, but Dunstan left it right to the last 100 metres to do what they needed to do. Well done. Out in front of us, and this might be of interest to lots of the parents out there, is the Mixed Masters coxless quadruple sculls. In lane number 2, Union Composite, so between Union and Canterbury, Ian Watson, Blair Catworthy, Joanne Clatworthy, and Anne Arndt. In lane number 3 is the Dunstan Arm Composite, which is Dunstan, Cromwell and Wanaka. So Era McNary, Maud O'Connell, Jeff Steele and Phil Newsom. In lane number 1, we have got the Union crew of Deb Homers, Ross, Chaz, Todd Hunter, Dominic Marnie and Kirsty Marnie. In lane number 5, Avon 2, Liz Ingalls. You might want to look closely. Simon Carey, Steve Glenn and Jill Carruth. In lane number 6, Wanaka 1, Max Paulin, Shane Gibson, Elizabeth Ritchie and Belinda Ryan. And the good thing about this crew, and worth looking at, Max, and he won't mind me saying so, is a 78-year-old doing learn to row. So in this Wanaka crew, we've got 2 experienced rowers and 2 learn to rowers. It is never too late to get in a boat and make it click. Lane number 7, Avon 1, Sarah Middleditch, Paul Johnson, Paul Middleditch and Megan Johnston. And in lane 8, it's Canterbury 1, Amadine Frazels. My apologies, Adi Edwards, Richard Moyer and Valentine Frazels, coached by Angus Cole. So it is the Avon, the Union crew right out there in front. And look at that Wanaka crew, the learn to row there. They have handicaps here, so some of them are racing off 10 seconds, which means that when we have go, so the Dunstan Arm crew, when the buzzer went, they went on go, and then there's a timer down the end if you haven't been to start, which will count to the number of seconds, and that is when your crew can go. And being masters, some of them are quite good at listening to instructions, and others just go when they feel like it. So Union number 1, they've got this well under control, a lot of experience in that boat. Great exhibition of sculling. They'll be rating in about 28, 29 maybe early, even early 30s. Get themselves down the course. And then there's that Wanaka crew out there in lane 6. So 2 experienced rowers, 2 learn to row rowers, and they're just new to rowing. On the outside is the Canterbury crew. So a couple of experienced rowers in there in lane 8. Then we come back to the Love Boat in lane number 7 with the 2 couples. Don't think they've been to the pub today for their warm-up routines as opposed to yesterday. They shouldn't be too bad. Then we come back down here on the inside to the composite crew from Union and Canterbury. Looks like the Dunstan Arm one's not out there actually. I did call them, but they're not. So it is Union number 1, as you would expect. Lots of experience in that crew there from Union. Deb, Chaz, Dominic Marnie and Kirsty Marnie. Over the line they go to take the buzzer. On the outside will be Canterbury number 1. Come in and finish second. And just look at the nice little action going on from that Wanaka crew. A couple of experienced rowers, Max sitting in the back, and they're making that boat work. They're just going to hold on to third. Oh, very close for the next place in between the Union Composite and Avon across the top. And I'm not sure what's happened to the other crews. They may not have made it to the start. That, however, completes the Mixed Masters Coxless Quadruple Sculls. So if you are a parent and you feel enthused by watching what you've seen this weekend, just talk to your club and see if they've got any Learn to Row programs going for anybody, and it's a great sport to get into. My time here is done, so thank you, team, for accommodating me. This is the last session now, mainly the 8s, so Will's going to take you through it, and we're starting off with race 239 very shortly. I don't think they're underway yet, they're sitting in the blocks, so we'll take it from scratch. We race 239, the men's novice coxed 8.
So next race coming down the course right now, just about to enter the Alcatraz Island, is the men's novice coxed 8. So we've got lane 1, Avon 51, lane 2, St Andrews College number 1, lane 3, Wakatipu number 1, lane 4, Otago Boys High number 1, lane 5, St Bede's College number 1, lane 6, Shirley Boys High School number 1, lane 7, St Thomas of Canterbury number 1, lane 8, Shirley Boys High School number 2, and lane 9, Cashmere High School number 1. So it does look to be a scratching as there is one lane empty. I'd say that's lane number 3, Wakatipu number 1. Just coming up to the K, I think they are now. So we'll catch them as they come through there. Novice racing, a lot of variation. You can jump the start and get ahead quick, but can burn too many matches too early. So that's where that pacing comes in. I think I'm seeing that Wakatipu crew just outside the 250 metre buoy lines. I think they just might have had a bit of an incident in that boat. So should be looking at St Bede's College number 1 and Shirley Boys High School number 1 to be the favourites of this event. They've got the fastest times. They're lane 5 and lane 6. Bedes have won the Novice 8 2024-2021. So they've got some experience in this event and they'll be looking to do it again. It's just cut off from camera shot there, so I'll have a look. It does look to be St Bede's in front. I wouldn't call Shirley Boys in second. It looks like it's on the inside of St Bede's. Otago Boys High number 1, who are performing well. Coming down now, it is St Bede's. St Bede's have the front, but looks like they might have clear water over the rest of the field. Coming past 1,000 now, it does look to be Otago Boys in second, and then I call Shirley Boys in third. But there's another crew there just on the outside who's also performing well. That might be St Thomas of Canterbury number 1. So Otago do have contact with St Bede's. St Bede's have 7 seats going through the K. Otago in turn have 3/4 of a length over Shirley Boys High School number 1. So you got a pretty clear 1, 2, 3. Then on the outside there, I think it might be just outside of St Thomas. Shirley Boys High School number 2 is also performing well out there. So you got a clear 1, 2, 3. St Bede's trying to break out to clear water as they come through the 1,000-metre mark into the third 500. Big moves to be played here. Some schools might have moves into the 1,000. Some might have them out of their 1,000. Could be technique calls, pressure calls, whatever works for the boat. And it does look to be St Bede's. Looks like they're attacking that rate pretty high for a novice crew. So for that to happen, you'd probably have a fairly synced up boat. You've got to get that timing in check if you want the rating to go up and still perform well. And it looks like that's what St Bede's is doing right now. Otago Boys High School number 1, I call them in second, and then it is those 2 Shirley Boys crews sitting in 3rd and 4th respectively. So Shirley Boys High School number 2, lane number 8 performing well, trying to put a bit of pressure on their number 1 crew as they come up to the 500 metres to go. So entering the final stages of this Canterbury Regatta. Great performance coming from St Bede's in this men's novice coxed date. These 2 schools actually got 1st and 2nd last year at Marty in the novice coxed date. Otago Boys High School got the 2nd as well. So they'll be looking to do better than that. But if they want to do that this year, they're going to have to beat the Titans. St Bede's currently right now, who's sitting in front by Clearwater. Looks like they've broken away from that Otago Boys High School crew. Coming into the last 500 now is Otago Boys High School number 2 trying to catch a St Bede's crew, but it looks like St Bede's have not just broken clear, but it looks like they've gone out to 2 lengths. Shirley Boys High School number 1 trying to track down Otago Boys High School number 1, and Shirley Boys High School number 2 trying to track down their number 1 crew. St Thomas just a bit further back. Then we'd be looking at Cashmere, St Andrews, and on the inside there, Avon 51. Wakatipu no longer in this event. St Bede's just sitting about a length and a half clear over the rest of the field. Look at Otago Boys High School trying to catch them while watching that charge come from the 2 Shirley crews. St Bede's about to enter that last 250 metres. Who's the strokes of that boat? It might be Conrad Van Herel. So I think he's got a brother in the senior squad. So trying to do better than him. Into the last 250 goes St Bede's. Otago go through now. So it looks like about 2 lengths to the St Bede's crew. Pretty dominant performance. They've got that standard rigging. Thought there might have been a tandem from that Otago Boys High crew, but there goes St Bede's. They're flying through in this last 200 metres of this race. Otago Boys High School comfortably in 2nd, and then you got Shirley Boys High School also in 3rd, trying to track down that Otago Boys High crew. Through the last 100, go Beads. They're getting some nice length, nice flat stroke. Maybe just want to tidy up those finishes a bit. Looks like they're really trying to send it through with the arms there. And just washing out a bit, but it's working for them. They've got 2 lengths over Otago Boys High, number 1, who in turn have clear water over Shirley Boys High School number 1, who have a length and a half over their number 2 crew. Then St Andrews College look to be rolling over St Thomas for that 5th position, so St Andrews College is moving here. Just the 4-seater that St Andrews College boat is really working with the arms there. He might want to prioritise the legs a bit more there. So St Andrews College is moving up to 5th there. So St Andrews College will take the 5th there. Mastermind behind that squad, Flynn Dykstra, Jake Burrows. St Thomas will take the 6th. And inside is Avon, and then rounding out the field on that novice cox date will be Cashmere. Next up, we've got another larger boat. We've got the boys under 15 cox quad. Lane 1, Otago Boys High, number 1. Lane 2, Cure Boating Club, number 1. Lane 3, Wairo 11. Lane 4, Otago, number 1. Lane 5, Timaru 30. Lane 6, Burnside High School, number 1. Lane 7, Christ College, number 1. Lane 8, Christ College, number 2. Lane 9, St Bede's College, number 1. And Lane 10 is St Thomas of Canterbury, number 1. So it is those middle lanes leading it. To be expected with that arrowhead effect, the fastest crews will go into those middle lanes from the heat. Trying to see those colours. I think that might be Burnside High School is one of those crews up in the front of the field, and I'd say it might be just inside of them Timaru, which would make sense because that's your lane 5 and lane 6. They would have had the fastest time from their respective heats. It is Timaru trying to push this Burnside High School for the lead. All the rest of the crew sitting quite far back. I'd say would probably be looking at Otago number 1 maybe for that 3rd spot, but they are well back off this Timaru and Burnside crew. So watch the fight up the front. This is under 15. So you don't have to be a novice in these under 15 boats, but you're looking at either first year rowers or potentially some second year rowers that are young and can row down. Timaru has the lead over Burnside High School. I think it's a bit more than I thought. Timaru have a length over Burnside High School. Burnside High School just look quite powerful going into the finish there. Timaru boys just a bit longer there on the stroke. And might just have that rating up a bit. Just really quick with those catches for under 15 rowing. Watch out for Timaru boys and Burnside. Those two crews have done a demolition over the rest of the field. It looks like Otago might just be watching a challenge from Christ College number 1. This Timaru crew is Idris Hutter, Murphy Hopper Park, Baxter Hopper Park, Josh Sadler and Toby Connor is the Cox. Then Burnside High School is Jack Payne, Felix Rowe, Sean Gilman, Tyler Rogers and Jessica Rankin is the Cox. So Burnside High School, they're close enough to Timaru to put out a fight, but it looks like Timaru's got a pretty comfortable lead over them. Maybe just a length into the last 250. I think those Timaru boys in the double had a wind in the under 15 double, so let's see what they do in this quad. Both are through the yellow boys. Let's see who gets it, Timaru boys or Burnside High School. I think Burnside might be closing. There's no clear water in that. 3/4 of a length to Timaru boys. Let's see how Burnside High School respond to this charge. There's the Timaru colours. Burnside High School coming through for a challenge. Entering the last 100 now will be Timaru boys. Burnside High School just sitting half length down off them. So let's see how Burnside respond. It looks like Timaru is going to hold on for the 3rd place. We'll be looking at Otago just comfortably over Christ College. So Timaru boys will win by Clearwater. I think they just winded up a bit more at the end. Burnside High School for the 2nd. Otago pretty comfortably for 3rd over Christ College number 1. Go inside to Cure Boating Club number 1 and Christ College number 2 on the outside. St. Bede's, Warrow and St. Thomas. And then inside to Otago Boys High number 1. And that is the AF final of the boys under 15 Cox quadruple sculls. Girls under 16 Coxed 4 just making their way past 1,000 now in this event. This is a straight final. Lane 1 is Wakatipu number 1. Lane 2 is St Andrews College number 1. Lane 3 is Avonside Girls High School number 1. Lane 4 is Oamaru number 1. Lane 5 is Christchurch Girls High School number 1. Lane 6 is Rangiruru Girls number 2. Lane 7 is St Margaret's College number 1. Lane 8 is Ashburn number 1. Lane 9 is St Margaret's College number 2. And lane 10 is Christchurch Girls High School number 2. All right, and it looks like there's a Rangi crew that's putting on a clinic over the rest of the field in this event. Nobody's really challenging them. I'd say maybe it's on the inside you could be looking for a placing there. But that Rangiruru girls number 2 crew, Manaya Shed, Toya Shed, Ashley Brooks, Maddie Young, and Charlie White is the Cox, is making their way into the last 500. Not quite just yet, but they're sitting about 3 or 4 lengths comfortable. I'd say you're looking inside of them maybe for that second position. That is the colours of Christchurch Girls High School number 1. Currently sitting in that second position, but they're in a much closer battle with the crew inside of them, which is Oamaru number 1. So Oamaru number 1's been performing pretty well today. Also, don't write off right on the inside there. Wakatipu number 1 is putting on a pretty good performance. They're beating lane 2 and lane 3, trying to challenge for this top 3 positioning. But there is no doubt that Rangiruru has hit the front. There they go. They're coming up to the 500 now. Let's count how many lengths they've got. 1, 2, 2.5. It's not as much as I thought. Oamaru currently sitting in second, and then a canvas behind them is Christchurch Girls High School. Then you go 2 lengths back to that Wakatipu crew, currently sitting in 4th. So battle right now is between Oamaru and Christchurch Girls High School for that second position. Oamaru's got the lead right now, and they're looking to push away in this final part of the race, trying to close that gap to Rangiruru. Rangi has not had as much of a gap as I thought. They're coming up to the last 250, so as the strokes here that Rangi boat, it is Maddie Young. She'll be looking to charge it to the line. Looks like they're rating a moderate amount, not too high, not too low. Don't need to wind too much as they're not going to be challenged by Christchurch Girls or Oamaru, but Oamaru will certainly need to wind as they get this challenge from Christchurch Girls coming into this last 250. I'd say we're looking at canvas, maybe 1 seat to Oamaru. Oamaru's really taking a charge here. So that Oamaru crew is Indig Jones-Hogan, Bridget Spittle, Emily Wainwright, Tessa Wright, and Quinn Anderson is the Cox. Christchurch Girls High School is Emily Skrigmorga, Olive Cooper, Izzy McLeod, Sophia Robinson, and Georgia Dean is the Cox. So Georgia Dean looking to get her girls past this Oamaru crew, but it looks like they're running out of runway here in this last part of the girls under 16 Cox 4. Rangi's looking to take the lead. Let's see what Christchurch Girls can do here. Canvas to Oamaru. Oh, it's closing. Christchurch Girls are closing. Christchurch Girls are closing right up. Quinn Anderson, the Cox of that Oamaru boat. How do you girls respond to that charge? It's closing. Christchurch Girls have the front now. They've got that second place position. They're both bringing their fight back up to Rangiruru. Rangi will take the first. Christchurch Girls, Oamaru fighting back again. It might be Oamaru. We'll watch it on the line. Oamaru's got, bow ball to Oamaru. Oamaru take it. Christchurch Girls for third. Wakatipu sitting in 4th. St Andrews have moved up for the 5th. Just over that Christchurch Girls High School number 2 crew on the outside. Then we go to St Margaret's number 1, then St Margaret's number 2. Avonside Girls High School number 1 rounding out the field there. And next up is the B final of the women's novice coxed quad. Lane 1 is Wairo. Lane 2 is St Andrews College number 1. Lane 3 is Oamaru number 1. Lane 4 is Otago Girls number 1. Lane 5 is Columba College number 1. Lane 6 is Columba College number 2. Lane 7 is Wairo number 2. Lane 8 is Rangiruru number 1. Lane 9 is Avonside Girls number 1, and then Lane 10 is a Canterbury and Avonside Girls High School number 2 composite crew. So just that B final of the women's novice quad coming down now. And it looks to be Columba, Otago Girls High performing well as well. Maybe on the outside that might be Avonside Girls High School #1 as well. So that's your 1, 2, 3. It's definitely Columba in front, Otago Girls High School in second, and then Avonside Girls in third. Ray in a bit of a battle with Oamaru. We look at St Andrews. Going to the middle to that Union crew, and then Canterbury. Composite crew. But Columba's performing well here. They're doing well in this B final. Sitting about 3 lengths clear over the rest of the field. Columba definitely bring that experience in this novice quad. Looks like they've got their rating quite high. Maybe they've just had a change of game plans. Hopefully they're using that rate to their advantage and not just rushing the front, making sure they bring it through the drive. Not killing that boat speed, because one thing that's underrated, you can have as strong a drive as you like, but if you're rushing the front, you're just going to kill all that boat speed on the recovery. That's where that technique comes into play, but it doesn't look like that's what Columba is doing. Looks like they're putting out a pretty dominant performance in this B final. Then would be looking at Otago Girls High School just into the 250 now. Then Avonside Girls. Then Oamaru's into the 250. Now we'll be looking at Rangi, St Andrews, Union and Canterbury. So here comes Columba into the final 100. Great performance from these girls in the B final. Maybe just having a better race today than they did in the heat. Might be a scratching. Let's see what crew that is. That's the Columba College #1 crew, so they're doing well out there. Tiger Girls High School just a bit further back, but comfortably in second as well. Then we'll be looking at Avonside Girls. Onto then to the inside, that's Oamaru. So Oamaru maybe trying to challenge for that third spot. I think they're just running out of a bit of runway there. Coming down now is that A final of the women's novice coxed quad. Lane 1, Ashburton #1. Lane 2, North End #1. Lane 3, Union #1. Lane 4, Wakatipu #1. Lane 5, Christchurch Girls High School #1. Lane 6, Burnside High School #1. Lane 7, Invercargill #1. Lane 8, Canterbury #1. Lane 9, Meridian College #1. Lane 10, Timaru 11. And that is the field in the A final. So it looks like Burnside's performing well. Wakatipu, it's a bird on the outside as well that's holding its own. I think that is Timaru, lane number 10. And then also Canterbury #1 doing well. Middle of them bring the fight as well as lane number 9, Meridian College. It looks to be the Burnside and Wakatipu crew. I'd say it's Wakatipu #1 in lane 4 currently in front. Then we'd be looking at Burnside currently in second. That's the 1-2, and they're looking pretty clear. Then we go to those 3 boats on the outside in a bit of a tussle for that 3rd position. Also inside of Wakatipu, that is Union #1, so they're looking comfortable as well. Well, not comfortable, they look like they're in the mix. No crews look comfortable in this. It all looks somewhat close as they are in that 3rd 500, about to approach the last 500. So yeah, looks to be Wakatipu in front. Canterbury, Timaru, and Marion in a bit of a tussle. Looks like Wakatipu, Union, and Burnside High School entering the last 500. It looks to be Wakatipu in front. Then I'd call it Burnside. Then Union potentially in a bit of a tussle with Canterbury. Canterbury looks to have pushed away from that Marion and Timaru crew, who are holding their own from those outside lanes. Not the favoured lanes, but they're doing well out there. So look at Wakatipu make a charge here. They've got their rating up and they're attacking it. Looks like they've got a nice flat drive. This is pretty good rowing for novice rowing. If you're in time, you're not looking out of the boat, I'd consider that pretty good. And they're able to get that rating up quite high. These flat conditions, maybe even be able to maintain those blades off the water. But it's Wakatipu in front. Wakatipu's making a charge here. They're making a name for themselves in this novice quad. They've done very well on the sculling side of things this regatta. Into the last 250 they go now. We'll be looking at Burnside High School for the second place, and then maybe on the inside to Union, who have pushed past Canterbury for that third place. Canterbury in fourth, then would go Meridian and Timaru. All the other crews just a bit further back. So this Wakatipu crew is Isla Coldstone, Liberty Hyde, Cinnamon Williams, Mimi Blundell, and Jesse Glover is the Cox. And they are just putting out a great performance here in this novice quad. Then we'd be looking at Burnside in the second, and it looks like Union's trying to make a charge up on Burnside in this final part of the race. Let's see how Union can do here. Union number 1, Ava Wawadi, Ika Soto, Billy Rochford, Emily Gilmore, and Ruby Bell Ferguson is the Cox. Trying to make a charge on this Burnside crew, and they might do it. They might roll over. Look at Union for the second place. Looks to be, it might just be a canvas. It might just, no, that can't be it. Half a length to Burnside over Union, and it looks like Burnside's responded to that quick move coming from Union. They're going to get it by 3/4 of a length over the line. Running down now is the Premier and under 19-8s. So watch them as they come through. Those will be the big races of the day. Fastest time yesterday was a 5:55. They'll be looking to beat that today. Right now coming down is the men's intermediate single sculls. This is the B final. Lane 1 is Canterbury 4. Lane 2 is... Sorry, let me name these rows as well. Lane 1 is Canterbury 4, Sean Fleck. Lane 2 is Union 1, Chris Brooks. Lane 3 is Twizel 1, Bryn Smith. Lane 4 is Timaru 30, Louis O'Sullivan. Lane 5 is North End number 2, David Hannon. Lane 6 is North End number 1, Alex McKeever. Lane 7 is Union number 2, Daniel Cara. Lane 8 is Otago Boys High number 5, Logan Miller. Lane 9 is Wakatipu number 4, Louis Dela Cruz. Lane 10 is Oamaru number 1, Jacob Rawback. And for a B final, all of these guys are relatively together, just showing that experience that their intermediate grade can give. That will be second year rowers mainly. But Union's doing well there in lane number 2. That's Chris Brooks. I wouldn't say he's in the lead right now. I'd say that goes 2 on the outside from him. We'll be looking at Timaru 30. Louis O'Sullivan, coaches of that Timaru squad, is coaches Brian Smith and Mac Brown for this intermediate single scull. Louis O'Sullivan performing well out there. Then I'd also say we'd be looking to the right at North End. North End number 1, I think that is performing well. So that's the 2 challenges I'd say. I'd say they're in a bit of a battle for that in that last 250. And that's going to be a close one as well. Look to the rower from Union number 1 and Union number 2 as well. So Daniel Cara in that Union number 2 crew is also holding his own. But it does look to be the rower from Timaru. I'd say he's got the lead right now over the rower from North End. Go inside to Union, lane number 2, that's Chris Brooks, and then the Union row on the outside, that is Daniel Cara. So all these rows are pretty close together in this men's intermediate single sculls. Through the 100 goes the Timaru rower now. And we'll be looking at North End. Then the 2 Union rows battling it off, and it's a close one. That Timaru row is going to be comfortable, but what about the rower from North End? He's being tracked down by the guy from Union. So that is Chris Brooks. Chris Brooks might take a second here. Louis O'Sullivan, he's going to get it by a length. North End will take about half length over the rower from Union, then the other rower from Union. Then we'll be looking at Twizel, number 1. I was a little too close to call. I think that was Otago Boys High. Oamaru, Wakatipu, number 4. And on the inside, Sean Fleck rounding out the field there from Canterbury. A final coming down now. Men's intermediate single sculls. Lane 1, Otago Boys High 2, Ollie Scott. Lane 2, Canterbury number 1, Liam Collins. Lane 3, Wakatipu number 1, Ollie Watson. Lane 4, Wakatipu number 2, Finn Henderson. Lane 5, Dunstan Arm number 1, Jed Tisdall. Lane 6, Avon number 2, Luke Todd. Lane 7, Dunstan Arm number 2, Brennan Keane. Lane 8, Canterbury number 2, Mark McDermott. Lane 9 is Cure Boating Club 2, Ethan McGrath. Lane 10 is Wakatipu number 5, Cameron Hall. And I see a couple rows from Dunstan Arm at the front of the field. They're very easy to pick out. That one in the middle, Dunstan Arm number 1, Jed Tisdall, looks to be in the lead right now. Then I'd say his fellow Dunstan Arm counterpart, Brennan Keane, seems to be in second. That's your 1-2. And then I'd say Wakatipu number 1, Ollie Watson, would be currently looking at that third position, but he's going to be challenged right on the outside by that Otago Boys High rower, Ollie Scott. So Dunstan Arm looking to go 1-2 here. Can that Wakatipu rower, Ollie Watson, potentially get up for a second? I think Jed Tisdall is definitely going to take this one out. The men's intermediate single sculls. Just using that body swing to his advantage, using that length. Not using a high rate, but he's certainly putting out a clinic out here in the men's intermediate single sculls. Only one who seems to be holding on to him is his fellow Dunstan Arm counterpart, Brennan Keane. Through the 100 right now, it goes Jed Tisdall. Brennan Keane trying to join him. Just about a couple lengths off. Then the Wakatipu rower is being challenged by the rower from Canterbury. Look at the rower from Canterbury. That's Liam Collins trying to challenge for a third. He's really moving it. Watch the rower from Canterbury as well as the rower from Otago Boys High number 2, Ollie Scott. There's a big battle on the inside. The rower from Canterbury is really moving through this Wakatipu rower. Wakatipu number 1, Ollie Watson. How does he respond? Ballard balling for third, and they're bringing that fight back up to Brennan Keane for that second place. Brennan Keane's going to have no clear water. He's going to get half a length. Oh, Canterbury. Very close between that Canterbury and Wakatipu rower. I wish I could tell you straight up result of that, but unfortunately the times is not working right now. So we have to look on right for that one. A great race in the men's intermediate single sculls. Rowers finishing up there. And next up is the men's club double sculls. This is the B final. Lane 1, Christchurch Boys High School number 1, Jamie Carmo, Benson Winters. Lane 2, Oamaru number 2, Cooper Lynch and Ned Newlands Carter. Lane 3, Shirley Boys High School number 1, Logan Skelton and Jack Stewart. Lane 4, Otago Boys High number 1, Ben Thompson and Andre Adams. Lane 5, Dunstan Arm number 3, Greg McLaughlin and Max Smith. Lane 6, Otago Boys High number 2, Henry Lucas and Nicholas Dom. Lane 7, Wairo number 1, James Ripley and Liam Kirkland. Lane 8, Christchurch Boys High School number 2, William McKay and Cameron Buckingham. Lane 9 is Cure Boating Club number 1, Didier Marks and Hamish McIntosh. And lane 10 is Timaru 21, Cameron Moffat and Harrison Seal. This is the B final coming down now. Just entering its final stages of the race. Looking at Otago Boys High number 1, so that's lane 4, Ben Thompson and Andre Adams. Look to be doing well here. Also, others from Wairo I might be looking at there. Wairo number 1, lane 7, James Ripley and Liam Kirkland. Those are the two crews I'd say currently in a battle for the lead, but right on the outside they're also doing well. Is Cure Boating Club, I think. So that's lane 9, Cure Boating Club number 1, Didier Marks and Hamish McIntosh. That's your 1, 2, 3 in this B final. In fact, that Cure Boating Club might just be shooting ahead of Wairo and that Otago Boys high crew. So look at Cure right on the outside there. Lane number 9 is trying to walk into this lead in the B final of the men's club double. Can they do it? This would be a pretty good performance from lane number 9. I haven't seen too many outside crews perform too well. Otago Boys High School also performing well out there, and Wairo. That's your 1, 2, 3. Those three are in a pretty close battle between each other. Let's see who's got it through the 100-meter mark. This should be clear. Looks to be Otago Boys over Cure. Otago Boys High School have the lead over Cure. Cure just a length over that Wairo crew, but the Wairo crew's coming in hot. That Wairo crew's had a good wind in the past few races, so here comes Otago Boys hard number 1. They're going to take the lead here. They've put out a bit of a clinic in that final 100 meters. They take the first. Cure just a canvas for second. Wairo take the third. Christchurch Boys High School for the fourth. Oamaru and Dunstanarm in a tight battle for 5 and 6. Shirley Boys, Otago Boys High number 2, and might be a Timaru crew. That tight battle for third before, it was the rower from Canterbury that got it. 0.16 seconds over the rower from Wakatipu. So here is the A final coming down for the men's club. Double sculls, lane 1, Oamaru number 1, Patrick Spillane and Cody Marshall. Lane 2, Wakatipu number 2, Max Davis, McKellar Thornton. Lane 3, Canterbury number 1, Oliver Ellis and Tim Chapman. Lane 4, Dunstanarm number 4, Angus Hanning and Liam Powell. Lane 5, Wakatipu number 1, Charlie Manser and Harry Lightfoot. Lane 6, Dunstanarm number 1, Oliver Hamilton and Harrison Thode. Lane 7, Dunstanarm number 2, Roland Ozan and Jeltstook. Lane 8, Canterbury number 2, Sam Clark, Noah Vizzer. Lane 9, Wairo 11, Aidan Bennett, Louis Gerling. Lane 10, Twizel number 1, Luca Mant Upson, Ralph Henderson. That is the field there. And is to be expected, lane number 5, Wakatipu number 1, Charlie Manser and Harry Lightfoot. Both were members of the South Island team, under 18 South Island team last year. They were coxed by somebody very experienced who got them up for the win there in that boys under 18 quad. Anyways, right now it looks like they're performing well by themselves. In lane number 6 there will be Dunstanarm number 1, Oliver Hamilton and Harrison Thode. Currently sitting in second. They're close, but it's not going to be a tight battle. These rowers from Wakatipu, they're just matching each other's rhythm. They're just rowing completely together. Flat stroke, brilliant drive, flat through the water. Good release. They're going to take it out. That Dunstanarm crew also rowing very well. They're currently sitting in second. Canterbury in a bit of a battle between Dunstanarm number 2 as well. So watch the Canterbury. They've had a good charge last time. Oliver Ellis and Tim Chapman were trying to wind through this Dunstanarm number 2 crew. Dunstanarm number 2 is going to hold on over Canterbury. Then we'd be looking at Wakatipu number 2. Then maybe to Oamaru on the inside and Twizel in a tight battle on the outside. Then go to Canterbury number 2, Dunstanarm number 3 and Wairo. Alright, coming down now is the women's club double sculls. This is the B final. Lane 1 is Cure Boating Club number 1, Macy Barnes and Ella Barnes. Lane 2 is Invercargill number 1, Maddie Maelstrom and Kira Horston. Lane 3 is Wairo number 1, Lexi Pottinger and Zoe Kung. Lane 4 is North End number 1, Georgia Cockburn and Lola Castles. Lane 5, Dunstanam number 5, Drew Thomas and Kate Spriggs. Lane 6 is Timaru 11, Abby Hurst and Annabelle Talbot. Lane 7 is Dunstanam number 4, Ellie King and Micah Powell. Lane 8 is Avonside Girls High School number 1, Sari Webley and India Grace Leonard. Lane 9 is Avon number 2, Katie Mitchell and Samantha Wing. Lane 10 is Timaru 12, Libby Brown and Sophia Lawless. They're just entering into that last section of the race now, last 500. Let's see what they can do here. Looks like there's an inside lane there doing pretty well there. I think that might be Cure Boating Club number 1, Macy Barnes and Ella Barnes. We actually might have the lead now over that Marion crew in the middle. No, that's a North End crew. That's North End number 1, Georgia Cockburn and Lola Castles, currently sitting in that second place. But on the inside, Cure Boating Club in this B final is performing well. So that's another outside lane doing well there. Then we'd be looking at North End and maybe Timaru currently for that third place. So Timaru doing well out there in the middle. Also, they've got another crew on the outside, Libby Brown and Sophia Lawless, currently in a battle for 4th. Or maybe that's 5th because there's another crew who's at Dunstanam number 5, Drew Thomas and Kate Spriggs, currently sitting in that 4th position. So that Cure Boating Club number 1 crew, that's Macy Barnes and Ella Barnes. Currently putting out a challenge to them, though, is a crew from North End number 1, Georgia Cockburn and Lola Castles. Then we'll be looking at Timaru 11, Abby Hurst and Annabelle Talbot. So that's your 1, 2, 3 in the speed final. Who's going to get out? I think we'll be looking at Cure. They're just rating a little bit lower than that North End crew. That North End crew doesn't have a big rate either. So those are 2 crews currently in that first and second position. It's less than a boat length. It's less than a boat length to Cure. Then we'll be looking at North End, who have about a length and a half over that Timaru crew. Timaru is sitting a length and a half clear over that Dunstanam crew. So that North End crew is just closed down on that Cure boat a wee bit. They're not going to catch, oh, can they catch them in time actually? It's going to be close. Going to be just a canvas to that Cure crew. North End's going to get the second. Timaru for the third. Dunstanam for the 4th. Invercargill having a good wind on the inside there, so they might be looking for the 5th actually. I think they might get it. Also, Avonside Girls there, good performance. So those 2 tied together. Then Dunstanam, Timaru on the outside. Avon and Wyro. Alright, Women's Club Double Sculls A final coming down now. Lane 1 is Union number 1, Jamie Seddon and Kirsty Marnie. Lane 2 is Dunstanam number 3, Maggie Hepburn and Lola Ritchie. Lane 3, Wakatipu number 2, Annika Arla and Emma Andrew. Lane 4 is Dunstanam number 2, Emma Bryant, Neve Odeshirty. Lane 5, Marion College number 1, Charlotte Peterson and Sophie Davis. Lane 6, Canterbury number 1, Toby Reese and Libby Greaves. Lane 7 is Canterbury number 2, Georgia Wynyard and Stella Cook. Lane 8 is Dunstanam number 1, India Nichols and Olivia Olorenshaw. Then lane 9 is Otago Girls number 1, Kate Merriman and Liesl Tolson. Lane 10 is Wakatipu number 1, Amy Patterson and Lucy Clark. So just in that final section of the race, look at the colours are from Dunstanam there. India Nichols and Olivia Olorenshaw are doing well as that Canterbury crew. That is lane 7, so that's Canterbury number 2, Georgia Wynyard and Stella Cook. also performing well. Those are the two battling for that first place at the moment. Then I'd say we'd be looking at Meridian College number 1, Charlotte Peterson, and Sophie Davis currently sitting in that third position. Canterbury and Dunstan, they're in the 2 lanes together, so they're going to be able to use each other, push off each other, and that's going to push them away from all these other crews. Dunstan number 2 is currently challenging Meridian College number 1 for that third spot, so Meridian College is going to need to watch out, as well as Dunstan number 3 right on the inside there, having a screamer in lane number 2. But watch to the front of the field, it's Dunstan number 1 versus Canterbury. Dunstan through now, Canterbury through now, so it's about half length to Dunstan, but Canterbury's charging. They've had a good wind in their past couple races. Canterbury's doing it again. They're trying to wind through Dunstan, but I think Dunstan know how to hold on. Looks like they're doing it half length to Dunstan number 1, it looks to be. And then we go to the battle for third place, and Dunstan number 3 and Dunstan number 2 in a tight battle with Meridian College number 1, and it looks like it's going to be Meridian College just by canvas over the 2 Dunstan crews. Very close together. Canvas to Meridian College, then Dunstan number 2, and 3 Wakatipu on the outside. Union, all those schools. Next up is fastest race of the day, men's Prem Cox Day, and none of these boats are anything to sniff at. Lane 3 is Christ College number 1. Lane 4 is Dunstan number 1. Lane 5 is Avon number 1. Lane 6 is Avon number 2. And Lane 7 is Avon number 3. Avon number 1 went through in a time of 5:55 yesterday. My pick is that they'll go through in a 5:57 today. And the fastest high school crew, say 6:09. It looks like this Avon number 1 crew is putting out an even more dominant performance than they did yesterday. The number 2 crew did well holding on to them, with the likes of Cody Johnson and Ollie Welsh being in that boat as well. Looks like that Avon boat's got about 2 lengths over the rest of the field. It looks like Dunstan's trying to put out a bit of a challenge, but performing well there on the inside is Christ College as well, trying to roll over that Dunstan crew, and Avon number 3 is trying to stay with them as well. So it's Avon number 1 sitting a length and 3/4 clear over their number 2 crew. Their number 2 crew in turn looks to have about a length over their number 3 crew. Then we'd be looking at a battle between Christ College and Dunstan for that final position in the men's Prem Coxed 8. Five boats in this race, and here comes Avon number 1, Sam Wilson, Scott Shackleton, Hunter Pethersburg, Will McIntosh, Josh Syme, Matthew Glenn, Harry Galvin, Fergus Johnson, and Annabelle Wynne Williams as the Cox. Through the last 250 now, looks like they're rating about a 39.40 right through to the 250. They've got their rating right up. They're attacking it hard, and they're putting out a dominant performance over their number 2 crew. They said, hey, you guys were close to us yesterday. That's not going to happen today. It looks like they've got 2.5 lengths. Avon number 2 trying to hold off the charge from the number 3 crew. Their number 3 crew is doing very well out there. That's Jimmy Milichich, Will Anderson, Sam Cleland, Thomas Woodgate, B. Garrett, Jonty Thompson, Charles Beale, Luke Tompkins, and Grayson Faulkner is the Cox. But here comes Avon number 1 storming away to the line. Last 50 metres, dominant performance. Looks like they're rowing beautifully out there. No oars touching the water in that boat. And here comes their number 2 crew, just a length over their number 3 crew. Grayson Faulkner's gotten those boys up over Christ College and Dunstan number 1. Dunstan number 1 in a tight battle with Christ College. Christ College lost them yesterday. What can they do today? Jonty Gray, you're going to need to crack the whip on your boys if you want to roll over this Dunstan crew, because it looks like Dunstan's going away to 1 seat, maybe 2 seats over Christ College. Can Christ College come back? Avon number 3 get the 3rd. Dunstan win it by a seat, well, get the 4th by a seat over Christ College. Christ College in 5th. Now we have the women's Prem Cox State and a few more boats in this one. So we've got Lane 2, Christchurch Girls High School number 1. Lane 3, Rangiru Girls School number 1. Lane 4, St. Margaret's College number 1. Then Lane 5 should be Avon number 1, but I know they've had a scratching, and I think they might be racing a quad in this event instead. So if they can get up, they'll be very impressive from Avon. Lane 6 is Dunstan Composite number 1. Lane 7 is Avon number 2. Lane 8 is Cashmere High School number 1. And Lane 9 is Rangiru number 2. St. Margaret's and Dunstan also did very well in this event. Dunstan will be looking to take advantage of that weakened Avon crew, as well as that St. Margaret's crew trying to get up over Rangi and Christchurch Girls, trying to have bragging rights for the top school in this Canterbury Champs. Guys will be looking to go sub 7, maybe sub 650. And they'll go much faster than that, and that might be St Margaret's sitting in second. I think that's Dunstan in front, and that Avon quad's actually holding on. They're sitting in fourth right now. Rangi's putting out a challenge to Margaret's. They weren't close to them yesterday, but it's going to be a much closer fight today. So Rangiru number 1 is putting out a challenge to St Margaret's, saying, Gagas got us yesterday, that's not going to happen today. St Margaret's College number 1, that's Bronnie O'Sullivan, Annie Rutherford, Lucy Butterfield, Scarlett Hanson, Poppy Blakely, Belize McQuarrie, Anya Leeson, Coco Flood, and Ellie Scotland as the cox. So Ellie Scotland will be having to look for that charge coming from Rangiru number 1 as that Dunstan composite crew storms away to the front of the field while that Avon quad tries to hold on for dear life over the rest of the field. Cashmere High School number 1 also in this event trying to hold on to the top crews in this field. Looks like Rangi might be going past St Margaret's. Rangiru number 1 might be putting out a big challenge to St Margaret's number 1. But breaking out to Clearwater, I'd say, would be that Dunstan crew. So that's a composite crew. You got Cure Boating Club in there as well. I think they might be in the Cure purple boat. It does look to be Rangiru in front. Rangiru does look to be in front of St Margaret's. Not by much though. It's definitely less than a length. Maybe looking at half a length between those two crews. Then we'd be looking at that Avon quad against Avon number 2 and that Cashmere High School crew just a bit further back. So here comes Dunstan. They're coached by Simon Smith. That's Madison Neal, Messina Sewer, Millie Graham, Sasha Robinson, Millie Scott, Emma Spittle, and Olivia Pybinger, Ruby Smith, and then Annabelle Scott is the cox. So they'll be working on just running together right now, and it looks like St Margaret's might have actually made a charge on Rangiru. It looks like St Margaret's has responded. Good response from Ellie Scotland trying to get her girls up. Charlie Ward in that Rangi boat. How do you respond coming into this last 300 metres of this race? Is going to be very close between these top 2 high school crews as they try and both work up onto this Dunstan composite crew. I don't think Dunstan's out of the clear yet. Looks like Dunstan might be challenged by the St Margaret's and Rangiru crew coming into the last 250. Here comes Dunstan rowing now. I'd say they're sitting a bit lower than the boys, maybe looking at a 37-38 rate. Ruby Smith to stroke that boat. St Margaret's just looked to be breaking clear of Rangiru. Looks like Rangi had a charge at them, but St Margaret's has responded. St Margaret's just a half length up on that Rangi crew. Then we'll be looking at Avon number 2 and that Avon quad trying to challenge each other, trying to see whether that 8 can roll over that top quad. Then we'll be looking at Cashmere just sitting 2 lengths back on them. But here comes this Cure Dunstan composite crew. Then let's see who gets over St Margaret's and Rangiru. Looks like St Margaret's have broken well clear of Rangiru. No clear water yet, but it looks like the bow ball's on the coxswain of that St Margaret's boat for Rangiru. Rangiru needs to respond. They're going to be sitting in 3rd at this rate. Looks like that Avon quad and Avon number 2 are in a tight battle together. Can that Avon quad beat that Avon number 2? Looks like Avon number 2's... Oh, it's very close. It's bow ball for that 4th place position. Looks like it's going to be the Avon quad who takes it over the 8. Then we'll be looking at Cashmere. And now we're looking at the men's under-19 coxed 8. St Bede's had the fastest time in this yesterday. St Thomas and Christchurch boys were nothing to sniff at either. Let's look at this. Lane 2 is Christ College number 4. Lane 3, Christ College number 2. Lane 4, Christchurch Boys High School number 1. Lane 5, St Bede's College number 1. Lane 6, St Thomas of Canterbury number 1. Lane 7, St Andrews College number 1. Lane 8 is Christ College number 3. And Lane 9 is St Andrews College number 2. And it does look to be St Bede's leading this field home in the men's under-19 coxed 8. Some of their competition was in that Prem 8. That would have been Christ College. And we'll be looking at Christchurch Boys and St Thomas in a big battle. St Thomas have been big improvers. We saw them move in their Otago champs, and they're back here at Canterbury trying to roll over one of the big schools in South Island sweeps, and that is Christchurch Boys. Christchurch Boys will need to respond. It looks to be tight. It's bow ball for bow ball between Christchurch Boys and St Thomas at the 500 metre mark. Christchurch Boys barely have the lead, but St Thomas will be looking to move. Beads is just dictating the race from here. They're sitting a length and a half clear over the rest of the field. They've had a big camp going into these Canterbury champs, and they are just looking to dominate over the rest of the field in this men's under-19 coxed 8, looking to rate 37-38 over the rest of the field. So a pretty high rating coming from that Beads crew. Stroke of that boat looks to be Quinn O'Sullivan, so they've changed that stroke seed round. Hugo Van Hero now backing him up from 7. Bruno Dooley, Alex Cowan, Christopher Guinea, Jamie Ron Thomas, and Alex Walters, and Cooper Tidden Leakey. So it looks to be 2 length now to St Bede's. St Bede's putting out a clinic over here over Christchurch Boys High School and St Thomas. Can St Thomas roll over Christchurch Boys High School? It's the blue and the red versus the black and the blue of Christchurch Boys High School. Christchurch Boys High School look to be responding to them though. Looks like Christchurch Boys High School might just be breaking clear over the St Thomas crew. How does St Thomas respond? Who's the coxswain of that boat? We'll be looking at Carlson Fernandez through the 100 now. No, it's St Thomas. St Thomas has stormed through Christchurch Boys. St Thomas has got the one. Can they break clear to half length? It looks like St Thomas is really moving now. They've got 5 seats going out to 6 seats over Christchurch Boys. Christchurch Boys just a bit further back on that St Thomas crew. It's 6 seats to St Thomas, 3/4 of a length. Then St Andrews sitting in 4th, beating Christ College number 4, Christ College number 2, and Christ College number 3. And then go back to St Andrews College number 2. Final race of the day is the women's under-19 coxed 8. Lane 4, Columba College number 1. Lane 5 is St Andrews College number 1, and lane 6 is St Margaret's College number 1. So St Andrews would have been the one to take it out yesterday. They'll be the favourites for this event. And it looks like they're doing the same here. It looks like St Andrews College maybe just sitting. So that's a length and a half clear of that St Margaret's College crew, and then you go probably 2 or 3 lengths back to Columba College. Good performance coming from St Andrews College. This is Charlotte Galvin, Emily Woodgate, Chloe Lowe, Sophia Drury, Molly Thomas, Sailor Hedgecock, Jasmine Christie, Lucia Apps, and Robbie Miller is the Cox, coached by Marion Hardwick. Then we'd be looking at St Margaret's currently in 2nd. That is Lila Elkington, Mackenzie Large, Hannah Jones, Josie Kennedy, Isabel Brook, Charlotte Brown, Tilly Rocks, Jessica Brownshee, and Sarah Farrell is the Cox. Then Columba College will be looking at Hannah Bluxham, Ruby Hefford, Katie Nelson, Annika Lisa, Emma Sayre, Georgia Drummond, Charlie Smith, Kira Patterson, and Hannah Paul is the Cox. Whoa, that Avon number 1 crew went in a time of 5:54, so that was a rapid from that Avon number 1 crew. Just sitting a bit further back was that number 2 crew sitting at a 6:07. Here comes St Andrews College just finishing off this field. 500 metres left to go for the St Andrews College crew, and it looks like they've done a pretty dominant performance over St Margaret's. Then we'd go back to Columba College number 1. This will be the final race of the day. Doesn't look like the St Andrews College crew will be challenged. So Lucia Apps is the strokes of that boat, backed up by Jasmine Christie in the 7. Last 300 metres of this race. Doesn't look like they're rating too high, maybe just 36, 37. Let's see if they change gears coming into the last 250. Try and get as much distance as they can. St Margaret's just on a bit of an island in 2nd, and we'll go about 5 or 6 lengths back to Columba College. Into the last 250, St Andrews and St Margaret's. St Andrews don't look to be rating too hard, so that's about a 36. That is not Robbie Miller coxing that boat. That is James Steele. So they've changed the coxswain for this race. And St Andrews is doing well here. They're just really leading this field here. 3 lengths up on the St Margaret's crew. Then would be going 7 lengths back to Columba College. So well done, St Andrews. You take out the women's under-19 Coxed 8. Final event of the day. That is the end of Canterbury Champs. Well done to all who raced and all those that won or performed well. Did well for your standards. Thanks for coming, everyone, and that is the day.